nature. These elements, earth, water, fire, air, and space, from the foundation of existence representing the delicate balance and interconnections of life. This is Pratik,
And this is Monica.
along with Ankit, Sadhya, and Harita, are your ceremony leaders for today's event.
This event is not just a celebration of these principles, but a call to action, a reminder of our collective responsibility to nurture and harmonize with the nature. Through the conversations, collective responsibility incites the ideas shared today. Let us draw inspiration from Pancha Bootha to create a future rooted in sustainability, innovation, and balance.
It is an honor to introduce today's topic, standards, awareness, futuristic, and eco-consciousness safe. This theme underscores the critical role of standards in shaping a safer, sustainable future while raising awareness about the importance of innovation and eco-conscious living.
As we navigate the challenges of the modern world, embracing futuristic solutions with a commitment to environmental stewardship becomes our shared responsibility. Through today's discussions, let us explore how safe principles can guide us towards a balanced, progressive, and a greater tomorrow.
Before starting, I request Mr. R.G. Prasanna, Lead Engineer Mechanical, EDRC L&T Construction B&FIC, to join us on the stage for the safety presentation. Over to you, sir.
At L&T, safety is our top priority. For this reason, we dedicate the entire first month of each year to safety, reinforcing our unwavering commitment to maintaining a safe environment. On that good note, let us get familiarized with the building's emergency evacuation procedures. We are situated in the center of the convention center with 3 exits, one on your left, one on the right, one at your back. In the event of an emergency, please use these exits to reach the safe assembly point at ground level. Request you to use rear exit during extreme emergency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the safety presentation. In the spirit, we honor a tradition rich in cultural and symbolic significance, the lighting of the lamp. The lamp, with its radiant glow, represents the dispelling of darkness and the illumination of knowledge. As we seek to enlighten our journey through science, technology, sustainable practices, safety, this lamp stands as a symbol of our dedication to advancing our understanding and capabilities.
May I request our dignitaries, Mr. Santosh Warik, Honorable Director, Maharashtra Fire Service, Srimati G. Bhavani, Senior Director and Head, Chennai Branch, Bureau of Indian Standards, Mrs. Saladipti Saha, SVP, IC Head, B&FIC, L&T Construction, Mr. Srinivas Valluri, FSAI, National President, Mr. K. Surya Prakash, Vice President and Head, EDRC, B&FIC, Mr. R. Balakrishnan, Vice President and Head, MEP Design, EDRC, B&F, Mr. S. Padmanabhan, JGM and Head, MEP Services, Value Engineering and BIM for Construction, B&FIC. I request all the dignitaries to join us on the stage and to take their respective seats. Please, sir and ma'am.
Thank you all the dignitaries.
Going by our greatest poet, Mahakavi Bharati, who states, Yamariந்த மொழிகளிலே தமிழ் மொழி போல் இனியாவது எங்கும் காணோம். As we all are living and presented in this enchanted Tamil Nadu, and it's our responsibility and tradition to give respect to Tamil Thai before starting the event. So we request all to please rise for the Tamil Thai வாழ்த்து.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டனிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
At Larsen and Toubro, we take immense pride in our tradition of commencing every function with the L&T anthem. It is a moment to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to this extraordinary organization, proudly known as the builders of the nation. I invite everyone to please rise and join in this powerful tribute to the legacy and vision of L&T.
जिसकी मिट्टी से पैदा हुए हम कर्ज हम उस जमी का चुकाएं
जिसकी मिट्टी से पैदा हुए हम कर्ज हम उस जमी का चुकाएं
हाथ में हाथ देकर बढ़े हम जब तलक मंजिले मिल न जाए
एक नई भोर की रोशनी से हर अंधेरे को हम जगमगाए
जो भी हमको मिला इस जहां से हर तरह से उसे हम चुकाएं
Thank you all. Experience is hard for a teacher because the test comes first and the lesson is learned later. And the brave people of FSAI ensure that we are kept safe from the risk that any severe fire situation provokes. So let's give them a tribute and mark this safety milestone ensured by FSAI by the FSAI anthem. We request everybody to kindly rise for the anthem.
आओ साथ हो जाए एक कदम और बढ़ाए दुनिया को जगाए इन आग की लपटों से एक जिंदगी और बचाए हमारे हाथों में है जीवन का दौर आओ ले चले सबको सुरक्षा की ओर एक लक्ष्य लेकर चले हम आग ना बन जाए मातम हर जान कीमती हर सांस अनमोल एक लक्ष्य लेकर चले हम आग ना बन जाए मातम हर जान कीमती हर सांस अनमोल We are FSAI, we are FSAI, we are FSAI, oh. We are FSAI, we are FSAI, we are FSAI, oh. It's a walk on fire, but we don't sigh. Fighting fire, battling flames, saving lives is our aim. For we can't ignore the hue and cry. We are on a mission, noble and high. We are FSAI, 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 oh. We are defenders of people's safety and life security. FSAI of all humanity.
Thank you all.
Moving on with the program. The very essence of leadership is that you must have a vision. It's got to be a vision you articulate clearly and forcefully on every occasion.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us Mr. S. Padmanabhan, affectionately known as SPN Sir with L&T family, JGM and Head MEP Services, Value Engineering and BIM for Construction EDRC, L&T Construction, BNFIC, and President for FSAI. Chennai chapter for 2026 to 28. SPN Sir is visionary who planted the seed for Pancha Bootha on this very campus 13 years ago. Under his guidance, the transformative event has grown stronger with each passing year, leaving an indelible legacy.
Mr. Padmanathan is a trailblazer with 35 plus experience, a leader in the fire safety and quality systems. He has driven iconic projects like the Statue of Unity, Motera Stadium, and major airports, shaping India's engineering excellence. With that, I request SPN Sir to deliver the welcome address and set the context for today's event. Can we have a huge round of applause for SPN Sir?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all for Pancha Bootha 13.0, Safe 2024. We are thrilled to have you all here with us today. First and foremost, we welcome our chief guest, Mr. Santosh Varik, Director of Maharashtra Fire Service Department, Srimati G. Bhavani, Senior Director and Head, Chennai Branch of Bureau of Indian Standards, and our beloved IC Head, Mr. Staladipti Saha, Senior VP and IC Head, B&FIC. And also, I am welcoming Mr. Srinivas Valluri, who is the our FSA President, and Mr. Balakrishnan, our VP and Head of MEP Services, B&FIC. We also extend a special welcome to our presenting partner, Johnson Control, and event partners, Pyramid Technology, D-Link, Penta Security System, and Viking. Most importantly, our supporting associations, Indian Plumbing Association, IPA Chennai Chapter, Indian Society of Heating, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Engineers, ISHRE Chennai Chapter, American Society of Heating, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRE Chennai Chapter, Electrical Consultants Association, ECA Tamil Nadu, and Indian Institute of Architects, IIA Chennai Chapter. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all our audience, distinguished guests, speakers, and delegates for joining us. Your presence is what will make this conference really a truly special. Here, one more thing I want to emphasize. Our Tamil Nadu Fire Service Department DGP and Director, Mr. Abbas Kumar, he consent to join in our inaugural session, but due to the emergency meeting with the CM today, due to our, everybody last 2-3 days, due to a heavy rain in our inner part of the Tamil Nadu, some urgent meeting is going on, so he agreed us to grace the occasion in between the session around 11:30. So that time definitely will come and bless us and give his valuable speech. God has not promised skies always blue, flowers strewn pathways all our life through. God has not promised sun without rain, joy without sorrow, peace without pain. It's a famous quote from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. This year's conference theme is Safe 2024, and it is particularly significant as it addresses standards, awareness, futuristic, and eco-conscious. Standards. There are our foundation. Setting and adhering to standards is crucial. Standards ensure quality, safety, and consistency. This is the example of Ms. Bhavani, Madam, who is sitting here. And next is awareness. Awareness campaign like these can trigger the public, influence policy, and inspire action. So all these associations, including FSAA, they are taking this part. Then futuristic. Future involves innovation and planning. It includes advancements in AI, renewable energy, decarbonization, and more and more. So all our designers are sitting as a witness. And finally, the eco-consciousness. Being eco-conscious means making decisions that are environmentally friendly. This includes reducing waste, conserving energy, and implementing sustainable practices, protecting our planet, and ensuring a healthy environment for our future generation. India needs infrastructure for our Indian government's Niti Aayog vision of making 30% of EV sales penetration by 2030. The targets by specific vehicle type are 30% in private cars, 70% in commercial vehicles, 40% in buses, 80% is in two-wheelers, and 80% for three-wheeler. Further, the government aims for 100% local production of EVs as part of the Make of India initiative by our PM and net zero emissions by 2070. India is aligning to this vision statement, and we, L&T, we are also sailing in the same route. We have here today experts from each field to give insights on various topics, including utilizing artificial intelligence in our design as well the construction point of view. Then cyber security, it is a big threat for everybody, and fire safety in emerging EV infrastructure. For that, I especially requested our Varik sir to give, because he is an instrument for making a lot of policy in Maharashtra state. And net zero carbon, already our expert Mr. Balkrishnan is here, he will give some insights on that. And fire alarm and signaling code updates, and safety puncture by one of our Dr. Raja, and sustainability challenges, we are having a separate session, and haptics and VR based training simulators. We also have an interesting panel discussion on the topic, from automation to innovation, how AI is shaping the future of engineering, involving field experts to debate on the subject. Don't miss this important session. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of our organizing committee, sponsors, and volunteers. Without their proper dedication and support, this event would not have been possible now. We encourage you to take full advantage of the opportunities to engage with our speakers, participate in discussions, and network with your peers. Your active participation is key to the success of this conference. Please make sure to familiarize yourself with the conference schedule. If you have any questions or need assistance, our volunteers are here to help anytime. I will conclude my welcome speech with my favorite quote from our missile man and people's president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Once again, we'll be remembered only if we give to our younger generation a prosperous and safe India, resulting out of economic prosperity coupled with a civilizational heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Mr. Balan from FSAI to join us on the stage and honor SP Sal with the shawl. Mr. Balan. Thank you so much, sir. Here with us, we have another distinguished leader in the industry, Mr. K. Surya Prakash, Vice President and Head of EDRC L&T Construction BNFIC. With an M.Tech in Structures from REC Warangal and a Civil Engineering degree from Andhra University. As an expert, he brings 31 years of excellence in designing and constructing airports, office buildings, IT parks, and factories. Renowned for expertise in structural design, multidisciplinary coordination, and advanced systems like prefabrication, precast structures, and complex roofing. His portfolio includes iconic projects such as convention centers, stadiums, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail, and major airports like Dial, Bile, Hyle, and Enmile. With a specialization in ATC tower design for glazing and innovative materials, he is a leader in crafting sustainable and high-performance infrastructures.
I request KSP sir to deliver the inaugural address.
Over to you, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Very good morning, all of you. Pleasure to be here, and Padmanabhan has given a nice context. At the outset, I think this 13th year in our campus, and as you all remember, our fire enthusiasts, this was started by our beloved Saladjit Saha and Balakrishnan in that 2013 year, 12th year. So we are celebrating 13th year here, and every year we meet to, pave the way for the future provisions required, and how we make it our better system for the designs as well as our foreseeing standards. So glad to have Santosh Varik sir, and also Bhavani ma'am, and Srinivas all. So as we all know, this is the big forum for us to do a lot of networking and also improve our knowledge on the fire safety systems. In 2013, when it was coming, it was about Jal, Vayu, Agni. Slowly, when we all discussed, I think there was a thought that it's not including the architecture and structure team, because that is nothing but our balance too. so which is now then made Pancha Bootha, so which is encompassing all the disciplines of building to ensure that complete design and construction will be part of the system, and we are carrying out this complete involvement in all our projects as well. Glad to see so many people, and I'm sure this forum will pave the way for some critical decisions, like we are speaking about data centers with Varik sir. So which is a picking area, and sustainability is another major feature. How we evolve and take this our forum into embracing those new technologies and evolutions. It matters to us so that everybody follows the system to ensure that new promulgations, new ordinances, new codes will be developed. We can follow within India, we can follow a set standards for us to completely take care of the uniformity. So welcome you all. Look forward for a lot of decisions in this. All the best to you.
Sir, one second.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Mr. Khalidas from FSAI to join us on the stage and honor KSP sir with shawl and memento. In the industry, safety isn't just a protocol. It's a blueprint for every successful project. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us Mr. Srinivas Valluri, founder, director, Synergy Infra Consultants Governing Council member, and the national president of FSAI. Mr. Srinivas Valluri, an MTech in Electrical Engineering, is a distinguished chartered engineer, certified energy auditor, and IGBC accredited professional, a fellow of the Institution of Engineers, and master trainer of India's energy conservation building code. He has expertise spanning healthcare, defense, and commercial infrastructures. As a founder of Synergy Infra Consultants, he has led impactful projects including those for India's space programs, PSLV, GSLV, INSAT-2. Actively engaged on IEEE, ASHRAE, and FSAI, he is a thought leader and speaker in global forums, shaping the future of sustainable and innovative infrastructure development.
Over to you, sir, for the welcome.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, as well as my esteemed colleagues from FSAI and other dignitaries. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today because, on this forum, I think this is the third or fourth time I've been coming and addressing. At the same time, this is the first time as a national president of Fire and Security Association of India. I'm here. I'm sure many of you are aware of FSAI, but I just would like to give an introduction about FSAI. Can I have the video, please? Instead of going through that, I'll just run a video of the 20 years journey of FSAI. And it's almost now 23 years. And we have a very long way to go. We have almost around 26 chapters across the country with more than around 8,000 members. And we are growing further. We are going to have shortly our international chapter at Dubai, maybe next year. Next year in the sense next month as such, in the month of January itself. And we are also going to have another 3-4 chapters across the country, maybe in another couple of months. And as a part of the journey, in fact, I'm very happy to say that FSI is born here. It is born at Chennai, and from here it started, the journey has started. I think you all should give a big hand to that. And the stalwarts like Mr. Balchandra, he is sitting here, he is one of the founding members of FSAI. I don't know what they thought at that time, but today it has grown to such a huge body across the country. And I'm sure we'll also look at, a lot of international presence in the future. Do you have the video or no? You have that? Yeah, okay.
Years ago, when our nation started to feel the need of fire and security products. Like any other industry, here also, manufacturers came in and started offering their products and services in fire and security domain. After some time, it was felt that fire and security domain is not just like any other field where only commercials are involved. It had an element of service which could be extended to large part of the society so that they could understand the value of human life and could feel the importance of security in day-to-day living. It was also felt that the consciousness and awareness of masses about fire and security would help in protecting their loved ones and properties and would also make our country a more safe and secure place to live. With this intention of educating our countrymen, in August 2002, few of the industry people came together to form FSAI, which was initially called Fire and Safety Association of India. Later, as the security products established their prominence in the market, the association was renamed as Fire and Security Association of India. FSAI is a non-profit organization which would represent the fire protection, life safety, security, building automation, loss prevention, and risk management domains. And since 2002, FSAI has been collectively working to foster a spirit of safe living among all citizens of India and inculcate a proactive mindset towards safety and security at all times. The first chapter of FSAI was formed with 20 members in Chennai in the year 2002. And since then, the growth of our chapters has been phenomenal. In last 20 years, FSAI has added 24 chapters across various states of India along with 20 student chapters. These 24 chapters have been participating aggressively in promoting the message of advanced usage of fire and security systems throughout the country and have also been closely working to develop the fire safety and security engineering education and awareness. FSAI student chapters consists of engineering undergraduates, graduates and professional students. The mission of these chapters is to acquire, disseminate and apply knowledge of building automation, fire safety and electronic security. Student chapters also inspired and built passion among the students to make career in the domain. FSAI's student chapters educates the students about the importance of fire and security, and it also helps them to explore career opportunities in the industry along with enhancing their life safety skills. As an extension to this activity, we have built 2 FSAI students skill development centers initially at Pune and recently at Goa. In this journey of growth, the leaders of FSAI played a pivotal role in defining the objectives of FSAI and driving them to achieve the sense of safety and security among our fellow countrymen. They were well supported by a team of volunteers across all chapters and at national level to carry forward and fulfill the dream of creating a Surakshit Bharat. These leaders worked closely with the government and all other stakeholders to enable the Indian fire and security industry to reach global prominence with better regulatory framework. FSAI has a strength of more than 5,000 members across the industry, which includes global and Indian corporates and professionals consisting of leading architects, consultants, and users and system integrators. In these 20 years, FSAI has conducted more than 100 industry-specific shows in the form of debates, discussions, exhibitions, and network meets. FSAI is also conducting training programs with FM Global and NFPA to give certified credits to the members of association. A lot of programs and workshops which helps our corporate members in their business like GST, ease of doing business, and other relevant business topics have also been conducted by FSAI for its members. In 2016, FSAI conducted a car yatra throughout the country to create mass awareness for fire and security. FSAI has also conducted major events like Fsai, India Fire and Security Yatra, FSIE, Fire and Security India Exposition, FIST Awards, Finest India Skill and Talent Awards, FSAI Life Marathon, and PAC, Project Heads, Architects and Consultants Conclave.
Thank you very much. I would like to say only a couple of things. The person who has taken the car yatra is here. He is also from Chennai, and we are going to have FSI Life Marathon shortly again from at Chennai. I think the dates are going to be fixed, and we are also going to have project heads, architects and consultants conclave at Chennai during the month of February. So Chennai is a very important place for us, not only the birthplace of FSAI, and we are also going to have a president-elect from L&T, Mr. Padmanabhan. He is looking at the importance of working along with this kind of conglomerates. We would like to join hands with everyone, and so it's not very expensive to become part of FSAI. It's very, very cheap. I would say not more than 4 cups of Starbucks coffee per annum. That's it. So please join FSAI, and all these things will be available for every one of you. And I would like to say the only motto of FSAI is Surakshit Bharat, by way of knowledge dissemination and training programs and mass awareness programs, school programs. This is what we take it up. And we are also tied up with NFPA for training the trainers. There will be trainers trained in India now, and then where probably the training course of NFPA could brought down drastically, and so that we can give a lot of knowledge to most of the people in the country. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity. Good day.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Mr. Lakshmi Narasimhan, Head HR, HPA SBG, BNFIC, L&T Construction, to join us on the stage and honor Mr. Srinivas with the shawl and memento. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Next, I would like to introduce our next chief guest, Mr. Santosh S. Warik, Director, Maharashtra Fire Service and Chief Fire Officer and Fire Advisor of MIDC Fire Service. Mr. Santosh S. Warik, Chief Fire Officer and Fire Advisor of MIDC Fire Service and Director of Maharashtra Fire Service, brings 3 decades of excellence in fire prevention and protection. A science graduate and a gold medalist from the National Fire Service College, Nagpur. He also holds an MBA in finance and a law degree. Renowned for his expertise in firefighting and implementing life safety measures per the National Building Code of India. He has led projects across industrial sectors, special townships, SEZs, and IT parks. As a key contributor to BIS committees on fire safety, he is a recipient of the prestigious President's Fire Service Medal.
I request Mr. Santosh S. Varik to address our audience and share his thoughts and expectations from today's event. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Chennai. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and friends. Fire is actually a neglected subject across India. If you go through the 13th finance report, the gap of fire services in terms of number of fire stations, number of fire appliances, and trained manpower is more than 85% across the nation. So on that background, we have to have the buildings internally safe. Whatever we build, it should be tenable and sustainable. So that should be the motto. And Bureau of Indian Standards through the National Building Code is trying to achieve that goal. Specifically part 4 of National Building Code, which talks about fire and life safety, has got given number of guidelines, that is fire prevention measure, life safety measure, and fire protection measure for different types of occupancies that we utilize in our day-to-day life. Maybe residential, malls, schools, educational buildings, the industries, and storage buildings. So all these kind of occupancies are provided in National Building Code, and minimum fire protection is specified. I like to inform you that the National Building Code 2025 is upcoming document, and at the right time I would request L&T, when they are doing jobs across the globe for different activities, they have more inputs, and specifically for the part 3 and part 4 of National Building Code, that is building development control rules of the build and the fire and life safety, they can contribute very much because there are some specialized areas. When we talk about the specialized area, the major is the trainways, metros, then your high-speed trains, that is bullet trains are coming up in India, the stadiums are coming up in India, the data centers are coming up in India. So we don't have right now good standards available for these activities, and we have to gear up ourselves to have the good standards available for the implementation pan-India. So somebody is doing differently in Maharashtra, somebody is doing differently in Tamil Nadu. That should not be case. Pan-India, we should have one set of rules applicable for any activity. So that is the intent of Bureau of Indian Standard. And all these standards will get implemented through the development control rules of that particular city or state, or the Fire Act of the state. Every state has got a Fire Act, and which gives the cross-reference of Part 4 of National Building Code. All the standards given in National Building Code Part 4 are becoming mandatory for the implementation from the life safety, fire safety, and the fire prevention point of view. So my appeal to you is, you should, Bureau of Indian Standard has got different standards available. They are now available on their website. You should go through it. You should aware about this. Awareness is a major issue or problem faced by the fire services, because maybe the residential or business occupancy or whatever it may be, the awareness plays a major role, and wherein FSI is doing fantastic job by creating awareness in schools, colleges, and societies also. But still lot needs to be done on this front, and we have to really go to the grassroots level to aware about the fire safety, gas safety, and electrical safety. As far as electrical safeties are concerned, 80 to 85% fires are due to the electrical short circuit, overloading, and Me Too products or inferior products what we utilize in our electrical installation. And we have to really cut down that. Now, the code has recommendations that the electrical audit and fire safety audit should be carried out periodically, at least after 2 to 3 years. The best example would be when we take a 2-bedroom flat, the builder or developer gives minimum requirement for the electrical load, and considering only the provisions for the ACs in the 2-bedroom and minimum requirement for the kitchen appliances and all that. But once it is occupied, we put ACs in the hall, number of gadgets comes in the kitchen areas, and the entire load of every unit goes haywire. If you calculate the load of 15-story building, it goes after 3 to 4 years drastically change. So that is a cause of electrical fires and which lead to fire and lead to the losses of property and life. So we have to be aware about this situation, and periodically inspection of the all appliances, electrical things, the products should be done. Similarly, the provision of fire audit is also made in Part 4 of National Building Code, and the implementation is expected through the regular intervals after 2 to 3 years, and the provision should be made in the respective state fire act. The government of India through the Ministry of Home Affairs has given the model fire bill to the all state, and state has to implement it, and through that they can operate this kind of a provision. So major issues, challenges are today in front of the fire services is the trained manpower and the awareness of the people, how you should maintain your building, whatever the systems are there provided inside the building for the fire protection, that should be maintained properly. Then only they will come in operation in real emergency, and you can utilize them for dosing the fire or for saving the life. So that is needed, and IoT is a very good tool available nowadays. You have to extend your building management systems sensors to all the fire systems, so that you can monitor the health of the fire system 24/7 on your mobile also, WhatsApp also, and alerts can be generated at different level. So future generation means futuristic systems should be all IoT based, and we should get inputs from all these systems placed inside the building, so that we can monitor the health of that system 24/7. The new challenges are coming up. I would say the hydrogen fuel or renewable energy data storage, means power storage areas are upcoming in India, and we have to be geared up to deal with this. They will come in automobile also, storage system also, energy solutions also. So we have to gear up what are the international standards available, and how best we can incorporate all this in our standards to make our standards up to the international standard for saving life and property. So today's agenda is very interesting, all important topics related to fire, life safety and other discipline which goes inside the building to make the building more efficient and more tenable are going to be discussed in today's topics, and I wish you all the best. All inputs you can gather, and really you can implement it at your workplace or whatever projects you will deal in future. But while doing that, you have to make sure that when you are doing any work inside the building, you have to ensure that everybody's life is precious, and when you are doing something, some installation, maybe electrical, HVAC, fire or whatever it may be, it is directly related to the life safety and the property safety of that particular occupant. So it is a nation's duty what we are doing. If you mind that, then definitely you will perform better, and we can be able to save the life and property. Thank you very much for the giving opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I request the L&T team to present Mr. Santosh S. Varik with the bouquet. And I request Mr. Bala Chande, founder of FSCI, to join us on the stage and honor Mr. Santosh S. Varik with the shawl and memento. Thank you so much, sir. Leadership is not just about authority, it's about inspiring others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more. And with that context, we have with us here today Mr. Staladipti Saha, Senior Vice President and IC Head, Buildings and Factory IC L&T Construction. Mr. Saha is a visionary leader with over 3 decades of expertise. A Jadavpur University graduate and an INSEED alumnus, he has spearheaded landmark projects including Delhi International Airport, the 182-meter Statue of Unity, the world's largest cricket stadium in Gujarat, and Yash Bhumi Convention Center. A pioneer of building information modeling in L&T, he drives grassroots level digital information. Renowned for his expertise in concrete engineering, he has presented at global forums and serves on FIB Europe and BIS committees, shaping future-ready construction standards and innovation.
I request SDA sir to deliver the presidential address.
Over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's an honor to welcome you all to SAFE 2024. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my colleagues, friends, and ladies and gentlemen. I think this event has been happening over the last 12 years, and every time I promise, for some reason or the other, last moment something will happen and I will have to skip it. I think even today there was suddenly some emergency where I said, no, today I have to make it, though it may be the 13th one. Unlucky. So unlucky may be very lucky for some people, right? I think our country, we have average of 1.6 million fire incidents, claiming about 27,000 lives annually. That's not a small number. In any other country, I don't know what would have happened, but unfortunately, we are where we are. I think if you look at ourselves and the way we behave in terms of safety, I think right from childhood, our capacity to take risk is too much. So we are kind of not sensitive to kind of risk that may happen. And that probably is one of the reasons that we find that, this overcapacity to take risk, which some people may say it's a good thing, but especially when it comes to safety, it becomes a very, very tragic event. And so I think this forum on awareness is so apt, and I'm so happy to hear about this being, because this has to start at the grassroots. It has to start at the very beginning when we are as kids. So unless you make them change their behaviors, it's not going to have a safe environment. So only when they understand that. I remember 1993, I bought a aluminum ladder, Batla. I think it's a Chennai company, and I still even remember 1993, my salary may not be more than 5,000 rupees, but I bought the ladder for 4,000 rupees. Because my parents were with me, and as usual, they will climb this loft and the other. I said, have a ladder. And my neighbors for the next 10-15 years is to borrow that ladder, which is a good thing, fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is our perception about risk is very, very low. And this is something we need to change, and it cannot change it will not change just like that. It will change through education programs at the grassroots level, when people at the school, when kids will come and say, no, this is not the right thing. Just like today, during Diwali, if you go and burst sometimes crackers, even a small kid will come and say, it's not right. And that's the kind of empowerment I think we'll have to do if we have to get ourselves into a safe kind of environment. I think a lot is being done, but I think this is something which FSI needs to kind of inculcate at the grassroots level, so to improve that understanding of safe behavior and risk. We are speaking before the event, yeah, we have codes. Codes are meant for everyone, the mass market, whoever wants to do. But there will be standout buildings, there will be standout structures. So I feel as we are growing, as we are, kind of Vikasit Bharat, Surakshit Bharat, and all that, I think there is a need for also special, kind of fire engineered solutions, which should also be allowed. Not for everybody, but at least in case there is some solutions, the world over it is accepted. So while you can typically be pedantic and follow the code, the rules, and be empirical about it, I think there may be a lot of cases where you will require, if I remember, even during the Delhi International Airport where I was involved, of course NBC did not have anything on airports. Even today, I don't think it addresses fully, but we followed, an FPA, and the fire officer at that time from Delhi Fire Service, he was kind enough to, understand that no, we cannot give more than, 76 at 50 or 15 or 45 meters. You cannot plonk a staircase in the piers. So he was forthright in understanding and explaining, and when we explained, he said, yes, you are right, we will allow. So in line with that, I was talking to ma'am also, I think stadiums and all, there are different structures we will call for very, very special applications. So it's not that a code can be written for everything. So I think there is a need, we will have to allow for fire engineered solutions on specific cases. Of course, because in India, apart from NBC, the local fire officer has a lot of jurisdiction, the way our fire NOCs are provided. So I think they will have the say on where you should apply fire engineered solution, or where we typically provide the typical follow the code kind of approach. If you have seen the L&T anthem, we are, our L&T anthem starts with like Pancha Bootha, if you have seen the water and the earth and everything. So we do recognize, that we are close to the earth. We are nation builders. At the same time, I feel today, security, especially in this age of digitization, when everything is getting connected, I think the risk of cyber security is immense. You would have come across this recently outage in the airlines tickets because of this Microsoft One patch going haywire, and you could see the entire airlines for that day was paralyzed. So this threat of cyber security, as we go more and more connected, we can't say we will not get connected. As we grow forward, I think things are going to get even more connected. So how do we keep yourself safe from cyber security? As we see it, I think it is going to be a big industry by itself in the days to come, a big industry by itself. I think at the same time, I think there is need for risk mitigation. So I'm sure, I saw today that some papers are going to be discussed on that, so very happy to note about that. Finally, this event actually was started with a view to get all the building engineers together to work as a system. Now, as we have gathered all engineers here, maybe some architects are there, I think we'll also have to respond to the market. When I see the ecosystem of, it is not enough to design something, it is also required to execute it, right? And today I'm sure the people from the industry, I think there is a huge, huge shortage of skilling and the right manpower to do those things. So I think even from the engineering point of view, or even from the industry point of view, we should also look at how to make it simpler, how to make it modular, how more and more things can be done off-site, how can it come to site with the minimal of installation at site. So the industry, while should work on those areas, like today we have Victolic fittings and all that, we tend to tell clients also that please go for it, because we don't want to weld so much where there are massive this thing. Similarly, in all systems, I think industry should look at where you can simplify your system so that they can be installed more easily. Because in the days to come, I think it is going to get even more difficult to get to so many people. You know, it's irony, but India is 1.4 billion people, but it's ironic that we do have shortage of skilled manpower. AI, I think, is going to be all pervasive. I think today designs and everything is getting even more kind of integrated. At L&T, we are trying to do some pilots where we will go almost like BIM 500 from day one, so that you know, you don't need drawing. So there will be an era where you can execute. The site engineer need not have to see any drawing, he can execute from the model. So when you do 500 BIM, then it is possible, because up to at least 10 mm or 15 mm you can model and say, okay, done. There's nothing beyond it. There's no shop drawing, there's nothing else. Just take the model. I think we'll see that era coming in, combined with all these you know, new features, new technologies. Some will be disruptive, but I'm sure what is required is the overall integration of it and the implementation part. I think my speakers earlier talked about implementation. I think that is one of the key areas where we need to focus, so that what we do or say is finally implemented in practice, because that's where you can eat the cake, right? That's where the truth is. So like I keep telling even my own engineering fraternity within the office, why do you have electrical meter at the entrance to a house? That's the most fire prone area, and you can't even exit your flat if there is a fire in the panel, because that is at the door, right? That is right at the door, and if catches fire, you will not be able to exit. Something to think about and see how to take things forward. I wish the event a grand success like every year, and look forward to many more events in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts of wisdom. I request L&T team for presenting the bouquet. I request Mr. Shivram Krishnan, FSAI Chennai Chapter President, to join us on the stage and honor Mr. SDSO with a shawl and memento. Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to hear from our guest of honor, Srimati G. Bhavani, Scientist F or Senior Director and Head, Chennai Branch Office, Bureau of Indian Standards, Southern Regional Office, Chennai. Since joining BIS in 1999, she has made significant contributions to conformity assessments and hallmarking, with expertise in certification across diverse products ranging from pumps, motors, and civil engineering materials like cement and steel to LPG cylinders and eco-friendly products. She has also audited lab quality management system and assaying centers. Currently heading BIS's Chennai branch, she oversees engineering and non-engineering products while spearheading training programs for government officials and quality control personnel on standardization and testing. A champion of enforcement, they actively combat misuse of standard marks, ensuring adherence to quality and safety standards across industries.
I request Bhavani ma'am to address our audience. Let's have a huge round of applause for Bhavani ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prateek and Monisha. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, a very good morning to all of you. Very good morning to all of you. Yes, I want this kind of, because I have told him that I will take a little longer. Because we have lots to tell, lots of work for you also. Well, first, a big round of applause for the title, Pancha Bootha. If you ask the 2K kids, Pancha Bootha, 5 Bhutams. How many 2K kids here? No 2K kids? 90s kids? How many of you know what are the Pancha Boothas? Pancha Boothas, they will say 5 Bhutams. But, I mean, this term is not in our, it is not in our way of talking at all nowadays, right? How many of you will agree to it? How many of you were just intrigued by the term Pancha Bootha? Pancha Bootha, right? This term is something, it is something very, very important. What are the Pancha Boothas? Nilam, Neer, Nerippu, Kaatru, Agayam. Wonderful. A big round of applause for yourselves. So, this particular topic itself needs a lot of thoughts. I'm very happy that they've chosen this, and you have actually brought into a meaning of a word that has been forgotten. And of course, SAFE 2024, and that too an explanation for SAFE, brilliant. And where do I fit in? Yes, you must be telling standards, I'm from Bureau of Indian Standards, yes. But I have come here to tell about the recent initiatives. We have undergone a renaissance. How many civil engineers here? 1, 2, 3, 4. You must have purchased the Indian standards, right? You must have purchased your Indian standards when you were a student. I am very proud to tell that only civil engineers will use the Indian standard right from college. I am also a civil engineer. So I think we'll have to pat our backs. We are the only people, be proud to tell, we are the only people who will be using Indian standards right from college. Others, once you join L&T, and people like Padmanabhan sir, he is now sitting on Indian standards. I will tell you why later. So others, we have access to the Indian standards right from our second year. At that time, you would have come to the Bureau of Indian Standards, told that, given a bona fide that I am a student, and you would have got some 60% concession. Sir, right? Am I right? You must have bought the standards with 60% concession. Now, I would like to tell you all Indian standards, within quotes, Indian standards are free of cost. How many of you are aware of this? Okay, 20%. And you must be aware because you came for our Manak Manthan, right? All Indian standards are free of cost. And where would you download them? Not in the Google. Not, please do not download Indian standards on the Google. It is, you will have to use a BIS CARE app or the BIS website, right? Never ever download. Yes, you can download an Indian standard, you get the pirated version of it. lawresource.org, that is a pirated version. Please do not download, you will not get the updated version, right? Now, coming to the, what are the recent changes that have happened in Bureau of Indian Standards? I'd like to tell you that now everybody can be a part of these standards. Everybody can become a part of standardization. You can be a part of nation building. That is something you, how many of you are aware that you can offer comments on any standard? Thank you, sir. Thanks. One person has risen. Thank you, Naveen. You can be a part of any technical committee. You can comment on any standard. To that extent that L&T has been commenting on our NBC so much that Padmanabhan sir has given more than 200 comments, and Arun is now scared to come to Chennai because of that. You know who is Arun? You know, sir? Arun, he is now so much of comments to that extent. Now, where do you do this? How to do this? Do you have to write a mail, or do you have to go to BIS headquarters? No, you can just do it sitting in the comforts of your office. Yes, I will be showing a presentation, and don't worry, I will not read out any of the slides. I'm going to talk like this. I'm going to have an interactive session with you all, and we have launched various ways to bring about awareness. Yes, our chief guest was telling that he is part of our technical committee, and he has been really been contributing a lot. Yes, we also have provision, if required, we can make all these standards, the codes of practices which have been formulated, certifiable. Say you have a standard. Say for example, we did a Manak Manthan recently on fire safety in commercial kitchens, where we got introduced to the FSAI. Many people had come, and there was a discussion on the each and every clause of the Indian standard, and we got a lot of comments. This Manak Manthan is a new initiative of Bureau of Indian Standards, wherein we showcase all these standards which are recently formulated or recently revised, and we discuss the clauses threadbare. And who are present in that Manak Manthan? All these stakeholders. We call the manufacturers, we call the laboratory people, we call the consumers. All these people sit together and discuss. Okay, you must be thinking that, okay, standard has been published. Now, can I tell anything? Can I, we say no, can I pinpoint any issue in that? Yes, you can do it. You can find fault. BIS goes for audits, our officers goes for audits, and we are being blamed in our houses that you are now finding fault in everything. You are, whatever you are doing in your office has come now to how Kutram Kandupuditte Per Vangum Pulavargal. You know that? You are aware of that? So like that attitude has set in so much inside that we are now blamed at houses. My husband, Yada Patalum Kutram Solra Nokanda Onak Varadu. Abdindra Madri. So on the nokam, you can also have, you can comment, you can find fault with any of the Indian standards at any point of time. Why? Not for the sake of doing it, but to make it more effective, but to make it more friendly, but to make it more usable, to make it suitable for the field conditions, right? How do you do it? It's all very simple. You can do it either in your BIS Care app or in the BIS website. I will tell you how to do it. And now coming to the next thing is, like, we have started lot of outreach activities. Yes, it was a very good suggestion that the students have to be told about what BIS should be, what is quality consciousness, what should be the expectations of a consumer for a service or a product. Yes, in this direction we have started an initiative called Creation of Standards Clubs. Creation of Standards Clubs in educational institutions, and I would be very happy to say that we have around 525 institutions in my branch alone. In the Chennai branch office alone, 525 institutions which are schools and colleges. So you just can go to any of these standards clubs and ask them what are the standard marks, what BIS gives, Pat, you will get a reply. And then you can ask them about what is an Indian standard, how do you write it, what are the aspects of standards, what are the points, how a flow of standards should be, a student will be able to answer, because we are giving them lot of activities. We have a standards writing competition. So these all go into making the students, our future, aware of what they have to expect in a product or a service. And Manak Manthan I have told, and then we have something called Manak Samvad. I was very happy to see when Mr. Balachandar sir came forward and he showed me a photograph and he asked, is this you? I said, yes, it's very much me. Then that is where his son, right? Your second son had received a certification from us where the manufacturers, now earlier when we grant a license to a manufacturer, we used to just say, okay, your license has been granted, that's all. And when it was an all India first product, a product for which a manufacturer in the whole of India has come forward for the first time to take a certification, it is something big. Yes, we make a big celebration or announcement to the press telling that this product is under certification, so that people start ordering for a standard marked product. Say for example, considering this particular program, we have granted the All India first license for smoke detectors, which is backed by an Indian, manufacturer at Chennai. And we were the first to grant the All India first license for protective clothing for firefighters. Protective clothing for firefighters. A firefighter is a person who saves the life of people and property, and this protective clothing saves his life. So you can imagine how important this product is, and we have been able to grant the first license for it. And of course the protective gloves for firefighting. And now we have received an application for bullet resistant jackets. So that is something recent one. And now coming to the point which was a concern raised by our chief guest, that there are some areas where we need standards. Yes, as of now we have crossed 22,000 Indian standards, and we take up certain standards as and when there is a need. But there is a provision for you to actually give new subjects for standardization. Each and every one of you, you feel that there is no standard in a particular area, where for this there is a standard, below that there's a standard, in between there's something which is lacking. You can immediately give it. How to give it? Oh my God, oh, it's a big procedure. No. Everything is at the touch of your mobile phone. So now with these, I would like to just, Prem, can you just open the BIS website? And I request all of you to kindly open your mobile phones, not to see your WhatsApp or Insta, but to download an app. Yes, I'd like to, I hope you're able to see the website. You have this BIS logo on the left, right? Just below that you have a blue band. In that you just go to the sixth topic. First is home, standard of the month, standard of the week, and then the sixth tile is know your standard, right? I request you to just open that. It will lead you to a new window. Click on that, and now this is the place where you can download or search for any Indian standard. Who is the youngest here? Who is the youngest person here? Sir, I thought you will raise your hand and say myself. I'm not going to check your birth certificate. You should say, it's me. Right, great. Can you just tell some product which you would like to see? You think randomly. You don't have to be talking. Since it's Pancha Bootha, you need not talk only about this Pancha Bootha. Think about idli, dosha, something you think. Pressure cooker, who said that? I understand, sir. I understand. Okay, shall I put idli? Shall I put idli? So kindly select the keyword search. Yes, IDLI. You'll have to choose the keyword. Your the three searches are there. Now type idli. Is there a standard? Yes, there is a standard. We have a latest standard, ready idli mix. Right? So just to give a not to, you might feel hungry now. Now just go to the, I just want to say, the other person, tell me some topic. Okay, just put printing. You can just see all the standards that are listed come there. Before selecting anything, you can just see how many standards are coming. Okay, a pressure cooker, somebody, we will have to, our manasa koncham, we will satisfy his request. Just put cooker. Okay, you can put pressure cooker or cooker, anything. Domestic, you have commercial pressure cooker also, which is a recent addition. We have hotel industry spiraling in growth, and so we have the domestic pressure cooker. You can just go to the domestic pressure cooker, 2017 version, IS 2347. Yeah, come down. You can see on the right side a small text, right? This is very recently added. It's a summary of that Indian standard. What is written? This is something which was added last week. I'm telling you what was added last week. So this for all the product standards and some code of practice, we have brought out a summary for each of the Indian standard, which is just one page. You just want to see that really as a consumer, you would like to see what is there. Instead of reading the entire 60, 70 pages, you can go to this place. And now, just can you scroll down little more? This particular standard, 2347, 2017 is there. And just go below other details. See, this is a one-stop solution for all your queries with regard to standards. This is a one-stop solution. See, first one is Indian standard download. You can download it right away. Only thing is you have to create a login. We need to know who is downloading the standard. We need to have a count. So you need to have a login you just have to create a login, which is nothing but a Gmail ID. You have to Gmail or any email ID. You have to create that, and then you can download the standard. And amendments are as important. Until L&T people keep on giving comments, we have to keep on giving amendments to the Indian standard. And so that is something with regard to that. And below that you have something called licensee. Why am I telling about the licensee? These are the people who have taken the BIS certification. These people have got the Indian their products certified for the Indian standard IS 2347. So you just click on that, their names with all details will come below. Just go down, click on that license, and just you can see that. And you can now search for Chennai. Just put that Chennai in the search. You can get all the details of the licensees. Now just go up again, sir. And now you would like to see the laboratories which test. You might be testing in some laboratory, but BIS has recognized only 11 laboratories for testing this product. And of course, the composition. There is something called click to view. You would like to see, in many of the standards, you will feel the chief guest name. You will find the name of Mr. Saha and many of your names, and of course, Mr. Padmanabhan. So you can see, if you would like your name to be in that, what do? You have to register yourself. That also provision is there. You want to comment on this, just go up. Just go up, please. There is, on the right side, there's a comment. Now, you will have the option to comment only when you have logged in. Only when we know that who you are, then only we allow you to comment. Right? So that is a small thing, just 2-3 steps of it. So now this is something which I want all of you to be a part of. Right? And once you want to become a technical committee member, once you log in, there's a provision to become a technical committee member. Now you can go back to the original website, BIS website, and then you can just go to this, the second one, standards. I'm talking about the blue band after About Us. In that you can see, just come down, propose a new subject is there. Proposal for new standards. Right? So that also you can just log in and give a proposal for new subjects, and you have in the blue band. In the blue band, the second one, standard of the month, standard of the week. You can just see what are the standards. You can just have a glance of it every time. Now, these are the things. There are so many things you can go below. Just keep on scrolling below. Each of these things you can see. There are a lot of new things which we have started. We have taken up in a big way with the schools. We have launched the learning science via standards for them. And then we have entered into MOUs with the educational institutions, that's particularly the engineering colleges, and we give them R&D projects they can participate in the R&D projects. Come down. The new BIS Care app, you just keep going down. Lot of things, Know Your Standards is also there. Come down. These, you have our local BO websites also in these circles. Come down. And what is happening in the latest, videos, whatever are there, you will get the latest, whatever is happening. Now, I've come towards the end of the session. I want you to open your mobile phones and please download the BIS Care app. BIS Care, C-A-R-E. Anyone who has downloaded can just flash it. Can you just flash it? Can you flash? Yes, I want all of you to flash your mobiles. Not the torch. Not the torch. Yes, this Know Your Standard tile is there in your BIS Care app. Are you seeing it? And the first 3 tiles, verify license details. Is this bottle just toy is no longer a toy thing. All your toys, all your stainless steel utensils, just go to the kitchen, all your pressure cooker, the gas stove, the gas cylinder, the stainless steel sink, everything has become mandatory. Your stainless steel utensils have become mandatory. Coming to the engineering field, you know, one thing which is very important is when you are making procurements, you have to check whether it is falling under the mandatory certification. If so, you have to necessarily place an order for the standard marked products, right? I'm not going to touch about hallmarking, right? Are you really interested? Are you guys really interested in buying hallmark jewelry for your wives? Huh? Only one yes, one gentleman, yes. Nallavar, you are a very good man, sir. Nobody is interested, right? Fine, that is something we will talk about later. And the third one is the compulsory registration scheme, which is the first word of this Pancha Bootha, the SAFE 2024, which is for safety of your electronic goods. You flaunted your phones like this, right? Your phones have this compulsory registration scheme. How many of you have seen it? I don't want from the FSAI. They know everything. They have attended our Manak Manthan. How many of you know? Please go to your mobiles. You have the CRS mark. The CRS mark is compulsory for the electronic goods. Your LED screen, your laptops, your cell phones, your tabs. There are some 75 items which are listed, which are certified for safety alone. How many of you are aware of it? Just go to your mobile phones, go to your settings, search for regulatory. You will have a mark. If it is not there, it means that you have bought it from some other country and brought it to India. Right? Anybody can show me that mark? If you can open that presentation, that mark is there, Mr. Prem. Right? So this is, and with regard to the topics which are going to come up for this program, I'm very happy that you're talking about electric vehicles. Bureau of Indian Standards had given a sensitization program for the Institute of Road Transport, Government of Tamil Nadu, that is Department of Transport, on the electric vehicle standards. We gave them a 1 full day training program. We sensitized them that the Indian standards that are already developed and that are under development, and now they are asking for the second set of people. And Chief Guest Sir, I would like to place on record my a very happy thing that the Bureau of Indian Standards has certified 2 fire stations here for ISO 9001. One is the Ashok Nagar and one is I think Keelpok. 2 fire stations have been certified by Bureau of Indian Standards for this ISO 9001. There are many such products, and now coming to your BIS Care app, you can also see that you have provisions for, you can just click on standards. Whatever I've been telling you with regard to the website, standard of the month, standard of the week, weekly standards bulletin. Just click on that. You will find all the standards that's in your mobile phone. You will find all the recent standards that have been formulated, which have been, what are the standards for which amendments have been published, and what are the meetings that have been planned, and all these details you will be getting, and you can log in. It's not necessary that you will have to participate in a technical committee meeting by going to Delhi. You can participate online also. And there is something, join a work group, join a sectional committee, join a working panel, propose a new work item for standardization. All these things at the command of your palm. Right? I request all of you to kindly go through this and make the best possible use of it. We want standards to be used. We just don't want to be kept it in the almirah. So please go through it. Please comment on it. And L&T, we have a lot of people who are members of the technical committee, and they keep us with a lot of comments, make the committee very active. So this particular program we are talking about is something really, really has got superb topics. My best wishes to the team who is organizing it, and best wishes. I hope you'll have a great and interesting day ahead. Thank you.
Lasting impact on the minds of our audience. I request Mr. Pratik Datta Roy, GM and Head MEP Design HPASBG BNFIC, to join us on the stage and honor Ms. Bhavani. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Among all this, I would now request Mr. R. Balakrishnan, VP and Head MEP Design EDRC BNFIC, to join us on the dais and speak two words. Let's have a huge round of applause for RBK, sir.
Good morning to one and all. Welcome all the people to this program we have been conducting year on year. I hope it is very educative, and we are running really short of time. So wish the program all the best, and thanks all the people who have come all the way with the busy schedule, or all the people from different parts, and make this event enjoyable and learning event. All the best.
I request Mr. Vahesh Vellore from Fsai to felicitate RBK sir with the shawl and memento. Sir, may we have you on stage? Thank you so much, sir.
With this, we come to an end of the inauguration ceremony. Thank you, dignitaries, for making your presence and enriching us with insights of knowledge. Now, we request the dignitaries to resume to their seats.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
sir,
so
and
much,
ma'am.
dignitaries.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the moment we've been waiting for. Yes, you guessed it right.
Tea break?
Exactly. Feel free to enjoy a cup of tea, perhaps accompanied by some snacks, and take a moment to stretch. We'll reconvene shortly for the next part of our program.
But don't get too cozy. We'll be back in 10 minutes, so make sure you've had enough for the fuel to next session. One small bit of information for all the audience today. While registration, you must have been given a small piece of coupon. Kindly keep it. At the end of the program, we will be giving you an exciting gift for those who attend the program. For the
Years ago, when our nation started to feel the need of fire and security products. Like any other industry, here also, manufacturers came in and started offering their products and services in fire and security domain. After some time, it was felt
Hey there, professionals. Today I'm diving into a fascinating concept that blends ancient wisdom with modern building services. Ever heard of the Pancha Bootha? It's the ancient Indian belief in the 5 basic elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Surprisingly, these elements have a lot to do with how we design and manage building services today. First up, earth. In our eyes is the structural integrity of a building, like the foundation and framework. Just like earth provides stability, our electrical and piping systems need robust infrastructure to function efficiently. Next, water. This one's obvious, right? We deal with it in plumbing and piping. Water management is crucial, whether it's supplying clean water or maintaining proper drainage. Effective water systems ensure that buildings remain safe and habitable. Now, fire. Fire protection is a key aspect of building services. Think of your fire alarms, sprinklers, and emergency lighting systems. These ensure safety and preparedness, just like the element of fire represents energy and transformation. Moving on to air, HVAC systems are all about air quality and temperature control. They create comfortable and healthy indoor environments. Proper ventilation and climate control are absolutely essential, mirroring air's role in sustaining life. Lastly, space. In modern terms, think extra low voltage systems like data cabling and smart building technologies. These systems maximize the use of space, ensuring connectivity and efficiency. They represent the limitless potential of space in fostering innovation and communication. So there you have it. The Pancha Bootha, or 5 elements, beautifully correlate with our modern building services. It's a reminder that even in our high-tech world, there's wisdom to be found in ancient principles. Thanks for watching and stay curious.
Years ago, when our nation started to feel the need of fire and security products. Like any other industry, here also, manufacturers came in and started offering their products and services in fire and security domain. After some time, it was felt that fire and security domain is not just like any other field where only commercials are involved. It had an element of service which could be extended to large part of the society so that they could understand the value of human life and could feel the importance of security in day-to-day living. It was also felt that the consciousness and awareness of masses about fire and security would help in protecting their loved ones and properties and would also make our country a more safe and secure place to live. With this intention of educating our countrymen August 2002, few of the industry people came together to form FSAI, which was initially called Fire and Safety Association of India. Later, as the security products established their prominence in the market, the association was renamed as Fire and Security Association. FSAI is a non-profit organization which would represent the fire protection, life safety, security, building automation, loss prevention, and risk management domains. And since 2002, FSAI has been collectively working to foster a spirit of safe living among all citizens of India and inculcate a proactive mindset towards safety and security at all times. The first chapter of FSAI was formed with 20 members in Chennai in the year 2002. And since then, the growth of our chapters has been phenomenal. In the last 20 years, FSAI has added 24 chapters across various states of India along with 20 student chapters. These 24 chapters have been participating aggressively in promoting the message of advanced usage of fire and security systems throughout the country and have also been closely working to develop the fire safety and security engineering education and awareness. FSAI student chapters consists of engineering undergraduates, graduates and professional students. The mission of these chapters is to acquire, disseminate and apply knowledge of building automation, fire safety and electronic security. Student chapters also inspired and built passion among the students to make career in the domain. FSAI's student chapters educates the students about the importance of fire and security, and it also helps them to explore career opportunities in the industry along with enhancing their life safety skills. As an extension to this activity, we have built 2 FSAI students skill development centers initially at Pune and recently at Goa. In this journey of growth, the leaders of FSAI played a pivotal role in defining the objectives of FSAI and driving them to achieve the sense of safety and security among our fellow countrymen. They were
Hello again, everyone. The tea breaks is over. I request everyone to come back and be seated at their places for the next technical presentations. Again, I request everyone to be seated. You will have an ample amount of time to visit the stations, the vendor stations. Please, as of now, please be seated, everyone. Again, I request everyone to please be seated. We'll start with the technical presentations. Please be seated. We'll give ample amount of time to visit the vendor stations and explore as much as you can. As of now, please be seated. We can begin the technical presentations. People outside, please.
I hope you all are refreshed and pumped up for the upcoming session. So now we shall move on to the much awaited segment of this program, the technical presentation. Continuing with the progression of this conference, we are excited to present our first technical presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce Mr. C. Subramaniam, Director of SSS Consultant.
Mr. Subramaniam is a mechanical engineer from IIT Madras, is the director of SSS Consultant and past president of ISRE. With over 35 years of expertise, he excels in HVACR, building automation, sustainability, green buildings, energy simulation, and READ facilitation. As lead accredited professional, he leads SSS Consultants in delivering innovative design strategies and solutions for sustainable, energy efficient, and intelligent buildings. Let us hear from him on this very interesting topic of utilizing new technologies, AI and ML in MEP system for built environment, myth and realities. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Very nice to be here. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on this important topic. And the Pancha Bootham, as Ms. Bhavani said, in our Vedas, what is said is Akashat Vayuhu, Vayu Agnihi, Agni Rapaha, Apa Prithvi. That is from Akasha, air came, and from air, fire came, and from fire, water came, and from water, earth came. So, and from there, a lot of medicines have come. So that is the background that we have. So it's very important. And out of this Pancha Bhutas, the air and water, which is, from the HVAC point of view, possibly my focus will be on that part. With little bit, we will go on the other side also of the sustainability concepts as well. Now, what we will try to do today is quickly run through. I know we are behind schedule. We will see how the role of AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning in building design operation, because now L&T is a giant in construction. So building is synonymous, building word is synonymous with L&T. And we will see how the scaling and workforce development, what are the challenges that we have in cyber security, cloud and all that. And also we will also keep in mind that, going forward, how all this contributes to our net zero goals and decarbonization, and we are talking about. And because the technology is always, advancing far ahead in the other fields, the IT sector. And the good part of it is that IT sector, whatever technology is going ahead, there is a good contribution to the MEP segment and the equipment and systems as well. Now the equipment, a lot of things are happening. The contribution and the upgrade are continuously happening. But on the system side is where we need to, draw much more resources and go ahead. Now, artificial intelligence, as we see here, it has a great potential to operate buildings more efficiently. That's what we keep hearing, and there are more and more instances happening there. And many potential applications for AI are there in the built environment sector, including building design, MEP design, construction, performance optimization, energy management, modeling, and maintenance and operations as well. Now, concept of AI, as we know, is there in self-driving cars. That is easy now, it's available. But what about the building design construction? I think much more opportunities have to come, much more gateways have to come, much more people have to start using it, and new technologies have to come there. Now, business have been using AI for many years. It's widespread, consumer applications are there. Now, artificial intelligence again is increasing discussion about in the built environment. Now, one big premise for AI is really is that it can scale up. The scalability is very high, and that's what we are all talking about. And the learnings from one project, learning from a huge project can be employed somewhere else. And to understand, I think, AI application, let's define a little bit about AI. So it's a technology that aims to emulate human intelligence, because it is artificial intelligence. Natural intelligence is the ultimate thing. There is no limit to that, right? including understanding of the language, recognizing images and making decisions. Now AI enables computers, machines to complete complex tasks, and what you see here, some of you may be knowing the dozy bed, you know what hospitals and all they are using for monitoring your blood pressure and you know oxygen rate and pulse rate and things like that is being done. And how it does is by contactless sensing using, you know, ballistocardiography and artificial intelligence. So when a patient goes, nobody goes and measures the BP and oxygen levels and all that. So it automatically comes. It happened in for my wife. Nobody came, and then we went to the nurse desk and asked. He said, "No, sir. There is below the bed. There is you know, sheet kept there with all embedded sensors and everything. And within couple of hours, there is a machine learning. We will start logging the BP and oxygen rate, pulse rate, and all this kind of thing." So these things are happening in every other industry. In, you know, and the scale of everywhere, wherever you see, that is there. But I think this is what, and I always relate the human body to our MEP system, because at the end of the day, you've got a pump, you've got a flow of blood, and you've got pressure. And we always talk about, in HVAC, we talk about suction pressure, discharge pressure, and that is what is related to your BP and your flow of blood, your restriction, your things like that. So all these are synonymous, and possibly all this AI, wherever it is developed, those are all will come immediately into our MEP applications, whatever we are talking about. And AI is definitely there for high performance building design. And what happens is this BPS, what we call the building performance simulation, is very much, you know, going in tandem with AI. AI is contributing a lot, and already architects, engineers, we are talking about for thermal comfort, daylighting performance, and energy performance. But in spite of that great potential, they are usually time-consuming process. We know that, you know, when we talk about simulation, when we talk about this, it takes a lot of time. So to mitigate that, AI algorithms, what they have come up with is the neural networks is what is going to cut short the time so that it is easy for us to do in a quick span of time. Now, it has been demonstrated that AI algorithms, deep learning, can accurately predict energy consumption. And when these neural network models were there for capturing the, you know, models cooling, heating, electrical lighting, and total building electricity, the accuracy rates were as high as 99% and above, 99%, 94%. So this is what we are talking about. And besides AI design, what can AI contribute is into operation and maintenance. Now that is where the life cycle cost of the entire infrastructure, what comes about, because whatever equipment and systems are getting installed, the life of the equipment and system is going to be for 20 years, 25 years. And that is where the, you know, the cost is getting involved, and the importance of energy, you know, optimization of energy also matters there. And in that aspect, with the AI, what we can do is, you know, we can create something called model predictive control that can be done. And then there is one more thing, which is reinforcement learning is what they call about. So this is where the IT field development directly gets implemented in our MEP and building design and operation. And with the sophisticated approaches of the reinforcement learning and the model predictive control, the best of both worlds, I think AI is there to give us path-breaking, you know, approach and the kind of insight into improving the building performance, operation, and maintenance. Now, outside of optimal control, AI methods can also be used to monitor and maintain building operation. Past data can be analyzed, you know, because today we get a lot of data, and we all know, even with the legacy BMS system, what we talk about, there is a huge data which is coming. See, for example, we are sitting here in this hall. The amount of information that our building automation system can get from the point of view of occupancy, from the point of view of CO2 measurement at different corners, the lighting level, the kind of activity and things like that. Now these can be mapped. So like this, the data is there for us, but what do we do with this data? Now how do we use this data to compare it with the design, to compare it with to match the supply and demand. Now as you all know, matching supply and demand is where the energy saving happens. As long as the supply is equal to demand, supply of chilled water is equal to demand of chilled water, without any wastage, that is where you save your energy. Whatever air side we are talking about, chilled water side you are talking about. So these things can be done with AI in a very proactive fashion. And scalability. Now that we know that yes, AI is there, the platform is there for us to get this onto our MEP, not only the building design part, the operation and maintenance. Now the scalability again is an important factor, which is helping us to understand, and which is making the case much brighter for us to implement and go ahead with the AI, especially with respect to fault detection diagnostics and importance of, but where we need to also talk about cyber security, the data acquisition, because that is again another area where we are all concerned. We will see a couple of slides on that, and workforce development in the building automation industry and on our MEP design as well, because that is an area where we need to focus on how do we go about it. And the biggest challenge is how quickly one can connect buildings all over the world. Today, for example, we take L&T, huge projects get implemented in one city. Now, there is a lot of process which goes through, and you take up any other project anywhere else, the same process is what we are going through that. And if we go back to Japanese American style of Six Sigma and all that, you don't want to keep repeating the same thing again and again what you have already done, because we have already gone through the process, and that can be implemented again for the new project. Now this is where the AI and machine learning can help us a lot. If we have taken, let's say, 6 months to design a project, to come up with working drawing and shop drawings and things like that. Now to execute a similar size of project anywhere else, do you need that much time? Or a lot of learning can be taken there, how the coordination happens, how the design features happen, how the response happen, and how the matching of the actual vendor actual details with your design. Is there any gap there and things like that? All the learnings also can be taken into account to reduce the time frame. It is not only the time frame, it can also reduce the inefficiencies and your optimization, and the project can be turned out faster. I think that is what the AI is doing today for all of us. And this trends, what is the built environment market, is the ability to map building data points to applicable software tools in a standardized way. This is again, we don't have to keep doing it for the projects again and again, and this we can do the learning from our existing projects and keep learning from there and implement it and going forward. And what are the potential dangers with this technology or an opportunity? See, there are opportunities, but what happens is the clients are faced with the risk of not having enough personnel to operate the facility. And as a solution, the risks they face in the coming years, connecting their portfolio to analytic solution that help them manage buildings more effectively, is an opportunity. Now, cyber security risk exists when involving data. This is something which we always have in mind. This happens in all our existing projects. Do we allow this to get connected with the building network, with the IT network? There is always a question, or we want to keep the servers in the BMS room, let us say, or the data in a very close location. But that is not required. But actually what happens is we have to be smart about handling the cyber security and connect buildings in a responsible way. Moving towards properly connected systems may mitigate cyber security risks that are introduced already. There are ways to use the cloud or a hosted environment even within an organization. The question, we always feel that in a mechanical room, a server sitting there is more secure. It's not like that, actually. The narrative that is somehow more secure by being an on-premise is a bit false. The information, the data sitting on a cloud is much more faster for access, and the updates also happens online, which it may not happen if the system is going to be, in a localized network, sitting and gathering the data, analyzing the data with respect to your design, with respect to your operation, with respect to your maintenance. And probably, a common challenge, but the cloud providers, like we have these kind of providers like Microsoft, Amazon and Google, they keep regularly patching the systems at the cloud level, at the site level. But the thing is, at the site, whatever happens, we may not be able to have the thing getting, whatever the patches, whatever the updates and the current things may not be happening if you have an on-premise system. So I think it is better to go opt for off-premise system, but at the same time take care of cyber security. And cyber security, as long as we handle it carefully, it is not going to be a security threat for having the system there. And the workforce development again is another area when we talk about AI, which will help us to expand and use it and to our advantage. Because developing high performance buildings will be one of the biggest challenges as the world cities grow. Because as we grow, I think the project timelines are getting shorter, the challenges are becoming more and more, and challenges of getting quality manpower and with the necessary skills what we are talking about is again becoming a constraint for all of us. So this is where your AI, in AI embedded design in your MEP systems, not only design in the operation maintenance also, is going to be helpful for us to do that. Now, while AI and other things have made progress in all other fields like MEP and other fields, possibly in the field of architecture, it has not caught up much. So maybe because in their curriculum itself, if you see, unlike the other MEP engineers and others, where we have a seamless kind of an interface with the IT engineers, the architects, they work in a silo kind of thing. Unless we incorporate that kind of an AI in their curriculum and upgrade that, so that is where they also will fall in line with this AI technology going forward. And the workforce development again, this fault detection diagnostics what we are talking about, the automated fault detection diagnostics and all that, that is going to be very much helpful for scaling up the manpower. The workforce development, because when we are talking about the workforce development, which is a major focus, the service providers are also challenged. See, as an organization, when we want to move forward for executing the project, for delivering the project, it is not only that we do, there are a lot of supply chain that we are carrying along with us. There are a lot of OEM vendors, there are a lot of service providers over there, and for them, when they use all this, the response time is going to be faster and the system is going to be much better for us to operate. And AI again is more than what they call as a large language models, right? Now within that fault detection system, there are lots of opportunities for us to understand the root cause of and for evaluating the performance correction, and the broader potential of AI can be exploited for us, right? See, ultimately whatever we do with the MEP systems, the design and operation, now there is always a focus on sustainability. There is always a focus on how we talk about decarbonization, the net zero goals and all that. So this is very important and embodied on carbon emissions that we talk about. how exactly we go ahead with respect to, how sustainable the entire project is, not only with respect to materials, with respect to the energy consumption, with respect to the kind of operation and maintenance aspect. So as you know, the 4 pillars of your decarbonization goals and net zero goals. One is your energy efficiency of your equipment systems, automation and controls, the electrification at building level, then the digitalization with the intelligence and data analytics we are talking about, and the renewable energy, because the renewable energy is again is a very important aspect which is there, which we have to see, and how we interface that, how do we bring it on the grid now with the kind of options that we have, because the net zero goals we are talking about is 2070, and when these goals have to be achieved, we have to prepare our systems also to take into account all this and go forward. And on the entire building automation thing, there is a journey which has happened from 1900s we talk about, and to the current where we are talking about electric controls and pneumatic controls, and today we are far ahead with the kind of microprocessor controls, and from the microprocessor controls it has gone into IoT and hyper automation. That's where we have gone, because it's only thing is, the challenge is ensuring a workable kind of an automation system for all of us. That is the challenge that is there ahead of us, because when we talk about operation maintenance of, let's say, an MEP system, we have from the earlier phase, which is you're talking about the tier of architecture of building management. From there it has become into intelligence, information and data. Today we have lots of data, but what do we do with it? How do we use it? How do we access the data? And how do we plug it back into the system for achieving energy efficiency? Do we want to go with a very fixed model, or we want to go with a model which is dynamic and which can respond to the building occupant levels of comfort, which is again having an impact on the energy consumption for all of us, because you are building 40% of your generated the carbon is going to come from the built environment. So that becomes an important thing for us. From the built environment is a very important aspect for us to control your energy consumption for us. And coming to the HVAC system, we all know that your 50 to 60% of your energy in a building comes from your HVAC system, with various with various equipment and systems which are getting involved. Now the one major thing which is looping all of them, which is connecting all the cycles in a MEP and HVAC system, is your controls network. Because normally what happens is, you don't design your building, you do design for a building for a peak condition, but that is not there throughout the 8,760 hours of operation during the year. So there is a lot of variation in the ambient, there is a lot of variation in the occupancy and things like that, and because of that your energy consumption also varies. So to do this, you need to have a dynamic system where the learning happens. I think what happens is, from your building automation, possibly there is a shift of the building industry going towards something called hyper automation, because I don't think maybe 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, this is going to be even now itself you do have systems in place where these are being taken into account for operating your controls part. And how this hyper automation works is basically from your biological neuron cell. The same concept is what is getting translated to your building automation, your artificial neuron network. So what they do is, you have your data, and the data mapping happens, similar to the dozy bed which we talked about. It will take 1 hour or 2 hours for you to understand the micro vibrations of your body and convert that into your your BP, your low pressure and systolic and diastolic pressures, and your pulse rate. But once that machine learning has happened, then it is going to be a constant process and the accuracy levels are high. So the same thing is what is happening in our HVAC industry. For example, so if you have your chillers, let's say if you have your 5 chillers of huge capacity, at what load you run, what is the temperature at which you have to supply chilled water. Now how much, because we might have done that with a certain temperature, let's say last year or the last month when the ambient temperature was so much. So those kind of learnings which are there, which will reset the parameters which will impact your energy consumption there. So that is what happens. So the machine learning, it takes, machine learning is a very cumulative thing where the input data is collected, and your artificial intelligence is a technique which enables machine to mimic human behavior. And your machine learning is a subset of artificial AI technique which use statistical methods to enable machines to improve with experience. And this is what happens in your, when we have IoT based system, and when we talk about AI, it gathers all the data and does the machine learning and with the artificial intelligence and deep learning were subset of ML which make the computation of multi-layer neural network feasible. So you are not going with a constant, let's say, because we all know that there are certain parameters which will impact your energy. But do you want that to be constant throughout the entire cycle of the building operation, or do you want to keep it variable? Because that is where your energy consumption happens actually, right? So I think hyper automation is there to stay. So this is what happens when you have multiple inputs and there is a lot of resetting of parameters happening there. And to do this today, there are lots of platforms available for us. So you have Project Haystack, BACnet, ASHRAE, BACnets and all that, where the sorting out of the data. So here see what really happens is there are a lot of data which will come in an unsorted format. So what has to be done is the data have to be sorted out, and once the data is sorted out, it gives the input on, there is a tagging of that with the corresponding equipment which happens, and with the building type, with the building model, and with that what happens is you have a machine learning, and it gives us the opportunity for us to define the parameters. So here when we talk about the PHE system, your water conservation and management, there are a lot of water meters, the water quality. Like for example, we know the water quality impacts your energy, right, on the chillers. Now it's a dynamic thing, so how do we do that? So you will have to monitor, and not only that, it also depends on the input water quality. So you will have to measure the inlet input water quality, then you will have to understand the scaling of the equipment and things like that, and then design. So this is where the feedback is drawn, this is where the input is taken, and from the PHE system again, the leakage detection, the smart toilet, the sewage monitoring, and from the electrical system on huge projects you will have analytics on demand to optimize the real-time data, the kind of electrical energy meters that we are talking about with the amount of data coming in, how do we compare with what is designed, what is being operated, and all this will give us understanding of predictive maintenance we talk about. So there are two aspects of it. One is the preventive maintenance, another is the predictive maintenance. Now preventive maintenance is something where you will have to live with the problem, and then you can possibly give, you take some preventive action for that. But this AI and machine learning can help us to go through a predictive maintenance process where you know that there is going to be some kind of a operation snag which is going to happen, and then you take in advance, you do that part, right? So, and we know that with our air side system, with our chilled water, with the kind of so much of information coming. So each can all ensure that this data can be handled properly. And where are the proof for that? We do have from ASHRAE the driving energy savings with data. So there are case studies where the energies in so many other facilities, what you're doing is the energy utility index is compared to a certain figure. You do all this AI machine learning process and your energy figures are much lower than what it was designed, and then much lower than, and you can keep improving on the performance as well. So like this, I think we do have some case studies. It has started happening, but maybe this is not, the number of projects where it has happened is not too many, but maybe so, because we are still living with the legacy BMS or building automation system for MEP that is there. But maybe with the kind of more and more projects coming up, with more and more exposure to this and more understanding of this, this is going to improve our process here. So this, I think, in my opinion, this is going to be way forward for achieving your decarbonization goal, your net zero energy consumption, because net zero is not that you consume a large amount of energy and then you have a backup renewable energy. So you need to reduce your energy consumption and then go forward with that. I think AI and machine learning is not only on the building automation side. Now there is a seamless thing on the MEP design as well. We do find there are a lot of softwares, a lot of CAD models, and maybe L&T being a big giant in this industry, maybe you can be a pioneer in this taking AI forward, AI applied MEP design, and see how it can possibly take us forward for scaling building intelligence and workforce development, and to take care of cloud and cyber security as well, and possibly hyper automation is one field which is going to replace the building automation going forward. Thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a valuable presentation. Now I request Mr. K.V. Seshan, Head MEP Design, Heavy Civil IC, L&T Construction, to present Mr. Subramaniam with a memento.
Let's give a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Now, for the next presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Lokesh, Senior Product Manager at Sonic Wall.
Mr. Lokesh is an expert over 13 plus years in cybersecurity, networking, DevOps, SaaS, and cloud technologies. He is also a co-author of Product Management Simplified and a thought leader, frequent speaker, and writer in Security and Product Leadership Forum. Pursuing a doctorate in business administration from SSBM and an MBA from SPJIMR, he is also a thriving PM community of 750 plus professionals.
Thank you.
Okay. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. So, meantime, they are trying to get the slides ready. So, just a brief intro about myself. You would have seen in the screen, like I have like 13 plus years of experience in cybersecurity, working in companies like Symantec, especially in Norton antivirus, and with the Oracle CASB product line, and also with Sky High and so on. Just a minute, sorry. Yeah. and then I've written a book on product management. It is called Product Management Simplified, and this book has been sold 6,500 plus copies worldwide, especially 5,000 copies in India and the rest of the copies in worldwide. Yeah, and I run product management related events, cybersecurity related events in Bangalore, Mumbai, and Chennai. And I have like 1,000 plus PMs in my community. So whoever interested in product management, please reach out to me. So in next half an hour, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to talk about the key cybersecurity attacks, the personal cybersecurity related aspects, and the enterprise related cybersecurity aspects, and then finally on the regulations and compliance side of things. So getting into the cyber threats and attacks. So this is the basic one. Most of you would have known. So this is called malware. Malware is the malicious software which tries to inject into your system through email, through phishing link, or through any other software, and it tries to attack the system. And there are many types of malware. If you see, so viruses is one type of malware. Worms is one type of malware. And there are many malwares like Trojans, ransomware, bots, adware, spyware, and rootkits. And now let's see each one of them in detail. So what is a virus? So before getting into the definition of virus, so what do we do in, like as an antivirus provider from Norton Antivirus or from McAfee or from Kaspersky, what do we do to find a virus or not? So we have a team of 300 to 400 SOC analysts, and what they do is like they used to keep on looking for the attacks. How do they do? We have certain software. For example, they try to mimic the attacks. They try to mimic the IPs. They try to mimic the anomalies. So they try to find anomalies in a software, and that's where a normal file or a malicious file they will try to detect, and that's why we call it as a virus. And as an antivirus provider, we supply virus definitions. So that virus definitions will solve, that will catch whether the file is virus or not, whether the IP is, malicious or not. So that's the business behind, the antivirus industry. And a basic definition of virus, it's a malicious one. It's intended to harm your systems, harm your technical gadgets, harm your any endpoints. So that's the basic definition of virus. And there are other sets of attacks called bots, zombies, and botnets. So what do you mean by bots, zombies, and botnets? So for example, there is a famous case study where Amazon acquired a company called diapers.com just by doing the price scraping related attacks. So, when Amazon had a diapers category, there is another company called diapers.com. They were selling diapers at, $100, and they used to scrape the prices Amazon used to scrape the price of diapers.com for, from $100 to, they will put it in the site like $10. And as a user, what we used to do, we used to go in diapers.com, check the website, say it has $100, and in Amazon it has $10. So this is called as price scraping bots. And these bots are written by Amazon, and it's completely illegal. And that has been done in 2009, 2010 time frame. And that's where they end up acquiring the diapers.com. It's a 500 million acquisition done by Jeff Bezos. So it's all price scraping related bots. And now if you do that, he will end up in jail. So due to GDPR compliance and California Privacy Act, and even in India, if they try to do that, he will end up in jail. So that's about the bots, zombies, and botnets, and few more bots are there, like credential stuffing bots, account takeover bots, and content scraping bots. So the credential stuffing bots, what it will do. So let me think from a hacker perspective. So there are like 16-digit credit card number and a password and a 3-digit PIN. So one set of hackers, they will try to get 2 sets of first 16-digit credit card number, and one set of hacker, they will try to get the next set of the credit card number, and then there are other set of hackers, they will try to do a pattern matching with credit card number and CVV. So that's how the entire hacking industry is going on, and that's how that's all done by credential stuffing bots. So credential stuffing means they try to they try to get the username and password, and they'll try to steal your data. So these are all done by bots. And then phishing attack. So if you see the phishing attack, it is like you'll see a lot of email saying like, hey, you won a lottery. Hey, you won Mercedes-Benz car. So all these things will have like a phishing email or phishing link. And when you try to download that and click on that link, it will be like a malicious one. So this is like a phishing attack. And farming attack. So what is a farming attack? So let's say if you're trying to browse paypal.com or like flipkart.com. As an hacker, I will try to mimic a website similar to PayPal or Flipkart, like flipkart1.com, flipkart2.com. It's like it's a fake website. And that's where, you will try to browse the products and you'll try to purchase the product and end up in, losing a lot of your money. So that's called as farming attack. And the other set of attacks is called farm jacking attack. So this set of attacks it's primarily, focused on the cart. For example, again, the e-commerce website. Whenever you try to purchase a product, you will try to add things in the cart. And you'll try to, put your credit card number or debit card number. And what happens? So there are cookies, there are, IPs, or there are certain malicious softwares embedded in the website itself, in that certain page, that is in the credit card page. So that's where, you'll try to, the hackers try to steal the data of credit card numbers. So that sort of attack is called farm jacking attack. And there is another attack called ransomware. This is the massive attack or major type of an attack where the hackers, try to put a malicious link and it will try to block the entire system, be it your enterprise system, be it your normal laptop or iPhone. They will try to block that. And what happens is like they will try to, ask for a ransom, and then they will say like, I will release that, that software so that it will works normally. It happened in our company, that is in the previous company which I worked. It's called Progress Software. So we were attacked by a ransomware file, and they were asking about $500 million in cryptocurrency, and we had a very tough time negotiating with the hackers. So that's about the ransomware attack. And so this is one interesting case about the ransomware attack. So this is the WannaCry attack which happened in 2017, and that too in India also it had a major impact. There are like 2 lakh systems got affected, and how it has happened is like there were like a small minor glitch in Microsoft Windows OS or in Microsoft, small vulnerability, and they hackers exploited that system and they attacked that with help of the WannaCry. And if we have time, maybe I will try to show a demo on WannaCry, how it happened. We have a YouTube video. I can't able to run the demo because of lab systems and those conditions. So I have a YouTube video. Maybe at the end of the session I can run that. And then there is another one called spyware. So spyware is another set of software which through keyloggers or through ads or through cookies, it can come into your system. It can spy your keyboard typing pattern. It can spy your browsing pattern. It can spy your mouse clicking pattern. Those set of software are called as spyware. And then supply chain attacks. So these attacks are famous in companies. For example, let's say if one system gets impacted, it will get impacted simultaneously. That is, it will try to exploit the vulnerabilities in the subsequent systems. So that is called as supply chain attacks. So this is and one more thing, hackers used to do multiplication of or multitude of attacks. They won't try to inject only one set of attacks. So this is about supply chain attacks. And then distributed denial of service attack. And if you see distributed denial of service attack, most of the time when you try to browse a website, you'll see these servers down or 403 or 503 error happening. And that is primarily due to DDoS attack. For example, let's say in this room there are like only 300 people could be accommodated, and now let's say 500 people are coming in, and what happens? There will be like a stampede of, incidents. So, so similarly, in a server, there could be, certain memories could be accommodated, or certain, amount of process could be accommodated. And whenever there is huge amount of memory, and whenever there is huge amount of process, getting triggered, then there is a concept of DDoS attack, or distributed denial of service attack. And this is done by, just with a small command called ping IP address, keep on, prompting or keep on pinging the server. That attack can be easily triggered. You can also easily trigger this attack to any, if you know the server IP of any enterprise servers. So this is distributed denial of service attack. And the famous one is Trojan malware. So this Trojan concept came from, Greek mythology, where Greece and Trojans were having a war, and Trojans, Greece lost war with Trojans, and what happened overnight? Greece sent a gift with an horse as a gift to Trojans, and when Trojans were sleeping at the night time, in that horse there were like lot of Greek soldiers, and they attacked the Trojan opposition, and that's how they won the war. It's like a cheating. And so similarly, in the concept of Trojan comes in software as well. So the Trojan, it looks like a normal software, it looks like a good software, but the intention is like malicious. And again, it's very difficult to find, or very difficult to identify whether it's a Trojan malware or not, even from antivirus specialist. And then adware. So adware is another set of attacks. For example, if you would have seen, like, you would have browsed any website like Times of India or Indian Express or any publisher website, you will see a lot of ads stacking there. So for example, or whenever you open any torrent website, you will see a lot of ads coming up in the way. So those set of attacks are called adware related attacks, and that is not a good attack. That is not a good ads, try to inject it on the website. So whenever, let's say I'm a publisher or an advertiser trying to put an ad in the website. Let's say I'm a Hyundai advertiser trying to put an ad in the website, and I want to track the impressions, I want to track the clicks. So that would be my, business driving that, whether how many clicks, how many impressions coming in per day. So, and what happens is, like, if the torrent related or any malicious or fake websites or fake domains has, all this Hyundai related ads, so then there are like fake impressions coming in, fake clicks coming in. So that is where it is called as adware related attack. And there are multiple adware attacks are there, like ad stuffing, ad snipping, ad spoofing. Whenever you click on one link, you will see like 10 ads coming in. And whenever you see one window, there are like 5 to 6 ads coming in. It's all cheating. It's all cheating done on the advertiser level, at the publisher level. And those set of things we won't see as a end user. It's all cheated for Hyundai or any other advertiser. So that is adware related attack. And the other attack is famous one is keyloggers. So keylogger is the one which is used to get the typing pattern of the users. So that is are the keystrokes. That is keyloggers. And another case in point. This is like a Cosmos attack happened in 2018. It happened in 2 phases. So one, they had an malware attack at the ATM server, and then second attack, it's like once they have that amount in their accounts, they transfer that funds to Hong Kong and international sites. They have siphoned almost 78 crores in the first phase, and second phase they have done 13 crores. So this is the biggest attack happened, cybersecurity attack happened till date. And the modus operandi or the type of attacks is like man-in-the-middle attack and system compromise-related attacks. And then case in point is myself. So my Facebook account is getting spoofed, my Facebook getting hacked. So that is, so my profile picture and I have a background picture. So they have created a dedupe profile of my Facebook thing. And this is done by, I believe it's from Jamtara or certain set of locations where they try to spoof your profile or dedupe your profile. So these set of attacks are called as social engineering attacks or spoofing attack. And what happened when after they spoofed my profile, they tried to give friend request to my friends and they started asking GPay, like 100 rupees, 200 rupees to that account. And certain friends, got suspicious or got doubtful, and then they informed me. And then what I did next is like I informed Facebook, saying like my Facebook profile is spoofed. Then they have given certain steps to block that attack, block that page, and then they want to they asked me to enable the two-factor authentication, and they also asked me to review the friend list and so on and so on. So this is the another case which happened to myself. And you would see all the messages I have pasted. They are, they had with my friends. And let's now see the interesting concept of dark web. And just a disclaimer, the slides which I'm going to show is just only for educational purpose. Please do not copy or please do not try to use it in your system. All these things I have tried from my CloudBox system or Sandbox system, and I have tried with VPN, and I have tried with all the proper security measures and protocols followed. And don't try to mimic this. You might end up in somewhere. So yeah, let's see the concept of what is dark web. So before understanding the concept of dark web, we need to understand surface web, what is deep web, and then what is dark web. So surface web is like normal websites like Google, Facebook, and LinkedIn, whichever comes in like indexed search engine pages. Whereas deep web is the one where you won't see links through normal Google search engine or DuckDuckGo or Yahoo or any other search engine. And beneath that is the dark web. So that's where like hackers use that, use those things for malicious purposes and for malicious activities. So that is a high-level difference between a surface web, deep web, and dark web. And deep web also, it's like somewhat like legal, where you can the web pages shown for your net banking, web pages shown for your personalized intranet. All these things comes under a deep web concept. Now let's see the. So before getting into again dark web, we need to understand the Tor browser. So hackers used to use those sites from the Tor browser, and this is the only ways you can access the dark web. And Tor browser, it's not like a Chrome browser or Firefox browser. It's like an done through, it's an open source software. It's done by US detective agency only, and it's all started for good purposes. Now it's being done for malicious activities. So what happens is like when you try to browse, it will hit an ISP router, and those ISP routers have like jumped between like different servers, like Tor relays are there. No, it's all different servers, and then it will finally transacted into our ISP, and then it will hit the final server. So these relays, it's very difficult to trap, or difficult to identify, or difficult to backtrace, and that's where hackers are trying to make an advantage of it. And basic definition, dark web is like a hidden website, and about 5% is dark web, and it's accessed only through Tor browser. And there are a lot of risks and threats. So this is my system, and I have a Tor browser installed. And second thing, if you see here, I would have installed NordVPN also. So we should, there in the second row, NordVPN I have installed, and Tor browser I have installed. So these are two prerequisites to access the dark web. And this is one of the dark web, and don't copy that. So when I try to click on that link, it will look like a basic wiki page. How it looks, no? See, this is like a basic wiki page, and now this is the interesting concept comes in. So here you have the financial services, where you can transact any amount of money, or hackers can do a transaction through crypto mining or blockchain or Bitcoin, whatever technology they have recently, and all things happen in that financial services. And next is the one where we can also go and access the website and get the commercial services. We can go and access the guns dark market. You can get a gun, and you can also find a hacker, rent a hacker, and you want to rent a hacker for so and so dollars. You can do all this, and all services are available here. And now if you see here, I clicked on the rent a hacker, and now if you see here, Rent a Hacker is the website. And so see here, small job, medium job, or large job, so and so. In Tamil, they will call it as Kulipadai. So similar to that Kulipadai, that is like an hacker thing. And you can access all these things, but don't try to access without proper security systems in place. And finally, maybe due to time constraints, I will go to, sorry, I used the same set of slides which I've prepared for. I gave a training to our government professionals like last couple of weeks back, and I'm trying to use the same set of slides. And I'll briefly touch on regulations and compliance. So these are the key regulations and compliance where, most of the companies or most of the enterprises have to follow. Most of them are abroad related ones. GDPR is European Union related, and PCI DSS is like payment cards related, and HIPAA is healthcare related one, where you have to where all the data are stored properly with especially with patient records. And then California Privacy Act. This is based out of California state, and ISO, NIST. It's all, and Sarbanes-Oxley is a SOC compliant. So all these things are mandatory if you are like running a company, or if you are running a startup, or if you are a CIO or a CISO, you have to make sure that these compliance are in place. Else your data will be in soup, or you will be in having a lot of trouble dealing with security related incidents. So one aspect I want to briefly touch upon is the GDPR related one. So GDPR related is the Privacy Act, or Data Sovereignty Act implemented in European Union, where for example, let's say if I'm going and purchase a T-shirt in Pothys, and they would ask for a mobile number. Maybe we could question Pothys or the ones who are asking for mobile number, why you are asking for a mobile number, where are you going to store it, and what you are going to do with the mobile number. So all these things we can question if GDPR set of complaints wherein are in India. So those set of things are currently worked upon. I have known contacts like they are working similar to GDPR related complaints. The penalty for GDPR is, let's say Facebook is misusing a European Union's data, so they will get almost like 20% of the revenue, or 4 million or 20 million, or 4% of the revenue is the fine. Whichever is higher, they will be imposing a fine. That is 20 million or 4% of the annual revenue, you will find at the bottom. And again, next thing is like whenever breach happens or whenever an attack happens in your system, you should notify immediately, that is within 72 hours, and you should not take more time to implementing these breaches. So a lot of constraints are there, or a lot of regulation activities are there with GDPR. And so yeah, I'll complete with this slide. So this PII data, so this is the one which is critical in everyone's individual, like name, account number, address, vehicle, birth date, mobile, email. Please be very careful in sharing those details. To whomever you are sharing, please share it with your consent, or please share it with your signature, all these things. And without your consent, please don't share those details to anyone. So all these things are prone to attacks, or if we share those details, then we will be under scrutiny. So finally, yeah, that's the wrap about my session. It's about the cybersecurity simplified, and if you want to have more detailed conversation around like dark web or deep web or viruses or anything related to security, just hit me in LinkedIn, or I'll be available for conversation over the during lunchtime. Yeah, thank you everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation, sir. I hope that people will be more aware with their personal details now. Now, I would like to call Mr. Anant Raj, founder member FSAI, to felicitate Mr. Lokesh, sir. I request the representative from Johnson Control, our presenting partner, for their presentation.
Yeah, good morning, one and all. First of all, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to FSAI and L&T for giving us this wonderful opportunity to be amongst all of you. So, to start with, Johnson Controls is a 130-year-old company, with presence in more than 150 countries. And we are glad that, we have been able to enhance the lives of people across the globe, across sectors. And I'm here to talk about, Simplex, which is the flagship brand of fire detection system from Johnson Controls. Okay, when we talk about fire detection system, some of the challenges that we usually face are the network speed, the system functionality, the product support with regards to testing and maintenance. Mbps is realistically real-time data being transferred between panels to panel. And we have addressable power, which is again a USP of Simplex, which is a very important factor when it comes to the management of notification devices. So we have complete supervision when it comes to Simplex, which is in terms of sensors, modules, network, power supply, and most importantly in terms of notification. Which brings me to my next point, where Simplex has addressable notification devices, which is again a USP, where you would not require a typical control module and a third-party power supply system setup. You can take the power from the panel itself, and you would not require a control module, as it is completely addressable. And our products are always backward and forward integratable. Many of the people in the room already know about the loop capacity and other things of Simplex, which is quite unique, where it is 250 detectors and devices in any combination, I would say. This would actually give a lot of savings in terms of the loop length, the cables and everything. Intelligent addressable notification, the point I just mentioned before. So this is how a typical addressable notification diagram looks like. So there is a single circuit called a notification circuit running from the panel, where all your addressable notification devices, basically your sounders or strobes, are connected, and they are all, you can have a series as well as T-tapping. So the amazing benefits to a contractor or a system integrator is endless. Now this is another feature. I remember Santosh sir speaking earlier about the cloud connectivity among panels in fire alarm systems, which is not the norm right now. So we have something called as SafeLink, which is a cloud-based system which connects all the fire alarm panels in a system, in a facility, and you will get all the data from all the panels at your fingertips. We have the web user interface for the same, as well as a mobile app. This is how the typical interface looks like from a mobile app point of view and the web page. So in case of any event across any of these panels, the SafeLink will always send a message or an email to the concerned person's phone or email, and this is supported globally as well. So that was just a brief about Simplex that I wanted to let everybody know, and again I'm thankful for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Sir, please be on stage, sir. I request Mr. Rajesh Jaikumar to facilitate Johnson control team, sir. I request Ajit Raghavan to join the dais.
A huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please note that special lunch has been arranged for all the delegates and the L&T people by 2 p.m. So please wait till that. And for other participants, the lunch will be at the ground floor dining hall.
Now, I request Mr. Ravi from MARS FSAI to felicitate Penta Security, our event partner, with a memento. Request Mr. Ravi.
Mr. Abraham, please join the stage, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, for the next technical presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Srinivas Valluri, Founder Director, Synergy Infra Consultants. We already had a brief description about Mr. Valluri's great achievements, and now it's time to hear his words of wisdom on the very important topic, emerging fire safety standards and compliance challenges on lithium-ion and electric vehicle charging. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Can I have the presentation, please? So this topic, it's very, very important. This is the one, slide change. Use the one. Okay. Thank you. So today, I'm sure, how many of you are driving EV vehicles, by the way? I am one. Nobody else? Okay, very few. But I'll tell you, maybe after 5 years down the line, I'm sure 50% of you may say we're driving EVs. So this is the trend that is going to happen. And we see the 2.8 million vehicles are sold so far in the country. It is going to touch almost 5 million in another 2-3 years. And what Government of India is looking at almost 10 million vehicles by 2030. So towards that, they're giving a lot of SOPs and a lot of benefits to the customers. And there's a lot of push from the Government of India, especially from the Industries Department. We had some discussions about the safety of vehicles and other things with them. So what I would like to say, are they really, the EVs are safe or not? This is in the minds of every person. And what are the challenges today we are facing? The only thing is battery. The battery, whether it's really safe within the vehicle or not, and what are the standards, what are the codes that are going to talk about. Unfortunately, there is very little work done on this subject, and most of the countries have been working towards this with different kind of committees. So let us try to understand some of these things. This is the topic what is given to me. It's also a challenging topic for me, not only a subject, as a subject also. And if you look at it, I mean, we are going to cover a basic, brief introduction and hazards due to batteries, regulations across globe, what are being evolving, and it's not finalized, I would say, because still, that's what I was talking to Warik sir. We are also discussing as a part of the NBC code committee, what kind of regulations we need to introduce into the code. Already we discussed on certain parameters, but that may, again, there are a lot of discussions. You take a residential project, for example, we are working on a project where there are 3,500 apartments in one complex. Every customer wants to have provision for EV. And you know, everybody owns their own car park. It's not that you can limit it only for top, you know, street level or ground level. And most of the vehicle manufacturers, they say, fast charging is not good for the vehicle. It will bring down the life of the battery. So we need to look at slow charging, which has to allow for around 8 hours of charging, 6 to 8 hours of charging. Then we have to park and the vehicle at their parking spaces and then probably charge the vehicle. Then what can happen and what will, but we have enough standards. Let me assure you, I am not worried, definitely, because there are enough standards today in our country. Maybe I am not sure about other countries, but the kind of regulations, whatever government of India has brought out with respect to, you know, the safety of the EVs and batteries is really remarkable. So let us see. These are different kind of vehicles. We have two types of vehicles. One is battery electric vehicles. Other one is, you know, hybrid vehicles, plug-in hybrids. And a lot of people, they say, these vehicles probably will have a very short span of life. Electric vehicles, there will be hydrogen fuel that will come up. Somebody was telling me this is something like a pager, how it has come and gone after 2-3 years. But I don't think so, because any vehicle definitely, today one of the biggest challenges is mileage anxiety. That is what everybody says, whether I will be able to drive down up to the location or not, and in between the battery is gone, then what do I do? So definitely plug-in hybrid is a good solution, and a lot of people are working towards that, and I am sure that is going to happen. This is one of the mails which one of my friend got it. No electric vehicles are allowed into the campus, into their residential apartment. Then what do we do? One side, Government of India is giving a lot of benefits and encouraging us to buy the vehicles, and this mail says, no entry for electric vehicles, two-wheelers or four-wheelers. And today, batteries have become part of our life. We have mobiles, we have, you know, laptops, we have so many things. Everywhere there is a hazard, but at the same time, if it is properly controlled or if not taken care, I'm sure that all could be controlled very well. There were a number of fire incidents that have happened because of the batteries across the globe, but the reasons are different. We cannot say, I know, the particular reason only has repeated number of times, then definitely that could be taken care. And this is Tesla's battery compartment. One of the challenges for the first responders is basically where is the compartment of the battery, whether it is bottom of the chassis or otherwise in the dicky or towards the engine, because every manufacturer has got different locations. So unless, you know, these things are standardized, it is not going to be easy for the people. And hazards due to batteries, I'm sure many of you might have heard about it. One of the hazards is electric shock, thermal runaway. Thermal runaway, you know, these are all the cells which are consisting of small batteries. And the moment you have one of the battery going, you know, at a high temperature, probably it will also result in making other cells going into fire. So that is one of the major challenges. And another problem is stranded energy. Even when battery is, you know, the cool down, probably there could be some energy within the battery and probably it may reignite after some time. There were number of incidents where reignition of batteries have taken place. And you see some of these things, whatever had gone into flames. But these kind of issues, I would say, are very few. It is not very alarming as in today. And this is one of the airlines who have done a lot of research with respect to the battery vehicles, what different countries have been working on. So I would like to bring down some of the hazards, you know, with respect to lithium-ion battery fires. Almost 48% of the fires, they say, are unknown. And collisions happened, you know, in around 23% of the fires are due to collisions. OEM faults are around 11%. Submersion in water and other things, battery getting short-circuited is around 6%. External fires maybe 4%. And then arson, repairs, and the manufacturing defects, human errors are very, very less. So if you look at, I mean, totally all these things, and we can understand that majority of the fires are not known and they are not repetitive in nature. This is one of the most significant issues. And another thing is when they have done the tunnel ventilation with respect to the fire studies were done, A normal IC engine probably has got 5 megawatts of fire, a normal vehicle. A battery-powered electric vehicle has got around 6 megawatts of fire. This is what one of the fact given by them. So probably 20% more issue with respect to that. And if you look at Austria, what they have done, they have brought out a legislation which says that charging stations with power greater than 22 kilowatt are not allowed into garages. Anything below that, maybe up to 7 kilowatts. Because we see most of the vehicles today, you can charge them with 7 kilowatts. That is one of the reasons even the government of Telangana, we brought out a regulation. Only up to 7 kilowatt charging stations are allowed in the basements, not beyond that. And otherwise, they can be in parking garages with fire alarm systems. Today, even our Central Electricity Authority regulations insist that we need to have a fire alarm system as a part of the battery charging station, whether it is in the basement or elsewhere, wherever it is. So this is one of the guidelines given in the CEA regulations, safety regulations. And also emergency shutdown devices. The moment you have a fire alarm operated, there are only two things what we can take care of. We see how do we extinguish the fire, or otherwise how do we notify first of all, so that people can be evacuated from the building. This is what they have done in Austria. And China, they looked at more stricter application of the batteries, the manufacturing of the battery itself, and overcharging, overheating, and then they have brought out very good standards on that. And the Netherlands also, they said EV parking, if it is there in garages, then it has to be supported with fire alarm system and sprinkler systems. And UK, in fact, they have done a wonderful legislation. If you look at, they looked at 4 parameters: reduce the risk, isolate the people, and then control EV fires. And so eliminate, by probably keeping some distance between the vehicles, not to have, maybe there are different schools of thought. Allow all EV vehicles in at one particular location and compartment it. But that is also dangerous, having, too much of fire load at one place, and or otherwise scatter them. I think what they looked at it is, make sure that they're all scattered at different locations. At least it will not immediately propagate to the next vehicle. And then the equipping garages with automatic fire detection and alarm systems, and alert occupants and notify firefighters whenever a fire occurs through IoT or whatever the systems, and the installation of switch-off devices to cut off electricity to charging station during a fire. Most of the batteries, they have battery management systems, and they can, if you see, the problem is we are facing one of the issues today. We requested a lot of EV manufacturers, can they give onboard diagnostics? Because onboard diagnostics, they can monitor the life of the battery or healthiness of the battery very well whenever there is a temperature rise. If that information is passed on to our alarm systems, probably we can alert all the the people within the community. But they are not ready to share that information for various reasons. But if that information is brought out, at least related to safety, related to the battery parameters, if you are able to get that information, we can immediately cut off our charger and other things. So that will help us in that. And then US, what they have done is NFPA, they have not only 80A is the new regulation, and also they have brought out with their transportation authority, they have brought out a guideline where they said water is the only way of, taking care of the fires. They say each vehicle fire probably we need almost around 10,000 liters of water. Today, unfortunately, we don't have any regulations, and people have started parking their vehicles in the basements, and we don't know where we'll end up. So at least, if we can bring out proper guidelines with respect to the water requirement, with respect to the alarm systems, and with respect to the charger requirements, like, we have a beautiful standard IS 17017. It is, almost taken from IEC 61851. So that is a very good regulation with respect to the kind of protections what it offers is enormous. So definitely, if you have a EVSC, unfortunately, I have seen many of the manufacturers, they don't give that unit. Today, unless you ask for it, they say just a small plug-in device. And unfortunately, another problem is majority of the issues are due to two-wheelers. And the two-wheelers, the batteries could be easily removed and replaced. This is the biggest challenge. Four-wheeler, you can't remove a battery so easily, right? So the moment you are able to replace, you can replace with any local battery. Even though we have wonderful standards today with respect to the AIS 168 and 038 standards, which are brought out, very stringent regulations brought out by the government of India. Unfortunately, some of the batteries, like two-wheelers, could be replaced locally, and that poses a major problem. The majority of the incidents earlier happened were because of batteries which are imported from China. There were no regulations at that time. And today, that is not allowed by the government of India. I will also see AIS 038 that talks about battery vehicle is taken as a single unit and it has to be tested. And then because of time, I would like to run a bit faster. These are all the standards which are available, as a part of AIS standards. 038 and 156 have gone through a revision, complete revision, where if you look at the kind of standard, tests that are being done on a battery are really good. You have vibration tests, thermal shock tests, cycling tests, mechanical drop tests for removable rechargeable energy storage systems, fire resistant tests, external short circuit protection, overcharge protection tests, over discharge protection, over temperature protection, hydrogen emission tests. So you have so many tests. Let me tell you, without passing any of these tests, the batteries cannot be used today in India. After 2023 April, they all have become mandatory. So today, whatever the vehicles we get, they are all very, very safe, in my opinion. So there is absolutely nothing to panic about the issue of batteries. This is what we feel. And not only this, this is for four-wheelers, thermal propagation tests and hydrogen emission tests. These are the two additional tests. And beyond this, let me tell you, the government of India has made ARAI, Automobile Research Association of India, made responsible to look at the process of batteries. It is not that testing a battery at their premises at ARAI. Even the battery manufacturing process is supposed to be audited by ARAI once in a month. So I think the kind of precautions that have been taken by the government of India, I don't know, any other country has taken such an elaborate precaution. So we feel we are definitely safe with all these things. And CEA has got, again, a lot of safety regulations where we have overcurrent, short circuit, earth continuity. If there is a failure of earth continuity, within 100 milliseconds, you have to isolate the battery charger. So these kind of things have been stipulated in IS 17017 as well as CES safety regulations. And at what height the charger is to be mounted, and at what is the cable. Generally, there will be a lot of flexible cables that are used for chargers. Even the length of cable cannot be more than 5 meters. So there are a lot of guidelines have been given by the regulations. And the lightning protection system, that also should be part of the earthing as such. And then I don't want to go into all these other things. And residual current devices, say residual current device, in my opinion, it is the most important thing in any electrical installation. 30 milliamperes of current for a 30 millisecond duration, beyond that a person can die. And our RCCBs are supposed to be at 30 milliampere rating. And anything beyond 100 milliamperes can probably give a fire. So this is what most of the standards they say. So we are looking at less than 30 milliamperes of current. So that is the reason it is safer. Even every battery charger, the EV charger, is supposed to have that kind of protection. So, and then coordination of all protective devices and all these things. And fire detection and alarm systems, as I told you, that is also part of the CEA regulations. And every charging station shall be tested and inspected and approved by the electrical inspector. But it is not possible. If you have 1,000 car parks in a project, and every car cannot be. So there is a regulation by the CEA again. We should have chartered safety electrical engineers. If that is done by the state governments, we'll have a lot of people who will be available like electrical inspectors. I think that private participation also should be taken into consideration. And this is the IS 17017. Again, the similar kind of things. I would like to skip it because I was also already given a warning because of the time. I am happy that today at least I got my time before the lunch. Every time I end up after the lunch, first lesson after the lunch. Today also, because of the time, I thought that will happen. Okay, so the insulation resistance and all these things. Use water. This is one of the standard agents for the electric vehicle fires. Some of the people may feel if you pour water on any electrical system, that may give a shock hazard to the firefighters. But not in this case. Even HV battery fires, this has been tested very well by NFPA, and they said there is no problem. Approximately 2,600 gallons of water is required, almost around 9,000 to 10,000 liters for one vehicle fire. So look at the source of, the water and then pumping systems and other things. How do we fight a fire in case of, and it's not very high when compared with an IC engine. You see, that is 5 megawatts, this is 6 megawatts. And yeah, the reignition, whatever the steps, make sure that it is completely taken out and then it is tested, and you do an infrared testing so that there is no residual energy with the battery. So these are some of the other things. This is a guideline given by the NFPA. Again, they say it's only water is the only measure which can be taken care. And in fact, even NFPA, yeah, sure. Don't worry, only 1 minute, please. So even NFPA says, that the kind of category, you see, the sprinkler discharge rating has been changed so that you will have more amount of water when it is parked in parking garages. Only these are the two things that have been specified by most of the codes, like fire alarm and sprinkler systems. And so if we follow CEA guidelines and we have a EVSC which is tested by 17017 as per that, that is the only certified thing which we have to use, ARI certified thing. Protection coordination, proper earthing and monitoring of earth day continuity, and then slow charges, and then transformers sized based on proper load conditions, smoke detectors. And another important thing is, any charging a vehicle is supposed to be done after 30 minutes of its cool down, after stopping the engine. But unfortunately, we have charging stations all along the highways. They go immediately when it is hot, they try to charge. This is one of the regulation given by NFPA. So this also, when you have your own chargers, this is one thing which could be probably done, You can program it so that it will start charging only after half an hour. And so that's it from my side. So I am happy that, we have given an opportunity to talk about this. I am not worried about the today's age of AI. We also talked, Subbu was talking about artificial intelligence, so we can predict fires, we can understand what is going to happen, we can take care. But I am not sure about the next lecture. If somebody, cyber security, if the vehicle is completely taken over by their control, I think that is a major risk for us. That's what I feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was quite a descriptive technical presentation, that was. I request you to please stay on the dais, sir. I would like to call upon Mr. R. Balakrishnan, VP and Head, MEP, B&F IC, L&T Construction, to felicitate Mr. Srinivas Valluri. Please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah.
Now, for the next technical presentation, we have Mr. R. Balakrishnan, VP and Head, MEP Design, EDRC, L&T Construction, B&F IC.
Would also like to put up a few description.
Just before starting it, lunch is there for everybody at 2 o'clock, so all of you can have it probably after this session, I think. So, good afternoon to one and all. Yeah, so I'm going to take a different topic from whatever people have talked. This is something about sustainability, and the global warming is there for everybody to see. Okay, it's happening. We are talking that it will happen, but it has started happening. Now what do we do? I mean, until we start embracing sustainability in all our designs for the future generation to not face problems from global warming, or we'll have to start reversing this global warming phenomena totally. And I'm just going to explain. We could contribute to make it sustainably. So this is our technology center, Technology Center 4. It's called Technology Center 4. We call all our buildings by this name, Technology Center 1, 2, 3, like that. So this is the Technology Center 4. Before that, L&T is totally committed to sustainability, although the national target is 2070. We are aggressively trying to do this much before that. And our management and everybody is committed, and we have got out these policies that we'll attain carbon neutrality by 2040 by making all energy efficiency, water efficiency, etc., etc. So how do we take this journey forward? I mean, we have been doing green buildings for a long time, but suddenly we caught up with this net zero thing. And this is an accelerated way of doing things. The green building probably we were trying to mature in 15 years, but this has happened in the last 1 or 2 years, accelerated way of doing it. And IGBC, LEED, all these organizations have really taken this very fast forward. And L&T, not to be left behind, we have also fast forwarded this. So we wanted to set an example. So we hit upon our design team, our EDRC team, took the lead to make one of our buildings to showcase that we practice what we preach. So we took up this journey of making first this building a net zero energy, net zero, near net zero water, net zero waste, and finally the carbon rating came very recently, 4 months back, and I and our team wanted to be the first in the country to achieve this, and we made it happen. And thanks to the complete team who supported, and including the management and everybody. So this is a tribute to all of them who worked on that. So what we actually did is, this is a building which is around 62,000 square meters. We had 3 basements, ground, 13 floors, almost 5,000 occupants. So this is a unique job which is led by women in construction. It's fully being constructed by women. So we adopted, we went to many use cases. As a designers, we went through many use cases like energy efficient. So if you want to make any building net zero, it is not just that you offset it, whatever energy you're consuming, you just offset with the green energies. First, we'll have to look at a lot of energy efficiencies inside in the design to be adopted first for all the equipments, all the materials, and the way the buildings are oriented. So this was the first step adopted. We did this to make the demand as low as possible. And if these are some of the definitions, what is a net zero energy, net zero water, net zero waste, and finally the net zero carbon comes after that. Okay. So if you see all this, we have to, if you're constructing a building, anything, whatever, if you see the net zero energy, it should be completely green. That is the whole aspect of it. Then you get a net zero energy. And interestingly, the net zero water. First of all, we'll have to look at reducing the consumption of water in the building. Next, you will have to, whatever you're trying to use, you will have to give it back to the Mother Earth. That's a simple principle if you want to achieve net zero. And unfortunately, within this site, we didn't have space for a little bit of creating ponds and other things. It was a site. So we could manage only the net zero, near net zero water. Waste, we could almost take it to the highest level of recycling and not putting it into the landfill. This is how we could do it. And finally, if you do all this, your carbon footprint of the building reduces, and going into the carbon materials, reduced materials, you can achieve net zero carbon. So this is what we ventured upon. We took up all these systems, use cases. If you see, I've listed the system-wise, we tried to do what we could do in this building. Lighting control system with human-centric lighting. What do you mean by human-centric lighting? Based on the day, the temperature of the lighting changes that is comfortable for the people within the building. And another thing, it also saves a lot of energy. Like this, we worked on unique use cases. We have also put a building integrated photovoltaic panel as a facade to generate energy. We use the UPS with eco models, and all the pumps we used is IE5 and complete sensor-based systems for lighting control. And we also hit on the concept of smart AHUs. Of course, EC fans are there, but how the intelligence had to be built into the AHUs so that the balancing, we took it to the level of the diffusers. That is how we reduced the energy of the HVAC system. And all the chiller plant manager we changed into chiller plant optimizer. So that is a really intelligent system to give cooling to the area where it is required only. So to that level we analyzed and did this. Of course, our plumbing team always gets full marks for IGBC platinum levels in all our projects. So they were already there. So we could add certain things like waste reduction and recycling of it. We took upon the efficient landscaping, those sort of additional features we took on that. Of course, the BMS is there for a long time. I think JCA team also is there. We worked with them a lot. To make it work, it was very difficult during those days. But then we matured to making it happen. Now, what is the next level? Everybody is talking about AI, ML, and other things. So somebody talked about a different terminology. I like that terminology. I've just forgotten that. Hyper BMS. So I think that's the level we took it to. And as a campus, inside the campus, that we have started experimented in our existing building, and we are also implementing in this. So what it does is it's above a platform, above BMS. So it is having artificial intelligence. It learns the conditions, it learns the people who are coming in at what time and all that. So it balances the energy efficiently. And that's how we are trying to save more energy on that. And FKS, of course, we have introduced the water mist system, a new system for the buildings. So these are the use cases we worked upon and have implemented, designed it, and it is under implementation stage. So on each use cases, we have done an analysis how much of energy is being saved. So this I'll skip. So for even a small thing, 1%, 2% savings helped us a lot in overall saving. Probably we'll not look at 1%, 2% in a normal design. We'll think it's very expensive. But take it from me, we had to have only some incremental cost for this, which management gave us approval, but we are recovering it within 1.5 years. So that's the thing. So everybody can do this. That's what my point. So these are the use cases. If you can see all whatever I've listed, we've analyzed individually, technically, how much it could save, and we have done this. Even the external lighting, we are making it on only when it is really required. So those sort of things, we have used it. So these are some videos, but I'll skip it for lack of time. So all these use cases, if you see, you can go through what it is. I can share it later. So what the IE5, I just wanted to see. And there is some more advancements in these motors. They are looking towards 98% efficiencies, but we have tried to, I think IE6 or something is on the pipeline. So I think we'll all look at that sort of efficiencies, because these pumps and motors we have ignored for a long time because we were running it at 60-70% efficiencies. So we need to look at higher efficiencies. Veerappan is here, Dr. Veerappan is here, IPA. Welcome Veerappan from IPA. Yeah. So we worked on all these use cases. Something interesting we have got, if you see on the right side, this is a hybrid system, a wind plus solar. So even it will be continuously producing energy. This we are implementing here. So interestingly, this works with very low wind speed. Normally the conventional things needs higher velocity to rotate it, but this works at very low speed, and its generation power is also very high. So this also we are implementing. I think if somebody has watched it, we have already put a sample for the street light to be done through this wind power. I mean, if you people during lunch can walk along this road, I think it's already installed. So I talked about the smart AHU, enhanced air control. That's what we are trying to take the controls till the diffuser level. So that is how we'll save energy, so that where it is really required when people are occupying, then only you consume that energy. To that level, we are trying to take this with thermal diffusers. Of course, COP, what is the best in the industry, we try to get 6.2. I think there's a lot of research going on to enhance it from all the partners. So the other thing is we are used good processes, MBR processes, and grey wastewater also we are making treatment and reusing it. So we have created a rainwater harvesting pump so that whatever rain falls we could reuse, collect and reuse we are doing. So almost 68% we have estimated to save the annual saving of the water. And waste reduction and recycling, we have done that. We have put in methodologies to implement it. And this is how we could avoid almost 88% landfill we could avoid by using all these waste techniques. So last, the BMS, I already talked and many people talked, AI and ML will be the future. I think all our, the way we do the BMS in future or from now on will be different. It will be a platform which will have artificial intelligence and machine learning and other things. So it will really control the building very effectively from the energy point of view. So these are some of the this thing scheme, how this is being done for each systems. And we are also trying to put the digital twin, which will help the having all designed. We also need to prove that it's really working on the field. And this has to be monitored every year, every movement, and that's all. So this is how we are going to create a digital twin so that the whole ESG aspect of this building will be monitored continuously, and in future if regulation comes that we need to give it to the government, so this can help. So different types of dashboards. So coming to, because this program is about FSI, so we have tried to make the most advanced fire safety system in this building. We are first time trying to use the water mist system for this particular job, and we are working on executing this. So if you see, what we have finally achieved as a summary, you can see what are the current practices and what we have done innovatively here. Some brief on that, from whatever I told. What we have finally achieved EPI of 0.73, a carbon reduction of 3,095 tons CO2 equivalent per year, a base energy reduction of 27%. This is what we have achieved, and this is being set as a benchmark because we are the first in the country to get this IGBC carbon after getting the IGBC net zero energy, water and waste. So some more slides, I'll skip that. So including the waste, these are the datas, how much we are saving and other things, including the certifications. So finally we could get this, make this as net zero carbon. There was a lot of submissions, technical, because IGBC also were new. I mean, they had got out this document 4 months back. There are a lot of experts reviewing this and a lot of technical evaluation. Then we were the first to get this awarded in 13th August. And during the recent IGBC flagship event, the Minister of Environment, which from Karnataka, he presented us this as the first building to get in the country. So this is what is the picture about. So all this, again, it's a summary. I think we can share it. So finally, we also used around 57% of the material as green contributes, which is going into this building. So this was the highlights of this building, and this is here, which is under construction. Design, we got the certification, and within 3 years, we need to demonstrate whatever we have designed is what is coming there. Then they will give a net zero building rating for this building. This is how it is planned. So thank you for a patient hearing, and welcome to answer you anything during the lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful and interesting presentation. Now I request Mr. Sayani Haribabu, Regional Vice Chair, Ashray Chennai Chapter, to felicitate Mr. Al Balakrishnan. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. So now we have a safety awareness session by Dr. P.V. Padma Priya, Head of the Merkle Haptic System.
Dr. Padma Priya brings nearly 20 years of expertise in simulation. After earning her PhD at IIT Madras, she worked with protein data banks at NIST Maryland before transitioning to biomedical and safety simulation. Over the past decade, she has led groundbreaking innovations at Merkle Haptics, making significant strides in the field of simulation technology. Let us welcome Dr. Priya as she shares her words of wisdom with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Which is the
This one too next.
next?
This one before.
Is there a laser? Is there a laser? Only. Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. I think after all the very technical safety related talks, I am going to diverge into a very different topic and a very maybe interesting to some of you. I am heading Merkle Haptic Systems, which is an IIT Madras incubated company. We specialize in a field called haptics. It's not working. Ask them to do it. Yeah. Why it took so long? Yeah. So the idea is that we are using the technology of haptics and extended reality, which is a very recent addition to the other fields like AI and ML, and empowering the global workforce with creating simulators which can make them efficient at the workplace. So the main problem we are trying to address is, how do we impart quality training? We have been in this field of haptics for almost 11 to 12 years now. Most of our previous work has been in the biomedical field, where training is again very useful, very necessary. And the impact of having less training or inefficient training is that you not only risk lives, resources, as well as time. So the idea is that if we can bring in quality training in any aspect of life, any aspect of the industrial processes, we are going to have an efficiency in almost all aspects, which will lead to better outcomes. That is the idea. The solution we are providing is how can we transform training using XR and advanced haptics. The idea here is, we can bring in the space familiarity. Suppose a person is working in a certain kind of a workplace. It could be an automobile industry or it could be a hospital. When training happens, how can you bring in the space familiarity? To bring in that space familiarity, we are using the XR. So we create exclusive scenarios which are very akin. You can call it a digital twin or something like that, and then they get used to the environment. And we are adding responses using our haptic systems. These are cyber-physical systems which actually environment. So that brings in the response familiarity. I will use two use cases here. One is, of course, the medical thing we have done, and another thing we have developed for the fire safety. What we also do is add a layer of AI and ML, wherein over the years, if the data has gathered, it gives you better analytics, and we are kind of doing an objective assessment, taking the trainer out of the training so that everybody gets the same kind of knowledge, thereby democratizing the training process. So, and this is also a new thing, because most of the younger generation which needs training from here on, the digital natives, are very used to these kind of technologies, and they will be very actually more handy and to teach this kind of any kind of training to them. So our differentiator is that we are able to put the haptic feedback. Why Merkel? We have almost, this company was founded by IIT professor who has 30 years of experience in the field of haptics. They have been doing biomedical simulations. We have moved on to other kind of simulations also. We have a proven track record in the biomedical field, and slowly we are entering into the safety and emergency medicine, emergency preparedness field also. So that differentiator being the custom haptics. The first use case I want to talk to you, because we have worked a lot in this, is the healthcare training. What it brings is, if I'm able to create an environment, usually if you see the traditional method of training in medicine, it is a very mannequin based. Mannequins are these doll-like things which could be either high fidelity with a lot of sensors or very low fidelity which do not give you any kind of a feedback. So high fidelity simulators are very difficult to procure in a low resource setting like India. And the low fidelity ones totally depend on, it becomes subjective, where the trainer has to be extremely good for you to impart any kind of knowledge. So our systems are able to replace these high fidelity systems, at the same time give a better feedback to the user. So what we are trying to do is realistic feedback as in the form of haptic systems and immersive environments to learn more about the system. This will lead to medical error reduction. Here the paradigm in India is that you see one, you work under an expert, you see a surgery being done, then you move on to do one, and then you teach one. So because the volume of patients is so high, simulation training is not given very importance. But if you move to a Western country, 65% of the time has to be spent on simulations, especially if this is very akin to the aircraft simulator, where pilots undergo aircraft simulations, and they are not able to touch the real instruments or the flights until they cover a certain amount of simulation hours. This is very similar to this in the Western and European countries for medical simulations as well. So if you see the transformative power of fabrics, I will show can you please play the video? Just click on the video. Yeah, so this is a bare bones haptic device we have created. What I can do is I can just put 2 fingers or any medical instrument at the end of it and be able to feel virtual objects as they are. If it is a soft object, I will feel the softness of the object. Usually in virtual reality, you don't feel anything. It is only controller based like a game, but we are able to add systems and give you the feeling of touch. So imagine replacing this particular jelly-like substance with a tissue. It could be from anything from liver, softness of a liver to the hardness of a bone. We are able to modulate that particular stiffness and give the exact feedback to the trainee. What this has transformed into, this is the core engine. The engine I showed is what works within this IVF training simulator we have created. This is a complete training for in vitro fertilization, wherein the follicles from the female patient can be picked up and the embryo can be transferred. Sorry, it is a little medical technical field, but so what happens is you see the transvaginal probe and the needle, which are actually attached to our system. And the screen shows a virtual environment where a patient is lying, and there's an also ultrasound guide. So using all this, rather than working on a live patient and learning, you can do a complete training of IVF training on this particular system. This particular system we created, we have sold the technology to another company which is a channel partner and white labeling it basically. So we concentrate mainly on the core technology aspects of it. Can you please press the video once? Yeah.
For mastery in assisted reproductive techniques, powered by AI and VR. Compliant with ESHRE recommendations for good practice in ultrasound oocyte retrieval. The Fertilator is a multi-award winning medical training simulator for ART. It offers hands-on practice in transvaginal oocyte retrieval and embryo transfer. The Fertilator comes with unique features like haptic feedback, where it has force feedback for cervix, vaginal wall, ovary wall and follicle wall piercing. The probe with 6 DOF, 6 degree of freedom with a needle with 1 DOF. Simulated transvaginal ultrasound based on a 3D model of female reproductive anatomy. A virtual monitor for display in an immersive environment, VR environment with Oculus Quest. Simulation of aspiration driven by foot pedal switch.
When you compare it to a simulator which has a 2D effect, we see the Fertilator actually going miles ahead because of the spatial effect that one gets. I think it would be great because they get a sense of how a theatre should be. They actually get a touch and feel of the resistance of the tissues, which you do not see it in a simulator.
Yeah, so that was one of the products we have already in the market. I think I will not go into more medical, but rather come to so the second use case I would want to present is where we have developed a simulator for fire safety training. Here again, the idea is not to just give an XR based simulation scenario, but also add the real extinguishers which the people use. If you can see in the this thing, the person wearing XR is able to see an environment. The environments we have created are customized based on what the client needs. It could be a warehouse, it could be an industrial automation platform, or it could be even, we have done a lot of work with IOCL, Indian Oil Corporation, where we have created their own, so we have created their, our terminals and LPG bottling plants, exactly a replica of their systems, and integrate the real extinguishers they use. We take the extinguisher they want, we empty it, we add our sensors. So, and it is functional just like how a real this thing is. Integrated virtual reality and complete an SOP training as per the industry requirements. If you can see on your left, there is a person holding the extinguisher and standing. Maybe you can come a little front. So what he's seeing, you are able to see on the screen now. Maybe you can go to one of the scenarios and just show the fire. So any kind of an SOP can be built into the scenarios. So can you show the environment a little bit? So this is basically power and machine control room of IOCL. We have made a replica of it. Exactly what will be available there. Can you show the fire? So there is a fire. The quality of the video is not good here, but if you see on the headset, it actually feels very realistic. You see a fire. So what you can do is, what we are teaching is, if the fire is electric, what are the kinds of extinguishers you should use, what are the kinds you should not use. For example, water cannot be used when it is an electrical until there is a power switch off or something like that. All that learning, if it is a class B fire, if it's an oil fire, flammable liquid, then you should not throw water on it. It can actually splatter and become more. So all this condition is, are doing. So he is actually using the real extinguisher there. He pulled the pin and then he is squeezing the extinguisher. He's able to feel the material release out and the virtual fire gets extinguished. What happens is here, a lot of metrics are being collected, and over time you can see how optimized you can be in the responses you are able to do. This gives us response familiarity, immediately what to do. If you see conventional trainings, we have undergone conventional trainings wherein few trays and some fuels is being put. They use 4 or 5 kinds of extinguishers. A big group of people stand and maybe 4 or 5 are called. In that case, only those 4 or 5 have the real extinguisher experience, not everybody. So here, if an industry is able to take this up, everybody in the industry can be trained over a period of time. So the response will be much this thing, and the outcomes is what we are looking at. And yeah, so customization is what we are trying to do for every industry. For example, for the petroleum industry, IOCL, we have done the 75 kg powder into an haptic extinguisher. For Indian Air Force, I'm very happy to tell that 23 of the Indian Air Force bases have our fire safety simulators, which have been customized for their, the aircraft hangars as well as their runways. What are the SOPs which they do on these particular areas, including wind direction, all this kind of simulations have been added into that, and we have also included the CO2 for them. So moving on to the part of sustainability, so what we would say is SAFE 2024 was the thing. So I would call it, F is the futuristic aspect of the training we are taking it, and eco-consciousness wherein sustainability comes in. So we are kind of doing those two. Yeah, so this is some of the metrics we have been, and we found this to be an industry agnostic need, fire safety. When we built it, we built it with a very different purpose, but every industry, whether it is in hospitality, hospitals, colleges, universities, industries, everybody has the need. We have been able to do 60 installations in 1 year, and we are moving forward into the area, the MENA region, whereas Middle East and the South African area also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please be on the dais, please. I request Mr. Rajesh, Ex-Secretary, FSAI, Chennai Chapter, to felicitate Ms. Padma, ma'am. Please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now it's time for lunch, so I think that we have been crunching the time. So I request all the participants to head down to ground floor dining hall for their lunch, and please be back by 2:30. And for the afternoon presentation also, please be present. We'll be giving out some good goodies for you guys. All the delegates, please go to the VIP dining hall.
Years ago, when our nation started to feel the need of fire and security products. Like any other industry, here also, manufacturers came in and started offering their products and services in fire and security domain. After some time, it was felt that fire and security domain is not just like any other field where only commercials are involved. It had an element of service which could be extended to large part of the society so that they could understand the value of human life and could feel the importance of security in day-to-day living. It was also felt that the consciousness and awareness of masses about fire and security would help in protecting their loved ones and properties and would also make our country a more safe and secure place to live. With this intention of educating our countrymen, in August 2002, few of the industry people came together to form FSAI, which was initially called Fire and Safety Association of India. Later, as the security products established their prominence in the market, the association was renamed as Fire and Security Association of India. FSAI is a non-profit organization which would represent the fire protection, life safety, security, building automation, loss prevention, and risk management domains. And since 2002, FSAI has been collectively working to foster a spirit of safe living among all citizens of India and inculcate a proactive mindset towards safety and security at all times. The first chapter of FSAI was formed with 20 members in Chennai in the year 2002. And since then, the growth of our chapters has been phenomenal. In last 20 years, FSAI has added 24 chapters across various states of India along with 20 student chapters. These 24 chapters have been participating aggressively in promoting the message of advanced usage of fire and security systems throughout the country and have also been closely working to develop the fire safety and security engineering education and awareness. FSAI student chapters consists of engineering undergraduates, graduates and professional students. The mission of these chapters is to acquire, disseminate and apply knowledge of building automation, fire safety and electronic security. Student chapters also inspired and built passion among the students to make career in the domain. FSAI's student chapters educates the students about the importance of fire and security, and it also helps them to explore career opportunities in the industry along with enhancing their life safety skills. As an extension to this activity, we have built 2 FSAI students skill development centers initially at Pune and recently at Goa. In this journey of growth, the leaders of FSAI played a pivotal role in defining the objectives of FSAI and driving them to achieve the sense of safety and security among our fellow countrymen. They were well supported by a team of volunteers across all chapters and at national level to carry forward and fulfill the dream of creating a Surakshit Bharat. These leaders worked closely with the government and all other stakeholders to enable the Indian fire and security industry to reach global prominence with better regulatory framework. FSAI has a strength of more than 5,000 members across the industry, which includes global and Indian corporates and professionals consisting of leading architects, consultants, and users and system integrators. In these 20 years, FSAI has conducted more than 100 industry-specific shows in the form of debates, discussions, exhibitions, and network meets. FSAI is also conducting training programs with FM Global and NFPA to give certified credits to the members of association. A lot of programs and workshops which helps our corporate members in their business like GST, ease of doing business, and other relevant business topics have also been conducted by FSAI for its members. In 2016, FSAI conducted a car yatra throughout the country to create mass awareness for fire and security. FSAI has also conducted major events like Fsai, India Fire and Security Yatra, FSIE, Fire and Security India Exposition, FIST Awards, Finest India Skill and Talent Awards, FSAI Life Marathon, and PAC, Project Heads, Architects and Consultants Conclave.
Hey there, professionals. Today I'm diving into a fascinating concept that blends ancient wisdom with modern building services. Ever heard of the Pancha Bootha? It's the ancient Indian belief in the 5 basic elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Surprisingly, these elements have a lot to do with how we design and manage building services today. First up, earth. In our eyes is the structural integrity of a building, like the foundation and framework. Just like earth provides stability, our electrical and piping systems need robust infrastructure to function efficiently. Next, water. This one's obvious, right? We deal with it in plumbing and piping. Water management is crucial, whether it's supplying clean water or maintaining proper drainage. Effective water systems ensure that buildings remain safe and habitable. Now, fire. Fire protection is a key aspect of building services. Think of your fire alarms, sprinklers, and emergency lighting systems. These ensure safety and preparedness, just like the element of fire represents energy and transformation. Moving on to air, HVAC systems are all about air quality and temperature control. They create comfortable and healthy indoor environments. Proper ventilation and climate control are absolutely essential, mirroring air's role in sustaining life. Lastly, space. In modern terms, think extra low voltage systems like data cabling and smart building technologies. These systems maximize the use of space, ensuring connectivity and efficiency. They represent the limitless potential of space in fostering innovation and communication. So there you have it. The Pancha Bootha, or 5 elements, beautifully correlate with our modern building services. It's a reminder that even in our high-tech world, there's wisdom to be found in ancient principles. Thanks for watching and stay curious.
phenomenal. In last 20 years, FSAI has added 24 chapters across various states of India along with 20 student chapters. These 24 chapters have been participating aggressively in promoting the message of advanced usage of fire and security systems throughout the country and have also been closely working to develop the fire safety and security engineering education and awareness. FSAI student chapters consists of engineering undergraduates, graduates and professional students. The mission of these chapters is to acquire, disseminate and apply knowledge of building automation, fire safety and electronic security. Student chapters also inspired and built passion among the students to make career in the domain. FSAI's student chapters educates the students about the importance of fire and security, and it also helps them to explore career opportunities in the industry along with enhancing their life safety skills. As an extension to this activity, we have built two FSAI students skill development centers initially at Pune and recently at Goa. In this journey of growth, the leaders of FSAI played a pivotal role in defining the objectives of FSAI and driving them to achieve the sense of safety and security among our fellow countrymen. They were well supported by a team of volunteers across all chapters and at national level to carry forward and fulfill the dream of creating a Surakshit Bharat. These leaders worked closely with the government and all other stakeholders to enable the Indian fire and security industry to reach global prominence with better regulatory framework. FSAI has a strength of more than 5,000 members across the industry, which includes global and Indian corporates and professionals consisting of leading architects, consultants, and users and system integrators. In these 20 years, FSAI has conducted more than 100 industry-specific shows in the form of debates, discussions, exhibitions, and network meets. FSAI is also conducting training programs with FM Global and NFPA to give certified credits to the members of association. A lot of programs and workshops which helps our corporate members in their business like GST, ease of doing business, and other relevant business topics have also been conducted by FSAI for its members. In 2016, FSAI conducted a car yatra throughout the country to create mass awareness for fire and security. FSAI has also conducted major events like Fsai, India Fire and Security Yatra, FSIE, Fire and Security India Exposition, FIST Awards, Finest India Skill and Talent Awards, FSAI Life Marathon, and PAC, Project Heads, Architects and Consultants Conclave.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have a time of 5 to 10 minutes, so I request everyone to please visit the stalls.
Hey there, professionals. Today I'm diving into a fascinating concept that blends ancient wisdom with modern building services. Ever heard of the Pancha Bootha? It's the ancient Indian belief in the 5 basic elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Surprisingly, these elements have a lot to do with how we design and manage building services today. First up, earth. In our eyes is the structural integrity of a building, like the foundation and framework. Just like Earth provides stability, our electrical and piping systems need robust infrastructure to function efficiently. Next, water. This one's obvious, right? We deal with it in plumbing and piping. Water management is crucial, whether it's supplying clean water or maintaining proper drainage. Effective water systems ensure that buildings remain safe and habitable. Now, fire. Fire protection is a key aspect of building services. Think of your fire alarms, sprinklers, and emergency lighting systems. These ensure safety and preparedness, just like the element of fire represents energy and transformation. Moving on to air, HVAC systems are all about air quality and temperature control. They create comfortable and healthy indoor environments. Proper ventilation and climate control are absolutely essential, mirroring air's role in sustaining life. Lastly, space. In modern terms, think extra-low voltage systems like data cabling and smart building technologies. These systems maximize the use of space, ensuring connectivity and efficiency. They represent the limitless potential of space in fostering innovation and communication. So there you have it. The Pancha Bootha, or 5 elements, beautifully correlate with our modern building services. It's a reminder that even in our high-tech world, there's wisdom to be found in ancient principles. Thanks for watching and stay curious.
Good afternoon. I request everyone to please be seated so that we'll start our next session. Request everyone to please be seated.
I kindly request everyone, so please be in your seats, so we'll start the session. So, I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and guess everyone will be much energetic in the post session.
So now we're starting with a safety awareness session. Safety is not just a practice, it's a commitment to the preserving life and well-being. As Benjamin Franklin said, an ounce of prevention is the worth of a pound of cure. Prioritizing safety, trust, resilience, and progress in every endeavor. Remember, safety is not a gadget, but it is a state of mind. So let it guide every step you take. So next, we have a safety awareness session by Dr. Rajaji, founder and managing partner of Safety First.
Dr. G. Raja is a highly accomplished professional with 16 years of experience in maintenance and safety across IT and industrial sectors, holding multiple degrees including MD in acupuncture and various certifications in fire and safety industrial management. He is a certified fire and arson investigator and also holds an electrical C license. He has impacted over 16,000 people through safety awareness programs. In recognition of this contribution to fire safety, he received an honorary doctorate from the University of Tolosa, Mexico. Dr. Raja is also a lead auditor for ISO standards and an active member of several prestigious organizations. Let us hear his thoughts on safety punches. Over to you, sir.
சேஃப்டி ஃபர்ஸ்ட், வணக்கம். நெக்ஸ்ட், அங்கே ஸ்டாலில் இருக்கவங்களுக்குலாம் கேட்குதுங்களா? ஒரே ஒரு ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஸ்டினோட ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண போகிறேன். வேகமாக பரவக்கூடிய தீ எதுன்னு யாருக்காவது தெரியுங்களா? வேகமாக பரவக்கூடிய தீ, வேகமாக பரவக்கூடிய தீ. சூப்பர். யார்? வதந்தி. சூப்பர் சார். வதந்தியை தவிர வேறு எதுவுமே வந்து வேகமாக பரவாது. ஓகேங்களா? கோயில் பக்கத்தில் இருக்க தீ, கோயில் பக்கத்தில் இருக்க தீ பக்தி. சிவனோட பாதி தீ சக்தி. முக்தியும் தான் சக்தி. ஸோ இது மாதிரி வந்து சேஃப்டி அவேர்னஸை வந்து நம்ம வந்து கொஞ்சம் காமெடியாக ஏதாவது எடுத்துகிட்டு போகலாம் அப்படின்றது தான் ஒரு இனிஷியேட்டிவ். உலக தொலைக்காட்சிகளில் முதல் முறையாக அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல. ஸோ அது மாதிரி ரெண்டாவது முறையாக எஃப்எஸ்ஐயில் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் ஈவெண்ட்டில் இந்த ஸ்டாண்டப் காமெடி கொஞ்சம் ட்ரை பண்ணோம். என்னோட கடவுளான இது நான் மதுரை முத்து இருக்கார்ல, அவரை வேண்டிக்கிட்டு அப்படியே ஸ்டாண்டப் காமெடிக்குள்ளே போகலான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். மதுரை முத்துவன்னா கொஞ்சம் காப்பாற்றுங்க. ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட் எடுத்தோன்னே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஸ்கூல் ட்ரைனிங்ஸ்லாம் எடுக்கல, ரொம்ப காமெடியாக இருக்கும். ஸோ ஒரு ஸ்கூல் ட்ரைனிங் போயிருந்தேன். அந்த ஸ்கூலில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பிரைமரி ஸ்கூல் தான், ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டு 5th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் வரையும் ட்ரைனிங் இருக்குது. எஃப்எஸ்சியில் நார்மலாக ட்ரைனிங் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணோன்னா ஒரு 4 சிலிண்டர் வந்து அந்த ஸ்கூலுக்கு வந்து டொனேட் பண்ணிட்டு வருவோம். அந்த ஸ்கூலில் எல்லாமே டொனேட் பண்ணையில் 5th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் 4th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இப்படின்னு 4 கிளாஸ்க்கு கொடுத்து முடிச்சிட்டோம். கடைசியாக ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லேருந்து கேட்குறான், சார் எங்கள் கிளாஸ்க்கு சிலிண்டர் இல்லையா அப்படின்ட்டு. உடனே என்ன பண்ணார், பிரசிடெண்ட்டை பார்த்தேன், சிவராமகிருஷ்ணன் அப்படியே பார்த்தாரு. அவர் வண்டியிலேருந்து போய் ஒரு சிலிண்டர் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து தூக்கிட்டு தான். ஆனால் பசங்க எவ்வளோ அவேர்னஸாக இருக்கான் பாருங்க. அவன் கிளாஸுக்கு சிலிண்டர் இல்லை அப்படின்றதுல ரொம்ப கேர்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கான். அடுத்து இன்னொரு கிளாஸில் வந்து ஓஎம்ஆரில் ஒரு ட்ரைனிங் எடுத்துகிட்டு இருந்தோம். நம்ம சாலிடு, லிக்விடு, கேஸ் இதெல்லாம் பற்றி பேசி முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபயர் வந்து சாலிடா, லிக்விடா, கேஸா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒருத்தன் கேட்டான். உடனே பாலன் சார், ராஜா இந்த கொஸ்டினுக்கு ஆன்சர் பண்ணு அப்படின்னு என்னை கோர்த்து விட்டார். நான் என்னத்தடா சொல்கிறது, இப்படி ஒரு கொஸ்டின் எவனுமே கேட்டதில்லையே, ஃபயர் சாலிடா, லிக்விடா, கேஸா அப்படின்னா என்ன சார் ஃபயர் சாலிடா, லிக்விடா, கேஸா? எனக்கும் தெரியல, அடிச்சு விட்டேன். அது 4th ஸ்டேட்டா பிளாஸ்மா அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கப்புறம் கூகுளில் வந்து சுந்தர் பிச்சைட்டை கேட்டால் அதுதான் கரெக்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தார். ஸோ இதுதான் வந்து அந்த ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக சொன்னேன். இதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னொரு ஸ்கூலில் என்ன பண்ணுன்னா, ஒரு பொண்ணு 6th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் படிக்கிறது, அண்ணா இவ்வளோ பெரிய சிலிண்டர் வச்சிருக்கீங்க, இதை எப்படி எங்களால் தூக்கி ஆப்ரேட் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கேட்டுச்சு. அம்மா உன் பேக் எங்கேம்மா இருக்குன்னு, அந்த இருக்குன்னு அந்த பேக் தூக்கிட்டு வந்தேன். இந்த பேக் 8 கிலோ இருக்குமா, இந்த சிலிண்டரு 2 கிலோ தான்மா இருக்குது, அதனால் ஈஸியாக நீ தூக்கி ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணலாமான்னு அப்படியே அந்த பொண்ணோட முகத்தில் ஹாப்பினஸ் பார்க்கணுங்களே, அப்படியே இதெல்லாம் சொல்கிறதுக்கு இல்லை. ஸோ இது வந்து ஸ்கூல் சைடில். இன்னொரு சைடு இன்டர்வியூ சைடில் போகையில் ஒருத்தன் க்ளீன் ஏஜென்ட்னா என்னடான்னு கேட்டேன். க்ளீன் ஏஜென்ட்னா நம்ம ட்ரெஸ்ஸில் இருக்கிற அழுக்கெல்லாம் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு டிடர்ஜென்ட் போடுவோம்ல, அதான் க்ளீன் ஏஜென்ட் அப்படின்னா. அப்படின்னு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபயர் ட்ரையாங்கிள்லாம் என்னடான்னா, ஸோ மேக்ஸில் வந்து நிறைய இது இருக்குன்னா, வட்டம், சதுரம், செவ்வகம் இது மாதிரிலாம் இருக்குது. அதில் ட்ரையாங்கிள் ஒன்று, ட்ரையாங்கிளில் கொஞ்சோண்டு பெட்ரோல் ஊற்றி ஃபயர் பண்ணோம்னா அது வந்து ஃபயர் ட்ரையாங்கிள் அப்படின்னு சொன்னான். அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். சரி கலர் கோட்ஸ்லாம் உனக்கு என்னென்ன தெரியுமா அப்படின்னு கேட்டேன். கலர் கோட்ஸ்னால் தெரியும்னா, பிளாக் போட்டால் வந்து ஹேட்டரு, பிங்க் போட்டால் வந்து கமிட்டடு, ஒயிட் போட்டால் வந்து நான் ரெடியாக இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவன் வந்து வேலண்டைன்ஸுக்குள்ள கலர் கோட் சொல்கிறான். ஏன்டா க்ரீனு ரெட்டை பற்றி பேசுவோன்னு பார்த்தா வேறு ஏதோ பேசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன்னு. இதுக்கடுத்து ஃபைனலாக ஒன்று கேட்டேன், சரி உனக்கு வந்து ஆக்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் பற்றி என்ன தெரியும்? ஆனால் நான் வந்து சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் ஆக்ட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கேன், அடுத்து டிவியில் ஆக்ட் பண்ணணும், அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து பெரிய சின்ன திரை பெரிய திரையெல்லாம் ஆக்ட் பண்ணணுன்றான். டேய் தப்பாக சொல்லாதண்ணா. ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்னா ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லேருந்து 12th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் வரையும் இருக்குண்ணா, 8th வரையும் பாஸ் போட்டுருவாங்க. இப்போ வந்து 9th 10th எல்லாம் வேறு வந்து பப்ளிக் கொண்டு வந்துட்டாங்கண்ணா. டேய் நம்ம ஸ்டாண்டர்டையும் ஆக்டையும் பற்றி கேட்டால் நீ எதை சொல்கிற அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இந்த இன்டர்வியூ பண்ணையில் செம காமெடியாக இருக்கும். இதுக்கடையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2 பொண்ணுங்க பேசிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஏன்டி நீ வந்து சேஃப்டி ஆஃபீஸரை கல்யாணம் பண்ணியே என்னாச்சுன்னா, ஆசை 60 நாள் மோகம் 30 நாள் 90 நாள் ப்ரொபேஷன் பீரியடில் இருந்திருப்பான் போல். இப்போ காலையில் எந்திரிச்சோடனே பெர்மிட் போட சொல்கிறான். குளிக்கிறதுக்கு கோல்டு ஒர்க் பெர்மிட்டு, சமைக்கிறதுக்கு ஹாட் ஒர்க் பெர்மிட்டு, அதுக்கப்புறம் மேலே ஏறி ஒர்க் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஹைட் ஒர்க் பெர்மிட்டு, டேங்கை க்ளீன் பண்ணால் கன்ஃபைன்டு ஸ்பீக் ஒர்க் பண்ணிலாம் போடுறான்டி. இது என்னன்னே தெரில அப்படின்னு. எதுனா இல்லைண்ணா ஃப்ளோவில் போகிறேண்ணா, ஆல்ரெடி டைம் ஆச்சு. ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த பொண்ணு கேட்குது, சரி டெய்லி நீ வந்து ஃபுட்டு வந்து வீட்டில் என்ன ஸ்விக்கி சொமாட்டோலேயே ஆர்டர் பண்ணி சாப்பிட்றியே, இது ஏன்டி என் வீட்டில் சமைக்கிறது இல்லையா என்ன? என் வீட்டுக்காரர் இப்போ தான் ஃபயர் ஆஃபீஸராக மாறிட்டார், அதனால் வீட்டில் சமைக்கக்கூடாது, நெருப்பு வீட்டில் இருந்ததுன்னா ரொம்ப என்னை பற்றி சொல்லலைண்ணா. ஸோ அதுக்கடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு லைவ் நியூஸ் இப்போல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த இப்போ ஒரு புயல் வந்தது, அது பேர் என்னன்னே தெரில, பெண்களா இல்லை பொங்கலா இல்லை ஃபெங்கலான்னு, அது எங்கே லேண்ட் ஆகுதுன்னு தெரியாமல் நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லாக சுற்றி இப்போ பல விஷயங்கள் பண்ணிட்டு போச்சு. அதே மாதிரி மெயின்டெனன்ஸில் போயிட்டு தம்பி பஞ்சர் எங்கேப்பா இருக்குது அப்படின்னா, ஆனால் அந்த வடகிழக்கு மூலையில் ஒரு சின்ன காற்றழுத்த தாழ்வு மண்டலம் இருக்குன்னா, அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தென்மேற்கு மூலையில் ஒரு பெரிய காற்றழுத்த தாழ்வு மண்டலம் இருக்குன்னா, நீங்கள் ஜாக்கியை போட்டாலும் அது பறந்து போயிருந்தா, ஹைட்டண்டாக போட்டாலும் பறந்து போயிருந்தா, அவன் ஏதோ நியூஸை பார்த்துட்டு புயலையும் வந்து நம்ம லீக்கையும் வந்து அப்படியே கம்பைன் பண்ணி சொல்கிறான். அடுத்து போய்கிட்டே இருக்குல்ல, இந்த ஸ்மோக் டிடெக்டர் இங்கே இருக்குது பாருங்கள், திடீர்னு ஃபயர் அலாரம் அடிச்சிருச்சு. ஒரு லேடரை போட்டு எல்லாம் வந்து மேலே ஏறி அவர் செக் பண்ணுறது டெக்னீஷியன் செக் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு. கீழே நம்மால் அண்ணா கால் ஆடுதுண்ணா அப்படின்னா, டேய் ஹைட்டில் ஏறினா கால் ஆடதாண்டா செய்யும், அண்ணா நான் அந்த கால் சொல்லணும்னா லேடர் கால் ஆடுதுண்ணா அப்படின்னா. இப்போ சாப்பிட போயிட்டு இருந்தோம்னா, சாப்பிட போயிட்டு இருக்கல பக்கத்தில் ஒருத்தர் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காரு, எனக்கு காலே வரமாட்டேங்குது அப்படின்னாரு. காலே வரலையா, நீங்கள் வந்து ஏர்செல் யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்களா டொக்கோமோ யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்களா அப்படின்னு. இல்லைங்க பிரியாணியில் காலே வர மாட்டேங்குதுன்ற, நீங்கள் ஏர்செல் யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்களா டொக்கோமோ யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்களான்னு. ரவி சார் உங்களுக்காக தான் சார் இந்த காமெடி. ஸோ இதே மாதிரி காமெடிஸ்லாம் வந்து அப்படியே போய்கிட்டே இருக்கும். இதுக்கடையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ சேஃப்டி ஆஃபீஸர்லாம் கொஞ்சம் டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக யோசிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் ஆஃபீஸ்க்குள்ளே வரையில் சேஃப்டி இண்டக்ஷன் மாதிரி உள்ளே வர்றாங்க. உள்ளே வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் தம்பி நீ என்ன ராசி? மேசராசியா, உனக்கு தலையில் கண்டா சேஃப்டி ஹெல்மெட்டை கலட்டவே கலட்டாதன்னு. அடுத்து நீ என்ன ராசி? கடகராசியா, உனக்கு காலில் கண்டா சேஃப்டி ஷூவை கலட்டவே கலட்டாத. சார் நான் தனுசு, உன் கண்ணு வந்து ரொம்ப டேஞ்சரஸானது, காகுல்ஸோடே நீ எப்பொழுதுமே சுற்று, காகுல்ஸை கலட்டிடாதுன்ட்டு இது மாதிரி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இன்னொன்று சேஃப்டியிலே வாஸ்து எல்லாம் பார்க்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. இப்போ என்ன சார் சேஃப்டியில் எப்படி சார் வாஸ்து பார்ப்பாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கேட்டாங்க. சேஃப்டியில் எப்படி வாஸ்து பார்க்குறதுனா, இங்கே பாருங்கள் இந்த ஃபயர் எக்ஸ்டிங்ஷர் எல்லாமே வந்து கிழக்கு நோக்கி இருக்குது. இதை நீங்கள் வடக்கு நோக்கி வச்சுருந்தீங்கன்னா வச்சுங்களேன், உங்கள் ஆஃபீஸில் எந்த ஃபயர் ஆக்சிடென்ட் வராது. சரி ஃபயர் எக்ஸ்டிங்ஷர் சொல்லிட்டீங்க. இதே பம்ப் ரூமுக்கு கூட்டிகிட்டு போனால் பம்ப் ரூமோட ஹெட்டெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அப்படியே ஒரு 50 டிகிரியில் இருக்குது. அதை வந்து லைட்டாக ஒரு 51 டிகிரியில் நீங்கள் மாற்றிங்கன்னா வச்சுங்களேன், அது வந்து ராகு திசையில் இருக்கும், அப்படியே எந்த ஃபயரும் இல்லாமல் போயிடும் அப்படின்னா. சார் எங்களுக்கு செட்பேக்கே இல்லை சார், இதுக்கு ஏதாவது வாஸ்துவில் ஏதாவது சரி பண்ணி ஏதாவது பண்ணிடலாம், செட்பேக்குக்கெலாம் ஒன்றுமே இல்லைப்பா, கோ அண்ட் கெட் செட்பேக் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டார். செட்பேக் வந்து அவங்களோட இதுதான் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ இது மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் போய்கிட்டே இருக்கும். இதில் இஆர்டி ட்ரில்லில் தான் லாஸ்ட் டைம் வந்து நிறைய கிளாப்ஸ் வந்தது. அதுக்கு தான் இஆர்டி ட்ரில் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கோம். திடீர்னு அவர் வந்து ஃபோன் பண்ணி அவர் ஐ திங்க் 2K கிட்ஸ் எல்லாம் பேசிகிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. என்னாச்சு அங்கே ஏதோ சத்தம் கேட்குது, டியூ டு அன் எமர்ஜென்சி இட்ஸ் நெசசரி டு எவாக்குவேட் த பில்டிங். அது வந்து பொம்பளை வாய்ஸில் இருந்தால் கூட பரவாயில்ல, எல்லாரும் வெளியில் போயிடுவாங்க. அது ஆம்பளை வாய்ஸில் வேறு வச்சுருக்காங்க. இங்கே இருந்த சிஸ்டமில் ஏதாவது இருந்ததுன்னா அது மாதிரி லேடிஸ் வாய்ஸ் மாற்றிக்கங்க. இதை கேட்டுட்டு அந்த பொண்ணு ஆப்போசிட் சைட்லேருந்து ஏதோ எவாக்குவேஷன் சொல்கிறாங்களே என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்குறாங்க. இல்லை ஃபயர் அலாரம் வந்துருச்சு, எல்லாரும் எவாக்குவேட் பண்ண சொல்கிறாங்க அப்படின்னா. ஐயோ உனக்கு என்ன ஏதாவது ஆயிரப்போது, நீ கிளம்பு அப்படின்னோடனே எனக்கெல்லாம் எதுவும் ஆகாது, ஏன் உங்கள் ஃபயர் டீம் இஆர்டி டீம்லாம் அவ்வளோ சூப்பராக இருக்காங்களா, எல்லாத்தையும் பண்ணிடுவாங்களான்னு. இல்லை என் உயிர் உங்ககிட்ட இருக்குது, அதனால் எனக்கு எதுவும் ஆகாது அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அன்னைக்கு அந்த புதுக்கோட்டை சமஸ்தானமே ஆடி போச்சு அப்படின்றது மாதிரி ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன். அடுத்து இந்த இஆர்டி ட்ரைனிங் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லோரும் அப்சர்வோட ரிப்போர்ட் கேட்போம். அப்சர்வோட ரிப்போர்ட் கேட்கல என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, நிறைய பேர் இஆர்டி ட்ரைனிங்கில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. சார் எனக்கு கிளைண்ட் கால் இருக்குது, இன்னொருத்தவங்க டீம்ஸ் கால் இருக்குது, இன்னொருத்தவங்க ஜூம் கால் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க சார். நான் அதில் இன்னொருத்தவங்க சொன்னால் பாருங்க, சார் மிஸ்டு கால் இருக்கான் சார், அதனால் வரமாட்டேன்ட்டார் சார் அப்படின்னா. தேங்க்யூண்ணா. ஸோ இதோடய முடிச்சிடலான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒரு ஃப்ளோவில் போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு. ஸோ டைம் வந்து 5 மினிட்ஸ் தான் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க, 10 மினிட்ஸை சுருக்கி 5 மினிட்ஸாக கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. ஸோ சேஃப்டி பஞ்சர் ஏன் அப்படின்னு வச்சோன்னா, எல்லாருமே ஒரு தூங்கிக்கிட்டு இருக்கையில் கொஞ்சம் வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷ்னஸ் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக வச்சுருந்தோம். ஸோ பிடிச்சிருந்ததுன்னா லைக் பண்ணுங்கள், ஷேர் பண்ணுங்கள், சப்ஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணுங்கள், நல்லா கிளாப் பண்ணுங்கள். கிளாப் பண்ணால் உடம்புக்கு நல்லது.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful session. I hope everyone enjoyed a lot this session. Now I request Mr. Lokesh, Chief Engineering Manager, Fire Protection Mechanical System, HPA SBG, B&F IC, L&T Construction, to present Mr. Raja with a memento. A huge round of applause, please. Now, let's move on to the next part, that is our technical presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Garve from Johnson Controls.
Mr. Ajit Garve, a mechanical engineer from VJTI, has a master's in management studies from NMIMS, brings over 25 years of expertise in business development and sales with global entities. Currently with Johnson Controls, he leads a fire detection business development for India, driving innovative.
That's it.
Yeah. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I know we are saving
Thank
time. Naveen, I'm with you. So thank you very much. I think one round of applause to this team, which is doing commendable job since morning. I think they are the real people, you know, and of course Naveen and team who've been helping us. This to go ahead, right? This to present. Okay. So I know it's slightly mixed up. Pre-lunch, people say that it's difficult for a speaker, but post-lunch it becomes difficult for both. So I'm going to talk about fire alarm signaling code. Why I'm going to talk about is because life safety, the base itself, you know, people keep asking this question that how do you have a common platform to evaluate fire detection technologies? As it is very simple, it is written in code. And really code is very simplified. If you really look at it, it's absolutely common sense, very simplified. So I have 20 minutes. I'm going to open this dialogue. So I have last slide where my email ID and number will be there. I'm not a seller, don't worry. The reason I'm leaving my trail behind is because our dialogue should continue. You know, it is basically mutual exchange of knowledge. I looked at the session which Madam did, it was very interesting. So we could kind of connect, right? And we can increase our knowledge. So please don't hesitate. Reach out and see what can be done and what can be, you know. So today what I'm talking about is my experience. And experience can never be an expertise. That's what I believe. Every morning we wake up and we start with a new day. What I'm talking today is my personal opinion. It is not NFPA committee opinion. Please do visit nfpa.org. Wonderful website. And I'm going to give some insights how we can use it. Those who are designers. I hope I'll keep you awake for next 20 minutes. Why I'm talking about this? Because the journey of fire detection portfolio has been tremendous. In fact, the journey of scale of projects over last decade also is being very, very tremendous, exciting, as well as complicated. There are many things happening which are expected from a fire alarm panel. I'm not sure how many of you have used the Nokia's first phone, which used to only message. I used to call and I used to receive call. 18 rupees per minute, right? Was very tough. You remember that? And today's phone, everybody possibly is busy on phone. Your phone is a small app on your phone, right? You have your banking app, you have different apps. Similar journey, fire alarm panel has kind of crossed over last decade. So fire alarm panel, from just becoming a fire alarm panel, today it does many things. It saves lives, it saves fire, non-fire, contingencies, communications. So you see a fire alarm panel do a lot of job. It's a brain behind many, many crucial functions to save lives. You have emergency communications, you have fire, you have non-fire incidences, etc. So while selecting this technology, it is very, very, I would say it's a critical job. While every brand owner, OEM like me would come to your door and start selling, we have something very useful and handy, which is codes and standards. So what I'm showing on screen, so there was one question in Delhi, there was a student delegate, they asked me that, what will make me expert in this field? I said, just study 101, 72, and 13, and you'll be among the top, maybe 2% in India. You study the standards thoroughly, and in MVP, you will be like. So if we see on the screen, NFPA 1, Fire Code 101, Life Safety Code, Building Construction and Safety Code 5000, they will tell you what and when. 72 is execution. 72 doesn't tell us to install. 72 doesn't tell us to buy. 72 guides us how to execute. What is to execute, how to execute is part of these three standards. So that's how the standards typically get referred to. So if some seller comes to you and tell you that this is written in 72, please don't buy it. NFPA 72, for those of you who do not, maybe looking at this for the first time, I mean, I know it's a mix of expertise. NFPA 72 is Fire Alarm and Signaling Code, which is highly referred in India, wherever, job comes around fire detection. Don't worry, just thought, I'll leave this thought here. It's a structure of a code. It's basically 4 silos. As a designer, when I refer any code, so first silo is administrative chapters. First 3 chapters are common across 300 standards. Then we have support chapters, okay? We have system chapters and we have usability annexures. So support chapters are like individual devices, for example. How do I design, how do I space my detectors in this dome? This is slightly, it's not a flat ceiling. So what is the guidance? So chapter 17. How do I do my communication, notification appliances, chapter 18. And when I need to kind of get into more integrated approach, chapter 23 and chapter 24 are the ones who get referred to. Chapter 23 is your protected premises. This is protected premises, for example. It is protected by a fire alarm panel. How and where I should be integrating everything is chapter 23. It's a fantastic chapter with a lot of knowledge. And anything and everything regarding voice is part of chapter 24, emergency communication. A lot of time people ask question, how do I do cause and effect? What kind of approach I should take in terms of voice? Because voice is emergency communication has many aspects to it. Mass notification, wider mass notification, campus notification like this, inside building, outside building, there are various factors to it. And if you see that some chapters are, like we saw those reserved thing kept on table. So you see there's something written as reserved here. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, reserved. Then we have chapter 13, 15, 16, 19, reserved. What does this mean? If me and Naveen, for example, we refer to our, and Shiva, for example, the experts, we refer to these chapters day in, day out. So we know that 7.2 is the clause for minimum documentation. What will happen if I move the chapter, the sequence of chapters? It will confuse, so to maintain the usability of those chapters, to add new chapters, those chapters are deliberately kept open by code committee. For example, last year, so NFPA 72 changes every 3 years. So latest edition is 2025, which I'll talk about very quickly. 2022 was earlier and 2019. These 3 editions I'm going to very quickly talk about what are the changes happened. So in 2022, there was a chapter 11 reserved here. That is now chapter 11 cybersecurity. This is new in 2025 edition. Since morning we've been hearing across the sessions, cybersecurity is very, very important aspect, and it has become part of code also. And annexes, what you see on your right-hand side, they are not mandatory. Chapters are mandatory. The one request on one portion, which I kind of keep talking about every time, if we say that we are going to adopt NFPA 72 in our execution, chapter 1 till chapter whatever, 29, whatever is applicable, you have to follow everything. There can't be any exception. Annexures are not mandatory. Annexures are suggestions or explanations, actually. So there are various. For example, they have carbon monoxide. They have if you want to know how performance design is done, Annexure B is a good documentation. You can go through that. It shows actually how to calculate heat load, how to do spacing for the ceiling which are which are unusual buildings or which are slightly unique. You can use Annexure B as an engineering guide. So as I said, I'm going to be very quick. So 3 editions I'm going to talk about. So 2019. What are the key changes in 2019 we had? So mark your life safety system clearly so that people should not mistakenly, circuit breakers, etc., people should not play with that. And they should not kind of, disable them by mistake. Documentation is something which the code has really, really kind of put their emphasis on. Please do not store your documents inside the panel. Have a separate metal box next to a panel. Mark it, L&T, building 4, life safety documents, etc. But do not store anything inside the panel. Carbon monoxide is a big change. Worldwide, a lot of deaths or accidents have happened because of carbon monoxide. It's a silent killer because we can't smell or we can't test it. So how do we know if I'm sleeping in maybe feathers or the hotel nearby in the night and the carbon monoxide started coming in my room? It is filled in my room. How do I know? I can't test it. I can't smell it. 6,000 ppm, 12 minutes exposure, we are dead. It is that serious. And there are a lot of accidents are happening. So code has taken very great concern about it. So NFPA 720, which was a standard for carbon monoxide, has been stalled at 2015 edition, and everything has been taken into NFPA 72 2019. And of course, there is one slide which I'll show you how to locate these. I'm going to run a little faster. and of course, last slide, I'll leave my name and email ID behind so that, I'll really request you to kind of, connect back so that we can talk more about it. Chapter 7 gives a lot of good things. The reason I included this slide, there are good, what should I say, good forms and designs given to collect data, documentation, etc. How do I kind of, do something? So all the formats are given in chapter 7. This is slightly interesting slide because I see it very often, most of the projects across India, and I keep questioning. If somebody asks me that I need X watt speaker, I first question is why you need it. If somebody says I want louder noise, then the next question is you want louder noise or you want noise which could be intelligently heard. Sound intelligibility, there is a specific annexure. So what I'm talking to you, if you're not able to hear me, then it's not right now it is good. But if you're at the airport, there's some announcement comes and you don't know which gate to go to. That's not intelligent sound. So these are the typical dB levels I picked up from one of the research, and you can see that they're not really, So for example, if you're designing a residential building or industrial occupancy, 88, or business occupancies, commercial buildings, 54. 54 plus 15 dB, so 70 dB. Normal UL listed quarter tap speakers gives me 80 dB. And imagine for that, if I start using 6 watt, 8 watt speaker, look at the amplification, the cost that you are spending. So your clients will be happy if they get guided on these things. Again, common sense, but I thought I'll include because I personally faced this in one of the prime buildings. Randomly drill happens, and this morning there was a discussion also that occupant awareness is also equally important. So I just randomly picked this slide so that, that we can talk about this to a client, that when the drill is happening, you have to inform when the drill starts and you have to inform when the drill ends so that people take fire alarms as safety system seriously. I'm sitting on 18 floors, alarm starts, nobody walks out. 10 minutes later, the guy comes and I'm a stranger in that office. He asked me, have you heard the alarm? I said, ye kya tha? Sir, ye drill tha. But I said, not many were aware. They're just roaming in the office. What if the real fire happens? And then the guy ran away. Because that was a regular practice. People should be made aware if there's a test happening, a drill happening, so that they know when to run for, to save their lives. I'll skip this, but this is a video, but the point here is photosensitive epilepsy is a medical condition which is suggested by medical agencies to NFPA code committee. When I'm running from here to a refuge area or towards the exit, whatever comes in my view, sounder strobes, they need to be synchronized. They need to be synchronized, otherwise some people have that seizure probability, which is called as photosensitive epilepsy. If you open any PS4 game or any video which is fluctuating light, there are chances that there'll be warning that if you are photosensitive epileptic, please be careful. So if you see fluctuating light, you tend to feel dizzy. To avoid that, code suggests make all your exit points synchronized in terms of light. The light should switch on and off when those sounder strobes are guiding us towards the exit area. Very quickly, this is past, but just for information, what is UL 7th edition? Most of the time, we saw that people came to you, sellers came to you and talked about, sir, we are UL 7th edition pass, etc., etc. This is almost a 2-decade-old process between UL and a lot of committees. This had happened because of emerging architecture. Architecture has changed over the last 2 or 3 decades. Escape time 20, 30 years back for almost, which was 17, 18 minutes. Because of this new architecture, etc., the escape time has reduced to 3 to 4 minutes. And that is the reason committee and UL actually had taken very serious notice of that, and they conducted a lot of changes. The way detectors get tested. Now, detectors, what you buy on 7th edition, they will be quickly responsive to these new changes which have happened. So your kitchens are changing, your architecture is changing, like you have a lot of foams of polyurethane. So your detectors, what you're buying from all of us, any OEM, all OEMs are responsible, Honeywell, Johnson Controls, or Edwards, and no brand is bad as long as when it comes to solutioning. This is 2022 edition. So as I said, I'll be slightly rushing, but these are the key changes 3 years back which committee had proposed in the code. Now, batteries were seen coming in a lot of accidents. batteries are bursting. Secondary power supplies are very, very important source when you lose primary power supply. And the observation of the committee was there are a lot of battery accidents happening. So committee has recommended in North America, if fire officer writes that NFPS 72 2025 edition has to be adhered to, sorry, 2022 edition has to be kind of adhered to, the client has to buy listed batteries or batteries which are nationally recognized by the components recognized by nationally authorized laboratories. And that's the kind of a stamp which will come on battery to avoid those accidents, because those are very, very dependable resources when the fire or emergency is happening. Imagine the power supply is gone and secondary power supply is on. Mass notification, again, this is one of the common gap I'm finding in many of the projects, and I'm sure people here are all experts, but in ground level there are examples where we have to start from educating people from PA to emergency communication, how the changes, what changes are. What do you mean by PA, what do you mean by emergency communication? So if at all any fire alarm panel being bought needs to do any kind of a mass notification, any kind of emergency communication, it has to be listed as per UL 2572, which is mass notification standard. So that is what code has kind of guided us. Remote monitoring, we heard Warik sir in the morning, and we heard many people, IoT is entering. We a lot of people are doing remote access to their fire alarm panels, etc. Code was very conservative, few editions back in terms of giving any remote access, because the fire or any emergency need to be fought at that place, that point right there. But since from the point of perspective of maintenance, monitoring, etc., code has opened up, but that actually also has led to cyber security. So chapter 11, which I told has been introduced, was part of NFPA 72 2022 edition. It was just one paragraph, and they had added Annexure J with a lot of listing to it. So I'll show that as well. I'll come to that slide next, but just to kind of, the battery perspective which I talked about, this is the sizing what code has talked about. So any sounder strobe, 24-hour standby, 5-minute fully alarm condition. Yeah? Oh, sorry. And this is the latest edition. Yeah, I think I'll just take 2 more minutes. This is the latest edition of 2025. It's very recent. Now, these are some key changes. Code has recognized there are new detection technologies coming in. Thermal imaging, gas detection, leakage detection. So there are technologies being acknowledged now. For example, thermal imaging would be performance-based, just like your radiation cameras, detections, etc., because they need to be what I see detection, so it has to be performance-based. So new detection technologies have been kind of identified. If you have immediate intermediary service providers like auxiliary service providers, they need to kind of shoot their alerts or messages outside the premise, but also need to kind of report into command center. This is to ensure that if any new technology is introduced, if any disruption happens, important communication should not bypass command center. That is from the safety perspective. Cyber security chapter, Annexure J has been completely taken off, and the entire Annexure J has been added to chapter 11. It has been made very detailed in 72 2025 edition, which is the latest one. So you'll see a lot of listings as OEM, as product owners, what we are supposed to do in terms of cyber security. And there are 2 things being added: restricted audible mode operation. This is for the areas where we see some people some people may be prone to louder noise, for example, autism. There are some medical conditions, patients who may not like too loud noise. So code has provision for that. This is something similar to private notification, private mode notification. In hospitals, if anyone designing healthcare hospitals, in patient zone, you can avoid sounder strobe because patients are not going to react to that. Your first responders will react to that. So your code has given leeway to kind of do private mode notification, something similar. And good news for designers. There's a good if you're nfpa.org, if you're bought online subscription, when you go to the 72 edition 2025, there's a good explanation, under every clause, and there's a good 2-pager document on sounder strobes and loudspeaker design. How do I design my notification appliances? notification appliances there are two types. One is sounder strobe, and second is textual, which is loudspeaker, which I'm speaking, the speaker which are doing that job. So DC powered sounder strobes and AC powered loudspeaker, proper design guide is given there now. There are guidances given as per clearly, because that was one area which was slightly gray, and that's what it is actually. Those of you are interested to learn more about how cyber security, fire protection is connected, there's a good webinar is there on nfpa.org. It's free, you don't have to kind of register. It's almost 1 hour, the good experts talking about it. And then there's a good report also, in case you're interested to know cyber security for fire protection system. This is very new and this is very interesting stuff for those who want to kind of read about it. So these are kind of various security levels they have added. I'll not get details of it, but just thought I'll kind of get that you notice that code is really kind of taking care of cyber security kind of aspects, since we are now going cloud-based or IoT-based stuff. Some changes 2025 edition have done for carbon monoxide. Those of you remember in 2019 when carbon monoxide is introduced, ceiling or on the wall with the top of the detector within 12 inch, 300 mm of the ceiling. Now initially they talked about detectors on the top of the ceiling, and they have changed permanently installed carbon monoxide source, which is being changed, which was earlier a fuel burning appliance. Now they have changed to any source which will have carbon monoxide outcome on the ceiling or on the wall 300 mm from the wall. You can have install your detector. That's what code has suggested now. And they added sleeping rooms and manufacturing published instructions for carbon monoxide. So this was very rough and kind of rough ride about what new changes are happening. In case you would like to have, because we do these very detailed sessions, there's no selling that we do there. Don't get threatened that I'll come to your door and start kind of selling about it. It is very neutral dialogue. I actually enjoy it more because it's a knowledge dialogue what we have. So we conduct 1.5 hour, 2 hour sessions on these details. We go through every edition or every chapter. We conduct different modules. For example, in one of the company, they wanted us to cover chapter 14, inspection, testing, maintenance for their entire operation maintenance team. We did that. Chapter 17 was done for one of the consultants. They wanted to run how the design should kind of be taken care of. So we do those modules, or somebody wants to go in detailing about Annexure B, performance-based design, etc. But that we do by, only we don't come and push on you unless you're interested. It helps us also to kind of learn. So you're most welcome. I think they're taking it off, but I'm here. We have minimalistic stall there of Johnson Controls. You can come and meet my colleague, me, Nidhin, and our partners, Dinesh, and Diamond, and Mani is there. So please come and catch up with us. We'll be happy. And once again, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a valuable session. Now I request Ms. Sujata from FSAI, Bangalore Chapter Secretary, to present Mr. Ajit Garve with a memento. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
For the next technical presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Shivakumar Palaniyappan, Associate Professor at IIT Madras. Dr. Shivakumar, Head of the Laboratory for Building Technology and Construction Materials at IIT Madras, specializes in sustainable construction, life cycle assessment, and construction process modeling. With a PhD from Arizona State University, he has received the 2023 Sustainability Champion Award and the BEPAM Highly Commended Paper Award. He serves on the Bureau of Indian Standards CED 58 Committee and has authored key reports, including for the International Energy Agency. Let us give a warm round of applause as he speaks on the very emerging and prioritized topic of the sustainability challenges in buildings. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. for this one-day technical seminar and share some experiences from Civil Engineering Department, IIT Madras. So I am a faculty member in the Civil Department, part of Building Technology and Construction Management. So basically I organized this presentation into three components. First is basics about built environment sustainability. The second part is about challenges related to sustainable built environment. The third part is about the current trends in India. So all these experiences are based on the work we have completed at IIT Madras during the last 14 years. So as we all know, we are one of the top 5 economies in the globe. So if you see the total CO2 emissions emitted, we are at number 4 or number 5. So that shows the level of growth in the economy. Recently we became the 5th largest economy in the globe, surpassing UK. But if you see the per capita emissions, we have a very minimum footprint. So as you see here, US and Canada about 20 metric tons per person per year, whereas India is 1 to 2 metric ton per person per year. So we have, we can say our lifestyle is kind of more sustainable compared to other Western countries as on today. So the initiatives towards sustainability, it started long back. Western countries thought about sustainability in 1970s, 1980s, whereas our freedom fighters thought about sustainability in 1930s. So Dr. J.C. Kumarappa defined sustainability as managing economic growth without causing irreparable damage to ecosystem. And also the CIB Council, International Council for Building Research in Building and Construction, they define sustainability as creation and operation of healthy built environment using sound ecological principles. So there are 3 pillars to sustainability, as all of us know. There is an economic aspect, there is an environmental aspect, there is a social aspect. In the environmental aspects, we consider energy footprint, carbon footprint, consumption of materials, water consumption, and land use, which is very unique for civil engineering sector compared to other sectors. In the economic perspective, we consider life cycle cost, affordability, internal rate of return, net present value, and so on. In the social aspects, we consider safety, involvement, health and well-being of workers and the occupants residing in the building, and also aesthetics related to the building. So these are the typical common metrics we consider related to sustainability. So if you see how industry has evolved over the last 1,000 years, you can see traditional construction practices followed 1,000 years back. We have many heritage structures in our state, also in India, which followed more traditional practices. Also, you can see housing, the traditional houses in the Tamil Nadu, different parts of Tamil Nadu. We have adequate daylighting, ventilation, rainwater harvesting in the houses. Whereas modern construction, we do have land constraints, availability of land space in the urban areas. So we use a lot of energy intensive materials, hazardous substances, non-biodegradable substances, and non-renewable resources. As a result, when we move from mono materials to diverse set of materials in building construction, the service life is relatively less. It's not 1,000 years, it's typically less than 100 years. So one of the challenge all of us should think about is how do we align modern construction practices along the lines of traditional principles and cultural values that we inculcate in our society. Basically the global vision for built environment sustainability has 2 key principles considering the building life cycle. Focus on resource recovery of useful resources from the waste generated in building life cycle, and how do you move from a linear economy to a cyclic circular economy in the construction industry. The second is leveraging the use of renewable power sources for building construction. From a strategic perspective, construction professionals have to consider three things. One is, how do you make your functional requirements more sustainable, the requirements for the building. Second is, all the resources that goes into the built environment, what should you do to make it sustainable. The third is, the processes used for building construction, what should we do to make it sustainable. So these are the three things we have to consider, especially in the early phases of building planning, considering the level of detail 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 by different professionals. The energy footprint during the building life cycle is distributed into different parts. For example, materials, construction, operation, maintenance, and demolition, deconstruction, disassembly of the building. So typically, we define embodied energy as energy used for building material manufacturing as well as site construction activities. So it has two parts: materials related energy, process related energy, building related energy. Then you have recurring energy used for maintenance and repair. So this is something important for our context. How often we do repair and maintenance? What is the energy footprint associated with the maintenance and repair in the building life cycle? Typically, if you consider the Indian building stock, predominantly we have naturally ventilated buildings or partially conditioned buildings. So the contribution of embodied energy with respect to the whole life cycle is about 30 to 40%. The contribution of operating energy is about 60 to 70%, which is quite different from other Western countries, Europe or US. So there is a lot of focus on optimizing embodied energy in addition to operating energy. Also, movement towards net zero energy buildings in the country. As of now, you will get surprised. We are constructing millions of buildings in the country, but if you see the number of net zero buildings, it is less than 500 for the whole country. So there is a lot to do on widespread adoption of net zero buildings in the whole country. So now I would like to highlight a few challenges related to sustainable built environment. This is mainly from a construction perspective. We also have a strong Build India scholarship program with L&T during the last 25 years. So whatever we share, it's more from a construction perspective. One is, how do you promote life cycle thinking? When I say life cycle thinking, it means you consider the entire life cycle of a product, not just the manufacturing phase. We have to consider the manufacturing impacts, the operational impacts, the end of service life impacts in a holistic manner to select the product life cycle. So this is very true in the context of net zero movement. Nowadays, the government of India has committed to become net zero by 2070. We are introducing many new technologies in the country like insulation, solar PV, glazing for facade, electric vehicles, finishing work, and different types of services and envelope. So we are introducing many new technologies in the country, but there is a lack of scientific understanding on the performance of these materials in the manufacturing part from an energy perspective, as well as from a maintenance perspective, as well as from a demolition perspective. So in addition to operational benefits, we also need to consider the whole life cycle to make true progress towards sustainability in our country. So this is called the life cycle thinking. So I can tell one example from a civil engineering perspective. If we consider steel as a material, steel is highly energy intensive than concrete as a material, whereas concrete is highly energy intensive from a construction perspective as well as from a deconstruction perspective. So I cannot argue that steel is better than concrete or concrete is better than steel. I have to consider the whole life cycle in order to make an observation on which is better than the other. So that is called life cycle thinking, which is very much required to promote true sustainability in the built environment. Next is, how do you apply the principles of green engineering at different scales? For example, as you see here, we have manufacturers for materials, we have contractors for buildings, We have urban planners for cities, communities planning. So how do you apply the concept of sustainability at different scales, starting from materials to building, building to cities in a holistic manner, so that I don't optimize one system at the expense of another. I have to have a optimization at the system's perspective. You know, the entire system has to be considered, not just optimizing one system compared to the other one. So this is some work we have completed. How to integrate sustainability metrics into estimation and costing. I'm sure you know those who are involved in estimation and costing, you refer to schedule of rates by Central Public Works Department. The CPWD schedule of rates has only the data on productivity, resources and cost. We don't have data on energy footprint, emission footprint in the schedule of rates. So this is one of the future goals. How do you bring in sustainability parameters as a part of schedule of rates so that I have informed planning in the early phases of building planning. So I would like to recall this quotation, Edwards Deming, we cannot improve what we cannot measure. So that means only if you have scientific data on sustainability parameters, we will make efforts towards improving the performance in the future. So we have done some studies, you can see we have done some studies on energy use for earth moving operations based on our students' projects. Several projects we have completed in the past. The other challenge is, how do you build LCA database for the construction sector in India? This is a snapshot of LCA database for UK, inventory of carbon and energy. They have embodied energy, embodied carbon per kilogram of material for the construction industry. Currently, we do not have a free database in India. You have to pay a couple of lakhs to buy data sets for India. So this is one of the future goals for construction industry professionals as well as for the government to develop a country-specific database for India so that it can be used in the early phases of building planning. The next is you do have many parameters that influence energy and carbon footprint of materials. So you can think about fuel mix, source of materials, location of mines, quality of materials, the technology used for manufacturing materials, choice of packaging materials, transport distance, choice of transport methods. We need to have a scientific understanding on how these parameters influence the carbon footprint in the Indian context. Of course, there are software tools available from other countries, but there are constraints in using them for the Indian context. We have to develop our own data sets to promote true sustainability. Here are some examples for Indian context. You can see the values for glass, insulation, carpet, lithium. So I want you to note the energy footprint for carpet and lithium. Carpet is one of the energy intensive material, more than glass, more than cement and rebar. So that is something has to be optimized. Lithium, which is used in electric vehicles, electric cars, it is one of the most highly energy intensive material. So you need to think about the effects of manufacturing the product, effect of replacing the product, effect of disposing the product, in addition to thinking about the benefits of using the electric vehicle products. So this is one contribution from IIT Madras in collaboration with the International Energy Agency. We have been part of one technical committee called Annex 72, and we published this technical document in collaboration with IEA last year, February 2023, on guidelines for establishing LCA database for the construction sector in the Indian context. It provides more like a methodological guidelines on collecting data for the construction sector. More on the temporal aspects, we have to understand the effect of temporal and spatial aspects on sustainability. How does the location affects the sustainability parameters? How does the time affects the evolution of technologies and the construction practices in the country? Also, how to develop cost-effective, affordable technologies for the Indian context. So India being a country with diverse climatic conditions and cultural differences in the building practices, it is important to understand the location-specific issues and develop context-specific solutions based on frugal engineering, because cost is a key aspect. If the technology is not affordable, it cannot be adopted in a mass scale. So cost perspective, life cycle cost, initial cost, payback period, all that is important for us. How do you optimize a global supply chain? So the many projects completed by L&T now have interdependent supply chain across different countries in the globe. So I have given one example here. The resources are mined from South America, transported through Europe, reaching India for projects in the hospitality sector or in the airport sector. So we have a global supply chain, and optimizing the global supply chain with respect to sustainability is one of the key aspects we have to consider. Also, we have to consider the underprivileged community in our country. How do you improve the quality of life for people in the with low privileges in the society? How do you improve the occupational health and well-being of workers? We are number one in terms of population, but still unavailability of workers in the country is one of the problem in the construction sector. So we have to pay attention to the occupational health and well-being of workers in the country. Also the plastic pollution. Okay, how do you protect the food supply chain from the micro and nanoplastics in the food supply chain? So there is an article here, I was a bit shocked to see this. Do you consume a credit card worth of plastic in a particular time period? Knowingly or unknowingly, we consume nanoplastic particles through the food supply chain. So this has to be taken into account by diverse set of stakeholders. So with these challenges, I would like to highlight few initiatives what our government is doing, different stakeholders in the countries are doing with respect to sustainability. Obviously, L&T is one of the largest construction contractor. Certainly, they have more aggressive goals compared to the government. While government wants to be net zero by 2070, L&T wants to be net zero by 2040. You want to achieve water neutral by 2035, so which is very good. So we appreciate the initiatives by L&T. Also, many leading construction companies in India, they are part of several international initiatives like Carbon Disclosure Project, Science-Based Targets, and Dow Jones Sustainability Indices, and World Green Building Council for Sustainable Development. Certainly, there is a lot of movement happening in the country towards low carbon, low energy construction practices, net zero buildings, green building certification, and so on. So things are going in the right direction. So this is an example from our own campus. We have made a building made of prefabricated concrete panels, made using industrial waste generated from the fertilizer sector. It's a glass fiber reinforced gypsum panels. You can see, we have considerable benefits in terms of the materials used like cement, steel, sand, construction duration, and workforce use. So this has been practiced in many places. For example, IIT Tirupati, the government of India has started a new IIT in Tirupati. We wanted hostel accommodation in a very short period of time. So this technology was used to deliver the facility as quickly as possible to the students without any delay. So this is, I'd like to highlight this. This is a landfill made of gypsum waste in Kerala. Basically, it comes from the fertilizers plant. This is used as a useful raw materials for producing GFRG panels for the construction. This is one example for circular economy where the waste from one sector is used as a resource input for the other sector. We have done many studies related to sustainability aspects in the Department of Civil Engineering. For example, assessing embodied energy of construction processes for different types of residential buildings, starting from economically weaker section type, LIG, MIG, HIG, and so on. Many projects have been completed. It helps us to understand what are the hotspots in terms of energy use, in terms of carbon use in the built environment, so that you can take corrective interventions in the future. Indian Green Building Council, certainly they are doing a lot related to sustainability. They have recently released this technical document on net zero carbon rating system. So I hope many of you are aware of this. So this is the latest document released from IGBC for certification of net zero carbon buildings. Large material manufacturers I will complete in 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes. So large material manufacturers like Ultratech, Saint-Gobain, and steel manufacturers, they have made many initiatives For example, similar to safety policy, quality policy, they have created energy and carbon policy. LCA is used as a tool for quantifying the sustainability parameters. Environmental product declaration is gaining momentum in large manufacturers. Bureau of Energy Efficiency is also developing schemes for certifying net zero buildings. So I have given some examples here. How do you define net zero buildings, positive net zero buildings based on the EPA? There are initiatives from the Reserve Bank of India for green deposits. There are subsidies given by the state government towards green buildings. There are several financial related initiatives by government entities. This is a very notable movement from the Government of India, a lifestyle for environment promoted by the Government of India. It creates awareness among stakeholders to modify the lifestyle so that you have an eco-friendly lifestyle to reduce the consumption of materials and resources. So those who sign the pledge, you get a certificate like this, and you undertake certain initiatives in your own personal life. Okay, as an individual, as a professional, what do you do to cut down the energy use, material use, and so on? This will have a far-reaching impact in addition to the technological advances. So these are some examples. Also, the Bureau of Indian Standards has released, they have revised the National Building Code of India considering sustainability. This part 11, is called Approach to Sustainability. It's a very detailed document, about 70 pages document. It's part of National Building Code of India. Then we have IS 15883 standard for construction project management. So here also you can see part 11 focuses exclusively on sustainability from a contractor's perspective. So these are some of the initiatives from the Bureau of Indian Standards to promote sustainability. Also, there are many initiatives on developing LCA database for the construction sector. We have given an example on how to modify the schedule of rates considering energy use and for different activities. Initiatives by SEBI. SEBI has recently published a checklist, a format for documenting sustainability parameters. It's Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting, BRSR. So this is also one of the recent initiative by SEBI. But there are operational challenges. It's not that it can be implemented straightforward. Initially, they targeted 1,000 firms to implement this template, but now we have only 100 firms part of the initiative. So there are operational challenges in implementing this in the practice. The other concept is integrating LCA into building information modeling. So this is a key concept. How do you bring in life cycle assessment tools into building information modeling platform to quantify energy footprint and carbon footprint so that it is a handy tool for the architects and designers to quantify sustainability parameters even before the building is constructed. So I have given some examples here. Plugin tools, there are many plugins available for BIM tools in the construction sector. You can do a trade-off analysis like this, where you can compare different construction practices and see how they are performed in terms of energy and emissions, along with time, cost, and resources. So finally, I'd like to highlight that we are offering a certificate program in IIT Madras. It's called Sustainability for Indian Businesses. You can refer to this portal code.iitm.ac.in. It's a very short certificate program which gives sustainability from a holistic perspective by different departments, social science, management science, different engineering departments in our institute. So this is one effort for us to create awareness in the society on various concepts related to sustainability. I think there are some international examples. Countries like Denmark, they have a cutoff limit for carbon footprint. Only when you quantify LCA, when you conduct LCA study, and if your carbon footprint is within this limit, your permit approval will be given. So some examples. Sufficiency is better than efficiency. How do you cut down your demand in addition to technological advances? Building life cycle phase. So I think I will cut with this. This is my last slide. We have different stakeholders in the country: architects, clients, government, developers, designers, contractors, academic institutes, research institutes. consultants, regulatory bodies, different stakeholders, and we have a goal to achieve net zero by 2070 as per the Government of India. There are multiple expectations by the stakeholders. So how do you promote more collaboration among these stakeholders so that we have a true progress towards net zero by 2070? So this is a final thought I would like to leave it to you. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for an interesting session. Now I request Mr. Manoj Gupta, JGM and Head, HVAC Design, B&F IC, L&T Construction, to present Dr. Shiv Kumar with a memento. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Mr. Sri Prakash, a representative from D-Link, for a sponsor presentation.
Good evening all. Good evening all. My name is Sri Prakash. I handle the pan-India requirements of L&T. Along with me, I have my team back there. Mr. Vinayagam, he is part of the technical team, and Mr. Suresh is also part of the sales team. We have requested them to be a part of this. So this is our global presence. We are spread across 66 countries. And we are in India for more than 35 years now. And in India, we are a public listed organization. We are listed in NSE and BSE. We have our R&D facility in Hyderabad, Team F1 Networks, which is into software. As a country of origin, we cater to D-Link Corporation, which is headquartered in Taiwan, Taipei, and we do manufacture in India. So we have our indigenous products here. And this is where I come in place in order to address this gathering, because it's completely, this is into fire. Okay, how a data company comes into fire kind of a requirement is, this is the reason. Okay, if you look at the previous applications, okay, it was all majorly data, also the power cables was being majorly used. But now much of the devices, okay, much of the devices is now converted into IP based, where it is all being powered through PoE. Okay, so it's obvious then the data comes into pipeline. Okay, so the moment the data comes in place, yes, we have a huge role to play. So if you just have a look at it, what does the existing infrastructure look like? Previously, much of things which was completely only in power is now all completely into data. So the lighting or the displays, wireless access points, shade controls, everything is now IP based. So everything falls under in one basic criteria of copper cables. And obvious it all needs an IP to transfer, for which it falls for the switches as well. These are our core offerings. We provide end-to-end solution, starting from the structured cabling, switches, wireless routers, also the related management softwares, the network management softwares for the same. Since it's more of fire and safety, we thought we'll address only two things as a major product portfolio. One is the industrial grade switches, where the operating temperature will be -25 and a maximum of up to +75 degrees. So these are the certifications. So these certifications will be majorly related to each vertical. Per se, if you look into factories, they have a different requirement. per se, if you look at railways, we are RDSO compliant products, so that refers to different standards and certifications. Okay. So all these switches, whatever is displayed, it is all have the certifications for operating temperature almost up to 75 degrees as a temperature. These are the core offerings which will be part of the backbone of your any design, copper, fiber and the related network enclosures. So these are our enclosures, which is floor standing, also rack mountable, and also we have open racks, also we have smart racks. So smart racks comes with the cooling systems, we provide end-to-end on that as well. So first industrial grade switch, what we started having an alliance with L&T is the Statue of Unity. We have given our industrial grade switches to Statue of Unity as a project. And the Harrow Hub, the MLCP, which is definitely a catchy place today in the city. The first airport to have multi-level car parking along with restaurants, theaters. Okay, we have supplied our surveillance solutions. We have supplied more than 450 cameras there, along with our end-to-end networking solutions. And one of the growing verticals is, I would definitely say, it is healthcare. So we have been part of the Tata Trust. We have given the switching solutions to 18 plus locations of Tata Trust. The entire switching solution of Tata Trust is with us. And as well, you have been part of the Modi Stadium. So we have provided the switching solutions to the Modi Stadium project. And we have been part of the L&T DC as well, where we have given our wireless solutions to them. That's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. K. Karthikeyan, Head MEP Design, RCF SBG, B&F IC, L&T Construction, to present Mr. Sri Prakash with a memento. I request a huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
And now I request the representative from Viking, event partner, for the presentation.
Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. So I think Ajit has given an excellent presentation on fire detection. Let me compliment him with the fire suppression system from Viking. So Naveen has given me 5 minutes, and I can do only the sales presentation. So let me start with the Viking presentation. Okay. So this is what we will cover. So we will look into a little bit on Viking, what is the history of Viking. We will look on the global footprints of Viking. We will discuss about little product portfolio on what Viking do, and then to the gas suppression system. So Viking started in 1990. So it was started by Titan. Then we moved to the Viking Corporation. We started with the Viking sprinklers. Then finally in 2008, Viking merged with Minimax Group, known as the Minimax Viking Group. And now today, I think all the Viking product along Minimax product comes from the Minimax Viking Group. So this is a footprint. So we are present in more than 70 countries. So we have factories, more than 70 factories with us, and 70 different companies along with us. So this is a product portfolio. So we are divided into 4 different verticals. The first one talks about the water-based suppression systems. So we have all kinds of products in water-based suppression systems, starting from sprinklers, deluge valves, your butterfly valves. Then we have a foam-based suppression systems. So we have all kinds of product in fluorine-free foams with all UL and FM approved products. Similarly, we have all kinds of products in the clean agent fire suppression system, whether it's HFC, Novak, FK, inert gases. So we have all kinds of product with us. Then the 4th vertical is about the fire alarm and detection system. So our basically specialty lies in the industrial detectors. Coming to the gas suppression system, so this is the complete portfolio of gas suppression system. So we have a halocarbon product by the brand name of VSN 1230 and VSN 200. Then we have a complete range of inert gases with us, IG01, IG100, IG55 and IG541 with the brand name of Oxio. Then again we have a high pressure and low pressure CO2 system available with us, again UL/FM approved products, particularly used for unmanned applications. On the halocarbon products, we have two different range, VSN 1230 and VSN 200 using FK-5-1-12 Novak 1230 and HFC 227 and FM 200. So we have a different pressure systems starting from 25 bar to 42 bar to the 50 bar solutions. We have the systems which is both in single zone as well as multi-zone solutions. All our systems are PESO approved, UL approved and FM approved. Even our filling station is PESO approved, UL approved and FM approved. So these are the capacity of cylinders we have for the halocarbon, starting with the smallest capacity of 22 liters to the highest capacity of 180 liters. Again, this is a certificate of the filling stations. So all our filling station is UL approved and FM approved. So this is one of the uniqueness of the Viking valve which we give. So it has a two-port connection for pressure gauges. So this gives a lot of flexibility in terms of installations, in terms of maintenance, and it is tested for more than 500 cycles, though it operates once or twice in the lifespan. So again, we have a system both with single zone as well as multi-zone system, again up to 50 bar. So the advantage with the 50 bar, you can see that with the half-inch pipe, you can have a delivery of 30 kg of gas within 10 seconds. And when you go to the larger inch pipe, then we can deliver up to 1300 kgs of gas within 10 seconds. So again, this is a schematic for the multi-zone system, particularly for the halocarbons. So the multi-zone systems we can operate up to 15 zones. That is one of the major advantage we have. So this is a very short video. Let me for the multi-zone system. I think it will run. Oh, it is not running. Okay. It is not working, I think. No. The video is not running, huh? No, not there. Okay, no problem. So again, this is our product portfolio for Oxio inert gas systems. So we have, as we have told, I think we have two capacity cylinders with us with 80 liters and 140 liters, both in 200 bar and a 300 bar system. All our product is again UL and FM approved. Right from our design software to the product, to the cylinders, to the balls, everything is UL and FM approved. Again, our filling station is PESO approved, UL and FM approved. We have a system both with single zone as well as multi-zone system. This is a total flooding chart for the inert gas system actually. You can see the right hand side, it talks about the nozzle. So we have all kinds of nozzle available with us, both for different applications, for the room protection, for the server protections, for the enclosures, for the cabinets, again for the specialized room as well. So this is the picture for an installation for the multi-zone system. So what I will be talking about is the EPU unit, which we can see in the green and the yellow button. So this is the latest innovation with the EPU unit. You can see we have a lot of simplicity what we have done for the multi-zone system, for the inert gas system with the EPU unit. What we have done is that we have integrated the section control valve, the disable switch, the quantity control valve, and the main and reserve switch in the single EPU unit. This is the latest innovation product which we have right now. Again, this is for the data centers, as we are doing a lot of data centers with L&T. So this is a very, very specialized nozzle what we have. So with the Oxio inert gas system with a constant flow technology, we have a nozzle which has a sound level which is less than 110 dB. This is a normal nozzle. This is not a silent nozzle. With a silent nozzle, we can come up to 83 dB. That is a very, very, I think, one of the latest technology which we have in terms of our silent nozzle. Thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Manika Murthy, MEP Head Operations, Data Center Business, L&T Construction, to hand over the memento to Bavash. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark one of the most anticipated sessions of the conference, the panel discussion. From automation to innovation, AI is revolutionizing the engineering landscape by enhancing efficiency, precision, and decision making. It is transforming traditional processes, enabling engineers to design smarter, more sustainable systems. With AI's ability to analyze vast data, predict trends, and optimize solutions, the future of engineering is set to be faster, more innovative, and deeply interconnected. As AI continues to evolve, it holds the potential to redefine the very foundations of engineering.
With that in mind, the topic to be discussed by our panelists shall be From Automation to Innovation, how AI is shaping the future of engineering. It's honor to welcome our esteemed moderator, Dr. V. Sulochana, Course Director in Anna Administrative Staff College, Chennai. With 20 years of experience, 10 in teaching and 10 in industry, she holds a PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from St. Peter's Institute, Chennai. A versatile professional, she also excels in designing cross-disciplinary courses and also owns various social media platforms. An accomplished author of 5 international journals and 4 conference papers, she actively contributes as a reviewer of multimedia tools and application journals.
I request Madam to take over the dais to brief the topic and introduce the audience to our very peers of knowledge, our esteemed panelists. Over to you, ma'am. Let's give a huge round of applause for Sulochana, Madam.
So good evening. It's my privilege to welcome you all. So it's my privilege to welcome you all for the panel discussion on From Automation to Innovation, how AI is shaping the future of engineering as a part of the conference SAFE 2024 organized by L&T and FSCI. On behalf of the memory of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who is a visionary leader, dreamt of harnessing the power of technology for the better society. So there is a tectonic shift where we are seeing right now, like AI is not a integral, it's not a distant reality, it's an integral part of our professional and personal life. The journey maybe started 50, 60 years back, but suddenly during the month of November 2022, after the launch of ChatGPT, there was a aha moment where everyone used to talk about AI, and even the common man, they are just now talking about the LLM, generative AI, machine learning and deep learning. So together in the panel, we are planning to discuss about from where, the history about the AI, not about the, what is the current trend and future way forward, what is the plan, how we need to equip ourselves. We are going to discuss about the current state of art, opportunities, potential areas, and the threat also we are going to discuss about it. So I'm so excited to introduce our panel members. So first let me introduce Mr. Srinivasa Valluri, Founder, Director, Synergy Infra Consultant and Governing Council Member, FSCI. He is a certified healthcare facility design professional, chartered engineer and certified energy auditor. I welcome you, sir. And my next panel member, Mr. Karthikeyan, Design Head MEP, RCF, SBG, EDRC, BF, IC, L&T Construction. I welcome you, sir. And Dr. R. Prasanna Kumar, Professor, Head of Student Welfare, Amrita School of Engineering. So let me introduce, and next panel member is Mr. Harinath. He's a product manager from Zoom Info. So Mr. Debanshu Saha, Sub-Design Division Head, Fire Engineering and Mechanical System, EDFC, B&FIC, L&T Construction. And Dr. P.V. Bhatmapriya, Head Merkle Eptic System. So good thing about the panel is it's like from the diversified background, all seasoned professional. So we all are so excited to hear. I think when we had an impromptu discussion with the president of FSAI, he told us like we started using the AI past 10 years back, but now it has become a very normal term. So my first question, let me start with Mr. Srinivasan. Sir, how the technology is like, how far the Indian companies are adopting in the technical shift? I know, please explain us about that. From the traditional way to the modern AI.
It's working. Hello. Yeah, good evening everybody. So there is a good morning, good afternoon and again good evening by me. I think I only had this opportunity to be present in all the sessions. It's a wonderful thing, ma'am. And in fact, you know, the technology shift that has taken place towards the AI, you are absolutely right. Only after ChatGPT, everybody started talking about AI. I think earlier to that, even though there are a lot of work being done, I'm sure most of these things, you know, they like artificial intelligence, which is maybe, you know, a replacement of cognitive human behavior or whatever it is, where we are able to pick up some of the functions of human beings, which could be repeated by the systems, basically, which could be, you know, in a different way. But the problem here is we are facing a huge shortage of manpower. Morning also, Mr. Balakrishnan was telling, L&T needs 50,000 workers. And we are not getting that kind of manpower, first thing. And so naturally, there is no discussion on this. People have to embrace the technology. And AI is the only solution in our knowledge, to our knowledge, in every industry. Either you take construction industry, because we are working mostly in construction industry, but otherwise even you take healthcare or hospitality or everywhere. So basically to fill the gap is one thing. And what we are looking at as a part of the construction industry is, there are so many things which we need to handle. Today, it's completely depending on the manpower and their intelligence, their skill level. And if the systems can take care of that by having proper data and analysis, and then the decision making is made easier, I think that is going to do a wonderful job for us. And that is what is going to happen. We understand, I think, most of the construction industry, I would say, is a bit slow in adoption of technology. If I started, when I started my career, we used to work on drawing board. I don't know how many of the people would have seen that. So we used to do one project for 30 days, one person. But today we do handle 10 projects in a single day, more or less. So that is the kind of transformation that happened. Suppose we have this kind of knowledge, whatever we had gained over this period. And if that data is given as a training data for the AI, I think our job is going to be much, much simpler. Probably we can do that entire thing also, maybe it can be brought down to maybe 1/10 or 1/50th of the time, 1/50th of the size. And definitely every industry, in my opinion, either it is for the decision-making purposes. If you see the construction industry, in the designing, we started using building information modeling, and morning speakers were talking about hyper-automation and AI over that, and how BIM can be integrated. Just now we have also seen with respect to sustainability, right from, you know, the construction or the mining onwards, if we have to work out what is the embodied energy and operational energy of the system, like what is the kind of energy that is going during the mining, manufacturing and transportation and construction, as well as the operational carbon. It's not easy to do normally. And then also if there is a proper data, reference data that is available, it will be much easier for us to optimize things. So in the construction industry, right from designing, a proper design, and what we have seen is some of the systems, this kind of AI-based systems, they can optimize a lot of things on the design also. Today, if I am doing an air conditioning ducting or a chiller plant optimization, which is not possible, because again, it is done by my judgment. It is not based on any data. So definitely, these are the things which are going to save a lot of money, time, improve the quality and safety of the construction, planning-wise, anything, whatever you say. I'm sure, I think the construction industry is going to embrace now this particular thing very fast. And what I read somewhere is almost around 50 to 60% of the major construction companies are going to adopt this in the next 4 to 5 years. And that is the only way forward for us. This is what I look at it. Thank you.
So continuation of that, I request Mr. Karthikeyan, I'll pass on to the next question. So how the AI is going to change the plan and execution of the large infrastructure project? What is the current state of art? I mean,
hello. If you see in the construction, see actually L&T, we are fortunate to implement a lot of initiatives, AI-driven initiatives. Already we have implemented, but I will not say it is 100%. So we are one of the early implementers of BIM, because right from 2011 I have seen in L&T, we have implemented BIM in a big way, and all our projects are all in BIM only, right from LOD 100 up to LOD 500 we do. So that is one of the biggest AI-driven tool on the technology we have already implemented. So which is still not available in most of the SMEs, because India is full of SMEs. So they are still struggling to use Revit as the platform. Still they're using 2D. So that is one drawback I see with the SMEs, but the large companies like L&T and Tata Constructions, we are using that. And then on the AI-driven generative design, so this is one area where we are also woken up and we are running fast. So we have put an AI team to implement a generative design where it should throw us a design where we should not get into the permutation combinations. So that is one thing which improves the productivity and makes the resources and cost optimizer solutions. That is the way it is going to go. Because when we interact with the customers who are all from the data center background and the semiconductor industry, they all ask us, can you design and build a project in 12 months to 15 months? That's the time frame they are coming, and that is where the whole world is going towards. And we are also catching up. That is one area where I see even L&T Construction also has to develop on that. Then on the project management, if you see, already we have all the cloud-based platform where the data exchanges are happening. So I don't see there's a big challenge over there, because where the data are available on the common platform, so that's not a problem. And on the execution part, if you see, where all the automations with respect to drones implementation, where we catch all the, get all the informations on the right time during the initial stage itself. So that drives us to get implement cost-effective solutions, and as well as implementing all machineries for automation of execution, excavation, all those things with all those things in place. So I see 100% we are not there, but at the same time, it is not that it is not possible. So we are going in the right direction, and there are a lot of other challenges. The biggest challenge what I see in this country is that the unskilled professionals, where there is a big trouble in understanding the AI. So that is one area where I see the institutions, the government, and as well as the regulatory bodies has to play a major role in make them everyone to understand what exactly is happening, because we need to develop all those people to understand. Only it's not with the tool it's going to help. And then there's going to be a huge cost in implementing these AI-driven technologies in a long run, if you see in the especially in the construction. So there's a high implementation cost, maintenance cost, and understanding all these things and implementing is a big task. So it's a role everyone has to play to make this AI a success. And especially in the construction industry, we have a huge responsibility in implementing this, being a pioneer in this industry.
Okay, thank you so much. And my next question to Mr. Devanshu Saha, on continuation of the same question, what he emphasized, like, there is a lack of skill set to adopt the AI technology. So how we are going to upskill and reskill the current workforce? So how the continuous learning is going to happen, and what change is happening in the industry? So how to bridge the gap?
Okay. Good evening everyone. Yeah, yes, of course, as Mr. Srinivas said and Mr. Karthikeyan said, there is a skill gap. And we will have to adopt AI. There is no doubt about it. I mean, I was just going through some of the articles and videos across internet. I saw one video which I think it was quite popular in the early this year in Singapore Parliament. They announced that every individual above 40 years age will be sent for AI training with a subsidy, because they feel the entire nation has to grow with AI. And above 40 age people, they have to compete with the new generation who can easily learn. They have grown up with technology, so for them it is easy, but above 40, they need to catch up. So the Singaporean government, they are giving that subsidy for them. So I think this is some kind of initiative has to come from maybe from government. India probably as a country, it is too big to compare with Singapore. So it may not be absolutely possible in the same terms. So that's where it has to come from every organization. So every organization has to come forward in the same way. And yeah, in terms of skill sets and all, I mean, to cope up with AI, I think the first thing what I feel, yeah, I think since morning many times it has been spoken about that lack of skill. But lack of skill, to bridge that gap, first thing I think the basics has to be clear for everybody. I mean, the basic of every engineering, I mean, if it is HVAC engineer, he has to know the thermodynamics first before getting into AI. If it is PhD engineer, he has to know the fluid dynamics first. If it is ICT engineer, he has to know how the sound performance, how sound flows through the air, or wireless signal, how it passes through the air. If the basics are not clear with the engineers, they cannot use the technology to the best of the benefit, and they cannot bring the benefit out of it. If they don't know how to use that technology, it is going to create a disaster. So I think the basics is the first thing. And then, of course, with that, the AI technology, I mean, if you start knowing some sort of algorithm working behind the AI, how the data science is working behind. So once you know the basics, then you can actually merge all these things, and you can make use of the AI to the best benefit of that particular domain.
Okay, so thank you so much. And my next question is to Mr. Hari. During the discussion, Mr. Srinivasan, he quoted that, the manufacturing industry is yet to pick up for the AI adoption. But generally, if we want to plan for the AI project, will you please explain us what is the AI stack, from where we need to start? Suddenly we can't start the AI project. We need to create a better ecosystem. So what is the infrastructure is needed, data centers, cloud. So will you please explain the AI stack, from where we need to start?
Sure. So good evening all. So first and foremost thing for any AI project to begin with, right, it's a clear objective. What is that you want to solve with the help of AI? Do you have a clear objective, not a fancy thing, hey, I need to do AI? That's one part of the story. But is there an actual business problem where you can leverage AI to come with an actual solution? Because many times I've been in AI industry for almost like 12 years at the moment, even before the AI got picked up. So one important thing all the professionals start with, is there any business problem associated with it, and whether AI can be a solution? Because now what's happening in the industry is that everybody wants to do AI. They think there's a silver bullet, but that's not the case. They are like a foundation building block you need to have in place in order to even to become AI ready. The first and foremost thing, right, I'll give an example from the manufacturing, what I had my previous experience. So we had to go to a manufacturing plant and we need to in a place to predict, hey, when is a possible machine failure can happen? A predictive maintenance part of it. So people used to do a timely maintenance and we want to take up a solution. How can we come with predictive maintenance so that the operating time of machine is very high? Because if the machine is going down, then all persons in the factory floor has to be staying idle. The first and foremost is that we had a clear objective. And next important thing we had to make is that whether the relevant data is available or not. The data acquisition is the key part. Many industries still today, they operate on a very older machine. They don't have sensors, etc. Having a right IoT device or a collection mechanism is the first and foremost important thing. And whether the data being collected can be used or processed in such an effective way so that it can be passed to the learning system. Learning system can be a simple machine learning system or deep learning or a RL system, anything for that matter. So data acquisition followed by the storage and getting to the compute is the first three foundation pillar of any AI system. If the data is not so great, then the subsequent predictions what you make out of the data is going to also be so bad. So focusing on the data is the first and important thing. And next comes the objective part of it. Modeling the objective back to the corresponding AI system is the second part of it. And many a times people take it advantage is the evaluation metrics. Like what is that, how do I evaluate my performance of the model? If you go and ask any machine learning practitioner, right, they would say like use a term called precision, recall or F1 score. But if you go to a business profile, they have a different metric. So having a strong business metric attaching to a data science problem is the third most important thing, so that the failures in the data science project or initiative is very, very less. So having a strong data acquisition followed by a good compute and having a good, choosing a good algorithm and having a valuation metric are the key foundations for any AI stack to go in the above ladder.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is to Dr. Padmapriya. Ma'am, I know you are an expert in AR, VR, but before getting into your expert subject, I just want to ask you one thing because you are from IIT Madras Hub of Innovation. So right now, India stands in the rank of 40 in Global Innovation Index. So R&D is not, it's not happening in such a large scale. So how we need to improve the research culture throughout our country? How to improve that?
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sulochana. So you want to understand how the research doing capacity of this thing can be improved. I very much agree that research should be given. That's the main difference between a Western country and an Indian this thing. If you see Indian research, this thing, it's mostly incremental research what we are doing. There is already a big knowledge base. We try to do a small increment in it, and then that is one way of looking at it. But breakthrough research, out of the box thinking is not something, I think as a culture, we do not have that. So I think that has to be taught from a very early on age in kids, I think schools, and at the same time government should support with the kind of funding research needs. So we do not have that kind of, I think these two things, the children being made to think out of the box and the funding aspects of it together will make India better in research.
Okay, thank you so much. So my next question is to Dr. Prasanna. So from the, previous speaker, they are talking about the sustainability, and we are moving towards the SDG goals. So how AIs empower us in order to achieve the SDG goals? Which industries, can AI can support for the rapid transformation to achieve the SDG goals?
Yeah,
especially in the education, health, primary sectors.
Yeah, sure. So good evening to all. It's a wonderful evening. So answering Dr. Sulochana's question, like leveraging AI for sustainability. So before answering this question, I'd like to share with you a few points like the initiatives taken by the government of India. Particularly, there's a document, AI for All, released in the year 2018 by Niti Aayog, which states that we have 5 key areas where we can concentrate in India, particularly for creating an AI framework. So, of course, in that they have provided a framework, a cloud-based framework called as Airavat. So the 5 domains they have opted for is education, healthcare, agriculture, smart cities, and smart mobility. So maybe I can just relate these 5 things with the few sustainable goals of UN, maybe like sustainable goal number 3, where it states for healthcare. So maybe recently in this year 2024, you might have been aware that the Nobel Prize was awarded in chemistry to Mr. Baker for his work done on machine learning for identifying the protein structures. So here AI has already played a role where, protein was the one which we were talking about extensively in COVID, right? So already it has its penetration in certain domains. And coming to the other sustainable goals like education, and ma'am was also asking another panelist a question related to how training can be done. Coming to India, we have already into it, and we have started training the school kids. Of course, Sahasa was explaining about how countries are doing to train the people above 40. So there's a need for also train the people who are, the students particularly. So if you take the curriculum of the CBSE now, they have integrated AI in each walk of the syllabus, right? Whether it's geography or science or English, whatever it is, if you just can go to the CBSE curriculum, you can find that. So which of course will leverage the, AI's penetration into the education sector. Coming to sustainability and how it can leverage its usage in agriculture particularly, we have started using, instead of, using pesticides or something everywhere, we have started treating the plants individually by using drones, and they selectively give, treatment to the plants whichever is required, just as we human beings do. See, we give treatment only to the part which has got some problem, right? For example, if there's a fracture in the hand, we give treatment only to this, not to the entire body system. So similarly for plants also, till now agriculture people, what they were doing is, if there's some insect, attack on a particular paddy field, they spray pesticides all over. So generally what we consume is based on the pesticides which they are used, right? So targeted treatment of plants has already started, and Mahindra is well into it, and they are already doing that work in Punjab. Slowly it may come to other parts of India also. So these are few of the works that that can help in sustainability particularly. Coming to the other aspects of sustainability, particularly for smart living, particularly we have into smart cities and smart, travel. Indian government, there was a research conducted by IIT Madras, and it found that in Delhi, almost 3,000 crores of US dollars are wasted only due to the vehicles are parked in the signals. So they are planning for smart signaling systems everywhere by using artificial intelligence techniques, and we are still a long way to go into it, and hope soon it will embrace into all other fields also.
Okay, thank you. So I have an interesting problem statement from Mr. Debanshu when we are discussing. He gave me one problem statement, that is like when they are about to construct a project for a big stadium, 6,000 capacity seating, they have worked with, for the lighting placement, for the better seating arrangements of the auditorium, better AR, VR, sounding system. They have implemented AI, but it is all working in silos, but when it is integrated, they have not achieved that optimum solution. So what is the, how we can solve this type of problem in a big, large landscape projects? So I request Hari to answer for this question. Hari or Mr. Dr. Prasanna, anyone.
Hello. So when it comes to about solving large industrial use case, right, it's again going back to the objective part of it, like what's the objective here? And coming back, all the objective and all the primary things are sorted out. And the next important thing is the stakeholder alignment. So if you take an example of a manufacturing or a civil construction, there will be multiple stakeholders being aligned to a project. So having every stakeholder early involved in the project and what is the outcome they want to arrive, right? That is the first and key most important, because as our panelists were discussing about AI education is kind of very important. If the AI initiative or education is not very clear, people will have a receptance saying that AI is not going to do my job, or is it trying to steal my creativity part of it. Instead, if we have the nature of embracing the AI into the decision making, then it becomes much more easier, because take an example of ChatGPT or OpenAI, any that all these enterprises, they always have something called human focused or a human feedback loop in the system, because even their whole design has been architected in that way. You try to have a conversation system till that you have a right answer from that, you can keep conversing with it. So the first and important most is the AI education and awareness and having embracing to it. Once it all been embraced and try to get their collective pain point and trying to see how can we solve the problems in a sequential manner, so that the discrepancies or the expectation mismatch in the large products will be reduced heavily, and that will pay for the outcome. So having an objective and clear awareness and having a clear expectation about the whole system will try to reduce it. Having embracement nature is even more important, because the example what I mentioned on the manufacturing part, you will have an expectation different from different stakeholder. A factory vet is very focused on the number of losses they need to overcome from their plant, the number of failures they can attack. But if you go to the last people who are trying to use AI, let's see the operator, they are more focused on the accuracy part of it. Hey, whatever prediction coming from AI system should be accurate. If I'm keep doing or seeing multiple wrong prediction, I'm wasting my time. So having a clear expectation among the stakeholder and trying to build a solution accordingly is gonna have a pathway to success. So this would be my principle or my advice would say, like when I'm working with a large scale product.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is to Dr. Padmapriya. So will you please explain us what is AR, VR, and when it is integrated with AI? As a normal consumer, we have seen in a lot of e-commerce application in Lenskart and all these things, AR, VR, but in the large scale, in training, how the AR, VR is changing that?
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Yeah. See, from my perspective, having been worked in the biomedical field and having done simulations using AR and VR, what we see is the skill development can go, many notches up if we add AI to it. Especially if you see fields like ultrasound and any kind of radiological imaging. What happens is, as the data increases, the amount of prediction capability also increases. So even without having to have, open a textbook, I can actually predict what happens based on the AI data which has been collected. Okay, so that way the prediction capability increases a lot for biomedical this thing. So also the skill development. So suppose I have, there is a field emerging called pre-operative planning. What it means is, even before I am able to go and work on a patient, I am able to work on a virtual reality or an augmented reality based system, which is assisted by AI and has the radiological data of the patient integrated, and see what are the complications I might face in doing a surgery. So this field is very fastly emerging, especially with robotic surgeries coming into place. So an integration of AI with the robotic systems as well as the VR systems will actually make it more personalized. Again, the doctor can train on a virtual model using AI, get the kind of insights before even he touches the patient. I think that will lead to better patient safety in the long run. That's one of the fields which we are working on also. Yeah.
Okay. So how about the training in education system? In future, how AR and VR are going to change the education system?
Yeah, again, they are.
And one more question. Say AI is very much relevant to our daily use case, but AR, VR, is it a current trend where the adoption strategy in India, how it is? So is it like adopted in a very, it's not like AI penetration. So
AR VR is an emerging field, but with the advent of AI, AR VR has gone a little, I think, in the background again, I would say. Okay. But I think it's not totally out of this sight. Okay, once the AI adoption or this thing happens, AR VR would be the natural follow for mainly training programs. Usually, that is where we are also concentrating. Gaming is a huge industry, no doubt, but apart from that, it is a very good use case to be adapted in education, especially for the digital natives who would be actually used to using these kind of gadgets. And this is also good. One of the studies we have done shows that textbook should not be the only means of gaining knowledge, because there is a section of people who need a visual reinforcement when they have to gain knowledge. So it is a very good medium even for that differently abled people who are not able to read in the traditional methods. So this way, and adding AI, basically if you see medical curriculum, there are many people are building a complete curriculum in AR, VR, using the large language models. So basically the ChatGPT or generative text is integrated. So any question I ask, it is able to answer. They have avatars as teachers or something like that. And so it becomes an interactive way to learn things also. Yeah.
Okay. So interesting. Thank you so much. And my next question is to Mr. Srinivasan. So if you want to adopt an AI, the basic thing is the AI to work better, we need data is the new oil. Data is the new oil. So the construction of the data center, it consumes a lot of water and energy. So how are you going to balance?
Yeah, this is most useful, I would say. AI is the most useful tool going to be definitely for this application. And first of all, what we have seen is there is a lot of wastage of equipment itself, which is lying idle in many of the facilities, I would say. Because today, whatever we are working out based on certain diversity factors, where they are not really happening as per the field conditions. This is the first issue. So naturally, once you are able to get the practical data from any of the data centers, and if we can work around that, I'm sure we will be able to get optimization. That is one thing which we need to see. And second thing is, now we have also seen, what L&T is doing with net zero buildings. When you have so many functions, and that too, they are using solar energy basically to make it as a net zero facility. So you should be also try to do your demand control automatically, so that whichever the activities are required, which could be probably postponed, like probably if they have thermal energy systems, storage systems as a part of the chillers, then probably some of the energy could be done during night time and reused during daytime. So by doing this kind of maximum demand control and then optimal usage of water, I'm sure I think they can achieve whatever it is required. But to get this, there has to be a lot of automation done, and AI has to be a different layer over that, supervising all the functions and making a decision, which normal human being, it is very difficult to take that kind of decision.
So my final round of question to all the panel members. So what role do you feel like AI is reshaping the engineering landscape in India for the next 5 years?
I'm sure I think it is going to completely change our lives in every aspect, and we look forward for very, I would say, a lot of involvement of AI in whatever the function, whatever the activity we do. It's not only in our work, maybe in personal life with the mobiles and other things. We have already seen, in the case of retail and Amazon, if you just go to Amazon, so depending on our way of purchase and then our behavior and other things, they started prompting a lot of other items which will make us, to buy unnecessarily also sometimes, maybe required or not. So I think, these kind of things are going to influence us a lot, and definitely AI is going to help us to achieve a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so coming to the AI's impact on our life, already we are using a number of AI-based tools. Basically, we can start with our Google Maps and maybe even all the applications that are in our Android or Apple-based phones or AI-based applications. In the near future, what impact can it have? So starting from education, for example, personalized learning, and then healthcare, of course, AI will play a very crucial role, particularly like patient empowerment and improved access to healthcare, particularly like we all know that robotics is playing a key role in performing certain surgeries now. It will have a greater impact in the future. And of course, there are certain AI technologies that will come up where even a farmer, I think already, if you're quite aware of that, Tamil Nadu government has got an application by name called as Uravan, which has already empowered the farmers. A farmer can just go to his field, take a photograph of the plant, and then just upload in the app. The application actually gives a solution like what type of manure it's required or what pesticide the farmer has to use, etc. And of course, it's also playing a crucial role in connecting the producer, particularly the farmer, with the buyer, so that it avoids certain aspects. So it will be embracing, the particular AI will be embracing all walks of life, starting from a farmer to maybe an astronaut. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your valuable insight, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable insight. It's very informative.
So coming back to AI impact on real world, the one important thing would be like getting a fresher or people who are inexperienced in a domain, getting very comfortable or having a rapid productivity. That is becoming quite evident with all these LLMs in recent days. They can become expert and try to get suggestions and go on to in that direction. So that's really having impact. On a long future, I foresee that we might reach a singularity where the difference between a machine and a human itself will be a thin line of difference. So we might reach probably in 10 years, 30 years, that's a question mark. But definitely AI is making a heavy impact in terms of getting people productivity up by 10 to 15%, evident in all domain. Take it in healthcare, manufacturing, any domains you call out, there's a definite improvement. So embracing the AI is gonna make your life easier. So having a different impact about, it's not trying to solve the problem, having a positive impact like how much I can learn from the system, that is a way forward, and AI is definitely having great impact to it.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we are in the right direction with respect to the AI implementation. If you see there are few smart cities as on date. We have Pune, Bangalore, where AI-driven technologies are playing a major role with respect to the traffic management system. And if you see on the mass transit system, high-speed rail or the metro, where they have implemented a lot of AI-related implementation, which is helping the public to really optimize on the design and as well as on the usage. And we being the EPC contractor, as I told earlier, we already implemented, but there's a task in front of us to develop a AI-driven generative design. And that's where I see that in next 5 years, I think we will roll out a tool which will give you the optimized design by anybody who is involved in that. That's where we learn. And in the morning session also, our senior executive vice president told that the site will be operating with without a drawing. It should be a drawingless site. They should develop they should do the construction with the help of the model. And that's where I see it going. I'm sure that with all the initiatives and with the infrastructure, where now India is booming in the data center industry, and that is because of mainly the AI-driven application is becoming more, predominantly is taking up. So India, there are a lot of data center coming up, which is all AI-driven based servers. So that itself is very visible. We are going in the right direction, and I'm sure that with all the support, I think the government also has to play a vital role here with respect to having a statutory body in place, because currently I don't think we have a code or regulation with respect to implementation of AI. It is all working in silos. So I think there should be a common platform so that everybody can come and have a common understanding so that it is utilized by everybody. So thank you.
Yeah, I take the word from Karthikeyan sir, silos. I want AI to integrate. Today what we see that every product companies, they say that I'm working on AI, my system works on AI. If I talk about the areas where I work as design team, we design the public address system for the large facilities, where we use a special software for simulating the speaker performance across the facility. So there is a special software which does the simulation, and it uses the AI at the back end. There is Wi-Fi signal coverage, that also we do simulation. There also AI is there at the back end. There are many other, even probably for lighting illumination, to understand that there is a software, they also use AI. But even after using all these simulation software, using AI at the back, when we go for implementation, when we try to integrate all these design into one place, we see that there are a lot of problems. We see that, like in my example, the speaker comes right in front of the light, or the Wi-Fi access point comes right beside the speaker or light and creates interference in the signal. So these are the kind of things, even though, yeah, AI has grown up, it is doing good, but it has to do a lot more. In next 5 years, I want to see AI which can give me an integrated design which works on the field directly. Like, as he said, that our IC head in the morning said that we create a BIM model which can be implemented. So that is where I want to see the AI. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. My perspective on that is, so of course, they have all spoken from the engineering point of view or construction, this thing. AI is going to be all pervasive. I'll give a very small example back home, wherein given a project, in 7th grade, my son comes and asks, shall I use ChatGPT to write the essay? So I think what Saha sir said, that basic skills will have to be taught perfectly before they can venture into using AI as a tool. They should know it is a tool. It can be welded in a good or a bad way. So that is something the school system or the education system should be able to tell them. And there are many things they learn through. It has become all pervasive already. If you download an app, there are apps which will tell you, what kind of a bird this is, the species, taxonomy, everything is backed by AI now. So there is a lot of things to learn. At the same time, you should know where to draw the line and what part of it you should know as a knowledge base of your own. Yeah, not totally depending on AI, because it can be it is at the end, it is a tool which has been trained on data given to it. If the data, it depends on the quality of data which has gone into making that particular model. So if the model is not okay, then, especially in educational field, I would still want to depend on, classical textbooks or whatever to gain the first tier of knowledge. Second tier would be to wield the tool of AI.
So Thanks to all the panel members for sharing their valuable insights. And it is interesting too. So the key takeaway from the panel discussion is AI is not just an option, it is a game changer. We need to embrace the change. So keep learning, keep growing, and keep contributing. So let us all move towards the one vision like Viksit Bharat and Surakshit Bharat. Jai Hind. Thank you.
I request Dr. V. Salochana, Course Director, Anna Administrative Staff College, to felicitate our esteemed panelists with the memento. Dr. P.V. Padmapriya, Head, Medical Haptic Systems. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Mr. Debanshu Saha, Senior Chief Engineering Manager, L&T Construction. Mr. K. Karthikeyan, Design Head, MEP, RCF, SBG, P&F IC, L&T Construction. Mr. Harinath K, AI Product Development, Senior Product Manager, Zoom Info, Chennai. Dr. R. Prasanna Kumar, AI Specialist, HOD, Amrita School of Engineering.
I also request Mr. Shivramakrishnan, FSAI Chennai Chapter President, to felicitate Dr. V. Salochana with the memento. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Madam and the panelists, for such a exciting and informative panel discussion. I'm pretty sure we all gained something really beautiful and really informative today. So, as a together, to show the love and respect that we have for the entire panel team, let's give a huge round of applause. Thank you, panelists. I request you to resume to the seats. Thank you. Before we end the today program, I would like to request Mr. R. Senthil Kumar, DY Director, MSME, Chennai Chapter, to deliver his thoughts and experience from today's seminar. Let's have a round of applause for Senthil, sir.
Over to you, sir.
So good evening, one and all present here. So my name is R. Sandil Kumar, working as a Deputy Director from Ministry of MSME, Chennai. So Ministry of MSME giving lot of policies and scheme implementation to the MSME units across the country. In that schemes, what are the benefits MSME units can get from that schemes? I am going to explain. Starting from the innovation to till end of the marketing the product, Ministry of MSME is operating so many schemes. First one is MSME innovative schemes. Morning onwards, you are speaking about innovations. The innovations across the country, Ministry of MSME is organizing MSME Idea Hackathon every year through online applications. Those who are interested from MSME units, they can apply through that online portal for developing their prototype model. With the help of a government fund to the maximum cost of per idea, 15 lakhs per idea can be given to the developing the prototype model. One of the schemes, first one. From that, if you developed any prototype, that can be registered for patent. That also can be registered through IPR office. For that also, Government of India is giving reimbursement subsidy to the MSME units. Those are holding the patent or trademark registration or GA tag, anything else can be reimbursed through our MSME Development and Facilitation Office. Maximum to the amount of 1 lakh for Indian patent. Foreign patent, if you are holding any foreign patent, 5 lakhs can be reimbursed from Ministry of MSME. Likewise, the trademark registry also, maximum to the amount of 10,000 can be reimbursed from Ministry of MSME. For that, next one is GA tag. If you are holding any GA tag products registration, maximum to the amount of 2 lakhs can be reimbursed from Ministry of MSME. That is also possible for the MSME units, those who are having the MSME registrations. And then, if you want to develop any design, for your product, design can be done through either from the institute, empanel institute like NIT, IIT, Roorkee, like NIT Trichy, from southern region, IIC Bangalore, NID Ahmedabad. This kind of institute can be used for developing this design development for your product. For that also, Government of India is giving fund for the developing designs products. This is about the innovation. These are the 3 schemes available for you to develop the innovations across the country. So far in Tamil Nadu, the innovations taken place, more than 400 ideas now progress. Development of prototype model is under progress. For that, nearly more than 10 crore fund has been given to Tamil Nadu by the Ministry of MSME through different incubation center. Particularly, Tamil Nadu is having more than 30 to 40% of innovations from Tamil Nadu only. We have proud on this point of view, Tamil Nadu, but to say very much proud on this point of view. Particularly, IITM Research Park is one of the center from this Innovation Incubation Center, and Anna University, like so many institutions, engineering college has been enrolled as incubation center. Through this incubation center only that innovation is happening. From different field, healthcare product, agriculture products, chemical and mechanical engineering related products, development is progress at present. Nearly that is around 400 ideas is under development under this scheme. Next one is scheme is for your MSME units is lean. The production process improvement scheme is coming in a two category. One is MSME competitive lean implementation scheme. Every MSME units can be enrolled in this scheme for implementing the lean technique into your factory. Through empanel consultant from NPC or QCA empanel consultant will come and implement that lean technique into your factory. They will guide you for implementing this lean technique in your factory. That is 14 principle of lean techniques can be implemented through the schemes. For that, Government of India has given 90% subsidized rate scheme is applicable for you. Micro, small, medium enterprise can be getting into this certifications through lean certifications through these schemes. Nearly, the scheme was introduced 1 year back. Nearly around 1,000 MSME unit are already enrolled in this scheme. This scheme is developed through small mini cluster. If any people, minimum 4 to 5 MSME units join together, they can apply through this portal. Their grouping of units can be done through these schemes. The consultant will come and implement in your factory for a week of 6 months or 12 months period. The lean technique will be implemented through your factory. This is also one of the kind of production process improvement. And next one scheme is Zero Defect and Zero Effect Certification Scheme. This scheme is announced by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in the year 2020. In Tamil Nadu, we are the second topmost. Around nearly 10,000 units are implementing this, already enrolled in this scheme for getting the benefit of Zero Defect and Zero Effect certifications. That means this scheme is applicable only for manufacturing sector. Those who are doing the manufacturing products, they produce the products without any defects and also without affecting the environment system. The scheme has been formulated with 20 parameter conformity model into a 3 category of certifications. One is bronze, silver and gold. Based on the conformity of the parameter, the certificate will be issued by the Government of India for improving your production process improvement and product specification improvement, etc. This is about the production process improvement, these schemes, these 2 schemes. Then coming to the marketing point of view, Government of India, Ministry of MSME is implementing so many schemes, particularly on one kind of its scheme is vendor development program with government department and CPSC, Central Public Sector Enterprises. Ministry of MSME through MSME Development Facilitation Office, inviting all government department and CPSUs through in one place, and they are going to display their product requirement. The MSME unit can visit and see that what are the procurement, what are the items required by them. You can see the product and then you can become a vendor for them. That's why it is called Vendor Development Program. We are organizing Vendor Development Program in this month in Chennai, particularly in MSME campus, inviting NLC India Limited, ISRO, and then IG Car, Railways, CBRD, and then SAIL, Salem, and then HVF, that is AVNL, and then Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, BPCL, CPCL, IOCL, etc. The Central Public Sector Enterprises, we are inviting. They are going to display their product. You can see what are the items required by them. You can see it in that exhibition, that event. You can become one vendor for them. That kind of opportunities are available for you. This is one of the marketing avenue scheme. And then across the country, exhibition and trade fair are organized by different organizations. That exhibitions are enlisted in our ministry. More than 200 exhibitions are so far enrolled in our ministry. For that, MSME are participating in the exhibition throughout the country. Reimbursement can be done for the stall fare as well as to and fro expenditure can be reimbursed through that scheme. These are the one of the kind of thing. And also any benefits, if you want to avail this from Ministry of MSME, you should have valid Udyam registration certificate. Based on that certification only, you can get benefits from Government of India, particularly on all the schemes from innovations, then production process improvement and marketing schemes, everything will be implemented through based on your Udyam registration certification only. Anybody, how many people are having Udyam registration certificates in this? How many people are having? How many? Just few of them are there. How many of them running the unit, MSME units? இதில் எத்தனை பேர் MSME units வச்சிருக்கீங்க? So already registered with the Udyam registration certificate? Yeah, very good. You have to apply through online portal. Which one, sir? No need, this is free of cost. NSIC is different. Udyam free of cost totally. It is based on your Aadhaar number registration, it is a free of cost. No, this is no way. I am saying this is not correct. You are saying wrong words. Government has introduced 2020 Udyam registration certificates totally free of cost. Only if you have any Aadhaar number, you can able to register through your certifications. So, no, I am talking about central government point of view. MSME registration through only central government, not through state government. So, it is a totally free of cost. You can register through online portal. It is not a every year renewal is not there. It is a permanent registration certifications. One time if you registered, it is a permanent registration certificate. So, due to time constraint, I am closing my speech. Thank you very much for giving opportunity from this forum. Thank you one and all, inviting me for opportunity given by this, particularly FSAI. Thank you very much. Any doubts you can ask now itself. December 19th and 20th, 2 days. Entry free, exhibition to entry free. MSME DFO campus, Gindi. Those who want to become a vendor for CPSUs, they can visit that. Students also can attend without any fees. Thank you.
I request Mr. C. Venkateshu, sir, CR in Architecture and FSAI, to felicitate Mr. Sandil Kumar. Venkateshu, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Balan, sir, FSAI Chennai Chapter Secretary, to the dais. Balan, sir. Now I request Mr. S. Padmanabhan to felicitate Mr. Balan, sir, with the memento as a token of love and respect.
Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Shivaramakrishnan, FSI Chennai Chapter President, on the dais. I also request Mr. R. Balakrishnan, VP and Head MEP Design EDRC L&T Construction B&FIC, to felicitate Mr. Shivaram Krishnan.
Shall we give a huge round of applause?
Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the end of this enlightening conference, we are honored to invite Mr. Naveen Kumar, Senior Chief Engineering Manager, L&T Construction, B&FIC, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Pratik. Good evening, all. I deem it's a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. I'd like to start with a famous quote from Andrew Enburn. Nothing is impossible. From the word itself, it says it is possible. So when we decided to do this seminar, and we start with program planning, all those things. See, we started in a day and we have completed within 15 days. It shows our dedication and direction from our leaders. I would like to thank RBK sir and SPN sir for directing us and giving us an opportunity to lead this show. Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Santosh Warik sir, Director of Fire Department, Mumbai Fire Service, and Srimati Bhavani ma'am and Saha sir despite of their busy schedule, they found the time to grace this occasion. I especially thank our FSI Chennai chapter President Mr. Shivaram Krishnan and Secretary Balan for initiating this seminar in our campus for 13th consecutive year. I would like to thank entire CWC members for their support towards this program. I express my heartfelt thanks to our senior management, KSP sir, RBK sir and SPN sir, who are the front runner for this program and event and supported from the back for making this event success. Their continuous support has aided us to do much more seminar like this. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. Srinivas Valluri, National President of FSA, for agreeing to be part of this seminar and sharing his thoughts and knowledge on recent critical hazards. And I would like to thank our esteemed speakers like RBK sir, Subramaniam sir, Lokesh Kanniyan, and Mr. Ajit Garve, Mr. Raja, Mr. Shivakumar Parniyappan, and Ms. Padma Priya for delivering the technical presentation. Your expertise and knowledge has provided us with a wealth of information and new perspectives. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our panelists sharing their wonderful thoughts and sparking bright ideas to us, moderated by Sulasana madam and panelist Srinivas Valluri sir, Mr. Prasanna, Mr. Arinath, Ms. Padma Priya, Mr. Karthikeyan, and Mr. Devanshu Shaha. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank our main sponsors who are part of this program. When we approached the sponsors, they were saying, immediately they said, sir, this is our program, sir. We are there with you and we will support. Thank you so much for the sponsors. I would like to call the sponsors' name. Johnson Controller, they are the presenting sponsor. And the gold sponsors are Pyramid Technologies, D-Link, Viking, and Penta Security. I would like to thank our volunteers. Without them, this event would not be successful. Sorry if I would have missed out some names. Please bear with me. Mr. Lokesh. We'll call Mr. Lokesh, Mr. Ravi Shankar, Mr. P. Balaji, Mr. Prasanna Kumar Arji, Mr. Loganathan, Mr. Varun, Mr. Prem, Mr. Vijay Kumar, Mr. Chibi Sakravati, Mr. Ilangovan, Karthik Ilangovan, Mr. Sudagar, Mr. Satya, Mr. Balaji M, Mr. Gopal, Mr. Rahul, Mr. Pirai Chudan, Mr. Arul, Mr. Vijay Kumar, Mr. Nitin, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Mr. Nagarajan, and Mr. Keshavan. Without that support, this would not be possible. We have a different committees. When we start this program, no, we have made different groups, and different committee has been formed. Start from the, diverting the traffic, because of the office time also mixes with our program time. Exactly, it matches. So we have to more cautious about the disturbance should not happen to our employees also. So we have a separate committee for traffic control, and separate committee for canteen, separate committee for registration, which are difficult tasks. The people have done a very good job. I like to give a good. And special thanks to FSI committee. Start from Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Padmanabhan, Mr. Mash Ravi, Mr. S.V. Raja, Mr. Kannan Rao, Mr. Raja, and our President Shiva and Secretary Balan. Thanks to FSA team. I am grateful to the MC team and stage lead who have taken this full day show in a very good manner and made, yeah, please. MC team, please. They have done a very good job from the morning to evening. They have taken a show in a right manner without boring and covering all participants. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the participants of this event to make this grand success. Thank you so much. Nandri, Vanakkam, Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best way now to end and conclude this program, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Just last 1 minute. I will just take one last minute. So, to conclude this program, in the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, as we are commemorating him, he said, if you want to shine like a sun, you should first be like a sun. If you have to dream before your dreams come true, let us sacrifice today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. See something common? It means that he's trying to create today so that we can sustain for tomorrow. Thank you all for attending today's program, keeping patience, and one of you have made this program a grand success today. So a big round of applause for all of us. Apart from that, I request all the participants to not rush and exit to your right, where your exciting gifts are ready, patience paid off, and then proceed to the dining downstairs for the snacks. Here's to Nation Building. Thank you. Group photo. All the volunteers are requested on the dais for a photo.
Special thanks to Naveen, who is the hero of today's show. He is the program chair and he has done a wonderful job. Once again, you please give a big clap to him.
we would like to felicitate some of the CWC members of FSAI. May I like to